Chapter 8. Leadership of the Armed Forces. Structure of higher agencies and the methods of strategic leadership of the armed forces in the most important capitalist countries at present, based on the experience of World War II. The leadership of the armed forces encompasses the activity of the agencies of strategic command in the area of preparation and waging of war. The main problems which must be solved in this area are the determination of the military strategic aims of the entire war and individual stages of it in conformity with the political aims and the nature of the war, the leadership of the armed forces during the process of preparation, mobilization, strategic deployment, organization of military operations, and their all-around support. As the experience of the last war shows, the proper leadership of the armed forces in a modern war is possible only on the basis of a thorough consideration of the political, economic, and military conditions under which war is prepared and carried out, a realistic evaluation of the potentialities and activities of the enemy, the mobilization of all forces of the country and the armed forces in order to achieve victory over the enemy. Consequently, the agencies directing the armed forces should not only be able to take into account the situation and the potentialities, but should also be able to make them change to their own benefit, to foresee scientifically and soundly the development of events over a considerable period of time, to make timely decisions, and to carry them out unswervingly. The structure of the agencies and methods of leadership of the armed forces are different in various governments. However, common to all governments was the effort to attain the most complete conformity between the forms and methods of leadership and the character of the war, and to provide unity of leadership in a political, economic, and military respect. During World War II in Fascist Germany, the entire leadership of the country and the armed forces was usurped by Hitler. All civilian ministries and the higher agencies of military leadership were directly subordinated to him as the supreme commander and chancellor of the Reich and, from December 1941, as the commander-in-chief of the ground forces. The higher agencies of military leadership included the Supreme Command, or the main staff of the armed forces, OKW, and the staff of the operational leadership of the armed forces, which formally belonged to the main staff but were actually subordinated directly to Hitler. The General Staff of the Ground Forces, OKH, as well as the commanders-in-chief of the Air Force and the Navy with their staffs, were also subordinated to him. The group commanders of the armies at the front were subordinated to the commander-in-chief of the ground forces and to the main staff. As a whole, the system of the higher military leadership, based on duplication and mutual control, caused serious friction and was able to provide control only while the military actions were carried out under conditions favorable for Fascist Germany. When its armed forces encountered stubborn resistance, and later the mounting blows of the Red Army, the Hitler machine of leadership was incapable of effectively controlling the country and the armed forces. The problems of coalition leadership of the fascist bloc were not solved. During the course of the war, the leadership amounted to the direct military and political dictatorship of Fascist Germany over its partners. The numerous negotiations of Hitler with Mussolini, Horthy, and other leaders of the Axis countries were carried out unsystematically. All decisions were usually made personally by Hitler. The daily contact between the partners of the Axis countries through the ambassadors and military attachés was also weak. Each of Hitler's allies pursued certain purposes in the war and did not wish to let the others in on their plans. The contradictions inherent in the bloc of capitalist countries showed up at this point. In Britain, the highest organ of leadership of the country and the armed forces was the War Cabinet, which included the Prime Minister. He was the Minister of Defense, a lord who was chairman of the Council, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Labor and National Conscription, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of Industry, and other ministers. However, the actual leadership at the highest level was performed by the Prime Minister through committees of the War Cabinet. 3 groups of committees were created in conformity with the scope of the problems to be solved during the course of the war. Military, civilian, which had jurisdiction over problems of civil defense of the home country and general economic problems, and also committees responsible for production. The group of military committees included the Committee of Defense, Operational Group and Supply Group, the Committee of the Chief of Staff, the Committees of the Chiefs of the Rear Areas, the Committee of Military Production, the Committee for the Planning of Material and Technical Provisions, the Planning Committee, and the Intelligence Committee. The main role in this group was played by the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff, the members of which were the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Chairman, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Chief of the Air Force Staff, Chief of Staff under the Ministry of Defense, and the Chief of Staff of Joint Operations. His committee was, in essence, the main higher agency of leadership over broad scope of military problems which were solved at its conferences with the enlistment of interested persons from other committees, while the War Cabinet only legally retained a value of the highest instance and was actually responsible only for carrying out foreign policy and for the economic condition of the country. The work of the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff was assured by the Intelligence Committee, which included the chiefs of the intelligence commands of the Army, Air Force, and Navy, the Planning Committee, which consisted of the chiefs of the operational commands of the Army, Navy, and Air Forces, and also other committees. The Prime Minister, who, as was already mentioned, fulfilled the functions of Minister of Defense, directed the armed forces by various methods. For instance, he personally met with the chiefs of staff or gave them written instructions. In other cases, he maintained direct contact with the Planning Committee and other committees, and sometimes engaged in direct correspondence with commanders in various theaters of operations. In the United States of America, the President stands at the head of the armed forces. He is the Commander-in-Chief. The President accomplishes leadership of the armed forces through his own personal staff, which is created during wartime, through the Chiefs of Staff, and through the War Department and Department of the Navy. The President's personal staff helped him as Commander-in-Chief to lead all the armed forces during war. The tasks of the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff were to secure the interaction of the Army and naval forces, to coordinate the general problems of the development and utilization of the armed forces, to discuss and present to the President for approval strategic plans for conducting the war, and to work out directives to the commanders in the theaters of operation. In addition to this, the committee was responsible for overall planning of all types of military orders to industry and for the utilization of strategic raw materials in conformity with the overall strategic policy agreed upon. The Committee of the Chiefs of Staff included the Chief of Staff under the President, Chairman, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Chief of Staff of the Navy, and the Commander of the Army Air Force. The President directed the work of the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff through the Chief of his own personal staff, who, presiding over the conferences of the committee, informed it concerning the President's directives. Sometimes the President personally intervened in the decisions of the committee. The President, as Chief Executive of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, was also the chief of all agencies regulating the war economy. To solve these problems, a department was created in 1940 for measures to be taken at times of emergency. This department was part of the executive office of the President and was directly subordinate to him. This department consisted of various bureaus and civilian agencies through which the AR department distributed military orders. The Secretary of War, his deputy, and other representatives of the Army participated in directing the department. The relationship with military economic agencies and the agencies of the Department of the Navy was accomplished in a similar manner. Therefore, the President of the U.S., like the Prime Minister of Britain, depended on a rather complex system of various agencies, allocating appropriate powers to them for solving all problems concerned with war as a whole. The coalition leadership of the armed forces of the U.S. and Britain during the Second World War was accomplished in the following manner. A committee of the combined chiefs of staff of the American and British armed forces, headquartered in Washington, was created in the spring of 1942 to coordinate the efforts of the armed forces of these countries. The Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff was subordinate to the President of the U.S. and the Prime Minister of England. The tasks of the Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff were to develop and carry out under the direction of the heads of government of the U.S. and Britain strategic plans, the determination of military requirements in conformity with these plans, the distribution of military supplies, and the determination of the requirements for sea shipping. In order to fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to it, the Joint Committee had to systematically hold conferences at which the British Chiefs of Staff could not always be present. They were replaced by the chiefs of the missions of each type of armed forces, which together comprised the mission of the British Committee of the Chiefs of Staff. The chief of the British mission was a full and equal member of the Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff and participated at all its meetings, even when the chiefs of staff of all the services of the armed forces of Britain were present at them. The Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff met, on the average, once a week during the war to solve urgent problems of strategic planning. The long-range strategic plans of the war were agreed upon at a conference of the governmental heads of the U.S. and Britain with the participation of the members of the Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff and political advisors. The Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff was given the right of strategic leadership of all theaters of military operation where British and American forces were located. It was directly responsible for developing and carrying out operational plans on the European continent and in the Mediterranean area. The British Chiefs of Staff directed the fulfillment of the plans of the Allies in Southeast Asia and in the Middle East. The Atlantic Ocean was divided into a British and an American zone of military operations with the commander of the naval forces of the respective power being responsible for the operations in his zone. Leadership of the operations in the Pacific Ocean was completely entrusted to the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff of the American Armed Forces. In theaters of military operations where all three types of armed forces of the Allies were active, leadership over them was accomplished by the Supreme Commander-in-Chief or the Commanders-in-Chief, who bore the responsibility for using the combined forces in the interest of achieving the overall goals of the Allies and were subordinated to the Combined Chiefs of Staff. Actually, in most cases they adhered to the political and strategic orientation of their own government, which led to friction and differences of opinion. In order to smooth them out somewhat, the post of deputy was created. If the Supreme Commander-in-Chief or Commanders-in-Chief were American, then the deputy was an Englishman and vice versa. Such was the structure of the strategic leadership on a coalition scale, and such was the procedure for solving problems regarding the organization of the higher Joint Command agencies, the development of coalition strategy, and the coordination of the efforts of the Allied armies, and also problems of the leadership of joint forces in theaters of military activity. However, these agencies could not always successfully solve the problems they faced due to contradictions in the foreign policies of the Allies. The contradictions were such that the strategic decisions worked out by one ally were not accepted by the other, since they did not correspond to his interests. For example, the American plan proposed in August 1942 for military action against the Axis in Western Europe in 1943, which called for invasion of Europe, was categorically rejected by the British, who insisted upon a landing of Anglo-American troops in North Africa at the end of 1942. At their insistence, the main efforts of the Allies in 1943 were thus directed against secondary theaters of operation. As is known, the question of opening the Second Front in Europe was postponed repeatedly. All this permitted the Axis countries, first and foremost Fascist Germany, to concentrate their main forces in the principal theater of operations, which was the Soviet-German front. There was no complete agreement even within the Allied agencies of the Commander-in-Chief in the theaters of operation. The work of these organs of strategic leadership was seriously hampered by the contradictions caused by the different political and military aims of the Allied countries in one theater or another, and also the endeavor of each of them to seize the controlling position in order to more easily achieve their particular goals. In this respect, the Supreme Command in Europe is indicative. For example, in spite of the fact that at the Casablanca Conference in January 1943, it was decided to appoint a British general as the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe, this post was occupied by an American general. The British government compromised in solving this problem only after the Americans agreed to open the Second Front not in 1943, as was planned earlier, but only in 1944. However, the British government recognized the Supreme Commander only for his functions as organizer of coordination and overall leadership, which did not affect problems of operational control. The Supreme Commander of the Allied forces in Europe was directly subordinate to the Committee of the Combined Chiefs of Staff in Washington and maintained relations with the American and the British Committees of the Chiefs of Staff. The staff of the Supreme Commander was occupied with extremely diverse problems, ranging from the leadership of troops to diplomacy and policy. Its composition was very complex and cumbersome, since, along with the military specialists, there were various political and economic advisors, each of whom had his own opinion on international and political questions. All this extremely complicated the activity of the Supreme Commander, and he had to spend considerable time coordinating plans, getting compromise decisions accepted, and smoothing over all kinds of differences of opinion. As is known, the Soviet Union also participated in the anti-Hitler coalition during World War II. However, the ruling circles in the US and Britain, pursuing their own mercenary motives in the war, strove to weaken the Soviet Union as much as possible. During the war, they hampered in every possible way the fulfillment of their inter-Allied pledges, intentionally prolonging the war and concentrating their efforts on solving problems which were by no means the main ones. At the same time, our former allies, while carrying out the war against the common enemy, were forced to agree on a political and military policy with the Soviet Union. Agreements were reached at periodic conferences of the heads of state of the USSR, the US, and Britain with participation of representatives of the armed forces, the Moscow, Tehran, and Yalta conferences, and also by systematic correspondence of the heads of state, sending responsible representatives to the Allied countries and through diplomatic channels. As was already mentioned, soon after the end of World War II, the American-British imperialists proceeded to create various aggressive military blocs directed against the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, and to create agencies for directing these blocs. What the agencies of the higher military leadership of the imperialist coalition are can be seen in the example of the military and political system of leadership of the North Atlantic Bloc. Its highest directing political organ is the NATO Council, which includes the ministers of foreign affairs, defense, and finance. If necessary, the heads of state of the countries participating in the bloc may participate in the work of the Council. Sessions of the NATO Council gather 2 or 3 times a year to discuss the general problems, to work out a unified political course and strategy, to determine the total military budget of NATO and for each country separately, to direct the creation of armed forces and other problems. A permanent council directs the activity of NATO between sessions. It consists of permanent representatives of the countries participating in the bloc, who have the rank of ambassador and are given appropriate powers to solve current problems. The Military Committee is the highest military agency which can solve problems of military strategic planning, organization, training of the armed forces, and other problems. It is staffed by representatives of the committees of the Chiefs of Staff of the US and Britain and by chiefs of the general staffs of other countries participating in the bloc. Until June 1966, the working agency of the NATO Military Committee was its standing group, composed of representatives of the committees of the Chiefs of Staff of the USA, Britain, and of the General Staff of the National Defense of France. In connection with the withdrawal of France from the NATO military organization, by the decision of the NATO Council, this group was abolished and its functions given to the Standing Military Committee. In September 1966, the decision of the French government was announced on recalling its representative from the NATO Military Committee and of his replacement by a liaison mission. Military leadership of the combined forces of NATO is directly accomplished by the Supreme Commands in Europe and on the Atlantic, the English Channel Zone Committee, and the Regional Strategic USA-Canada Group. The Chief Command is the European Supreme Command, to which are subordinated the basic troop contingents, units of the Navy, and the Air Force detached by the countries participating in NATO. The Supreme Commander of the Combined Armed Forces of NATO in Europe is an American general. His deputies are representatives of the armed forces of Lothar Bloc countries. The staff of the Commander-in-Chief consists of representatives of the NATO countries. A military representative of the U.S. also heads the staff. The territory encompassed by the European Command is divided into North European, Central European, South European, and Mediterranean theaters of operation. The commanders-in-chief of the armed forces at these theaters are directly subordinate to the Supreme Commander of the Combined Armed Forces of NATO. At the disposal of these commanders-in-chief are specific armed forces combined into army groups, field armies, tactical aviation commands, air armies, and naval forces. By a decision of the NATO Council adopted in Ottawa in May of 1963, nuclear forces may be included in the joint armed forces which are at the disposal of the Supreme Commander in Europe. The next in importance is the Supreme Command of the Atlantic. Editor's Note 201. The Supreme Commander of the Combined Armed Forces of NATO in this theater is also an American admiral. Only one command in the English Channel, which includes air and naval forces placed at the disposal of NATO by number of governments, is headed by a military representative of Britain. Editor's Note 202. As is apparent from the entire organization of the military and political leadership of NATO, the ruling circles of the U.S. even during peacetime secured for themselves complete supremacy in this main military grouping, having converted it into an obedient weapon. However, the withdrawal of France from the NATO military organization is testimony to the fact that among the countries who are members of this bloc, the idea of release from the dangerous dictates of the USA has begun to break through. At the same time, the tendency for closer military cooperation between the USA and the Federal Republic of Germany is becoming stronger. Editor's Note 203 is making every effort to have access to nuclear weapons and is showing particular insistence in seizing the leading posts in NATO. In the struggle for the leading position in NATO, there appear the same irreconcilable internal contradictions which were inherent in imperialist governments in past coalitions. Such as the structure of the political and military agencies of the leadership of the most important coalition of the imperialist countries, NATO. As to the structure and functions of the agencies of the higher political and military leadership of the armed forces of the most important capitalist countries, the US, Britain, France, and West Germany, at the present time, they are as follows. In the United States of America, the political and highest military power belongs to the President, who is also the Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces. The President is given considerable power in solving military problems. During war, his power is further expanded, while the influence of Congress is reduced. The highest agency for preparing and waging war which is subordinated to the President is the National Security Council. This council includes the President, Chairman, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of the Treasury, the Chief of the National Mobilization Administration, and the Chief of the Budget Bureau. The Committee of the Chiefs of Staff and its working agency, the Joint Staff, is formally a consultation and working agency of the President for developing and accomplishing strategic plans, but actually it is the highest agency of strategic leadership of the armed forces during war. The leadership of all the services of the armed forces during peacetime is done by the Secretary of Defense, who is directly subordinated to the President, and also by the Secretary of the Army, the Secretary of the Navy, and the Secretary of the Air Force. The Secretary of Defense is responsible for mobilization and strategic planning, the construction and the utilization of all the services of the armed forces, and for the direction of research projects. The Joint Staff is responsible for developing mobilization and strategic plans, their execution, and operational leadership of the combined commands of the U.S. Armed Forces in Alaska, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, Caribbean Sea, in the European Zone, the air defense of the continental U.S., and also of Special Strategic Air Force Commands, and the command of the U.S. naval forces in the eastern part of the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. In Britain, the leadership for preparing the country for war and leadership of the country and the armed forces during war are entrusted to the Cabinet of Ministers under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister. Under the Cabinet of Ministers is the Defense Committee, which determines the overall direction of the development of the armed forces of Britain, directly leads them, and also takes measures to prepare the country for war. It should also coordinate the activity of all ministries and departments with respect to the problems of the creation of the armed forces and preparation for war. The committee includes the Prime Minister, Chairman, Minister of Defense, Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, War Minister, Minister of the Air Force, First Lord of the Admiralty, Minister of Finance, and other ministers. Under the Defense Committee is the Ministry of Defense, which is concerned with problems of the structure of all the services of the armed forces as a whole, and of each service in particular, military research projects, and military production. The Committee of the Chiefs of Staff is the agency for the operational and strategic leadership of the armed forces of Britain. During peacetime, this committee works out strategic plans which are presented for consideration and approval by the Defense Committee. During wartime, it is called upon to issue specific orders in the various theaters of operation. In France, all military power is concentrated in the hands of the President, who is the supreme commander of the armed forces and also chairman of the Supreme Council and the Committee of National Defense. The General Staff of National Defense and the Ministry of the Armed Forces are subordinated to the President and the Premier. The Supreme Council of National Defense, as an advisory agency, expresses its opinion on problems pertaining to preparation of the country for war and creation of the armed forces. The committee includes the Premier, the Chief of the General Staff of National Defense, the Minister of the Armed Forces, and representatives of the services of the armed forces. The General Staff of National Defense works out plans for war and deploys the armed forces within the framework of the overall strategy, determines the prospects for further development of the armed forces, watches over the military and political situation, and informs the President, the Premier, and interested ministers concerning it. Sees that the measures to be taken by various ministries for mobilization of the economy and other resources for military needs are carried out. The Ministry of the Armed Forces is responsible for the practical realization of measures in the area of creating the armed forces, bringing them into fighting shape, and preparing and carrying out mobilization. The Hitler system of higher military control is virtually being restored in West Germany. The federal chancellor is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of West Germany during wartime. The Defense Council is the advisory agency under him. The council includes the federal chancellor, chairman, the vice-chancellor and the minister on atomic matters, deputy chairman, and the ministers of defense, foreign affairs, internal affairs, finance, and economics. The Defense Council is called upon to develop and make fundamental decisions on all important problems of the creation of the armed forces in the country, presents to the Cabinet of Ministers suggestions for the coordination of the activities of the higher civilian and military authorities in the area of military buildup and mobilization measures. The Ministry of Defense is the highest agency controlling the armed forces. It consists of three main administrations: for military questions, armaments and combat equipment, and military administration, and two lesser administrations, personnel and budget and finance. The basic agency of operational control of the armed forces is the main administration for military questions headed by a general inspector of the Bundeswehr. The administration of the armed forces, which carries out the leadership by means of the staffs of the services of the armed forces, is also subordinate to him. A military council has been set up under the general inspector of the Bundeswehr. The administration of the armed forces, which carries out the leadership by means of the staffs of the services of the armed forces, is also subordinate to him. A military council has been set up under the general inspector. On the council are the general inspector, chairman, the inspectors of the services of the armed forces, the inspector of the territorial troops, and the chief of the main administration of armaments and combat equipment. Editor's Note 204. It is apparent from what has been said that all of the most important imperialist countries are characterized by considerable centralization of governmental and military leadership during wartime, the concentration of all power in the hands of the president or prime minister, who is given unlimited authority. Under him is created a system of governmental agencies having primarily consultative and advisory functions. Such a system of higher governmental and military leadership can easily be used by the most militant imperialist circles for unleashing war without consulting their parliaments, thus ignoring public opinion. Structure and functions of the higher agencies of leadership of the Soviet armed forces during the years of the Civil War, during the period of peaceful construction, and during the Great Patriotic War. Origin and organization of the agencies of military leadership during the years of the Civil War. The agencies directing the armed forces of the Soviet Union originated together with the creation of a new army, an army or workers and peasants, under severe conditions of economic ruin and incredible fatigue of the masses from the imperialist war, and under conditions of counter-revolutionary rebellions and military intervention, as well as demobilization of the old army. Demobilization of the army and navy was accompanied by breakup of the old and creation of a new apparatus of military control. These radical changes began with the first days of the Socialist Revolution. On October 26, November 8, 1917, the decree of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets created a committee for military and naval affairs. It was entrusted with control of the military and naval ministries. Simultaneously with the creation of this committee by a special decree of the Congress of Soviets to all armies, it was proposed to create provisional revolutionary committees, which were entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining revolutionary order and solidarity of the front. In December of the same year, the Committee for Military and Naval Affairs was changed to the Collegium of People's Commissars for Military Affairs. The apparatus of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs gradually began to build around the Collegium. Many administrations and departments of the former War Ministry were abolished, as demobilization of the old army proceeded, and those administrations and departments which were used for forming the Red Army were radically changed. By a decree of the Council of People's Commissars dated January 15, 28, 1918, concerning the creation of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, the supreme directing agency of the army was declared to be the Council of People's Commissars headed by V.I. Lenin. Direct leadership and control of the army were concentrated in the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs in the All-Russian Collegium for the formation of the Red Army created under it. The All-Russian Collegium was responsible for coordination of the activity of local organizations for the formation of the army, for taking into account the newly formed units, leadership of the formation and training, arming and supplying the army, development of new regulations, and also the drawing up of military plans, the solution of various operational problems and problems of troop disposition. However, the All-Russian Collegium could not rapidly develop a sufficiently strong apparatus which would ensure organization of the work for the creation of the Red Army for all of Russia. Therefore, the enormous work of creating the Red Army fell mainly on the councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. In conformity with the instructions worked out by the All-Russian Collegium, the creation of the Red Army and its control was subordinated to local district, provincial, and regional councils, and to army and corps committees in the army. All detachments of the Red Army in the provinces were created by decree of the regional councils in coordination with the local councils, and were under their complete direction and depended upon them for provisions. Under each of the councils, ranging from those of the small rural districts to the provincial councils, military departments were created, and under the Army and Corps Committee military staffs were created for the purpose of organizing the Red Army. The military departments of the councils included representatives of the councils and military staffs. The military staffs consisted of the representatives of the Army and Corps Committees. Such a structure of the leadership of the Army from the very beginning of its creation on voluntary principles most completely corresponded to the conditions of that time, when it was extremely important not only to do away with the old army and its apparatus, but to keep the front from complete collapse, to bring the masses of workers, including the soldiers of the old army, closer to the Communist Party, and to rouse them to the defense of the October conquests. Therefore, such extensive power in creating the Red Army was given to the councils as the most massive organization of the working classes. This structure of the leadership of the army was due to the fact that the young Soviet Republic began its construction with the almost complete absence of experienced military leaders. The command staff in the army was elected. The mutual relations between the military services were regulated by general meetings of soldiers and elective organizations. Of course, as a result of all this, the principles of successive centralization in the leadership and control of the army could not be completely observed. Certain local councils reserved the detachments of the Red Army for the needs of their districts or provinces, and only after repeated demands placed them at the disposal of the higher agencies. The leadership of the Navy was originally accomplished by the Naval Collegium elected from delegates of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Then, in November 1917, the Supreme Naval Collegium was formed and headed the work of the Navy Department. In February 1918, the People's Commissariat for Naval Affairs was established. The Supreme Naval Collegium was renamed the Collegium of the People's Commissariat for Naval Affairs. The original leadership of the Air Fleet was accomplished by the Bureau of Commissars created in October 1917. In December of the same year, the All-Russian Aviation Collegium was established and was responsible for the problems of the formation of the aviation and balloon units, their control, assembly, and maintenance of aviation equipment, and also the selection of cadres. At the beginning of March 1918, the Supreme Military Council, consisting of 3 persons, a military director and 2 political commissars, was created by decree of the Council of People's Commissars to supervise all military operations of the Red Army. At first, the most important function of the Supreme Military Council was the organization of operational formations, so-called screening detachments, along the line of demarcation established by the Treaty of Brest, which separated the Soviet Republic from the regions occupied by the German bandits. Later, the staff and tasks of the Supreme Military Council were considerably expanded. From April 1918, the staff of the Supreme Military Council included the People's Commissars on Military and Naval Affairs, a member of the Collegium of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs, and also specialists of military and naval affairs. The People's Commissar on Military Affairs was chairman of the council. The Supreme Military Council fulfilled the functions of the Supreme Command of the Armed Forces and was directly subordinated to the Council of People's Commissars. In May 1918, the All-Russian Collegium for the formation of the Red Army and certain other agencies were replaced by the All-Russian Supreme Staff, which included the administration for the organization of the Army, the operational administration, the administration of military communications, and the administration for the commanding personnel of the Army. During the same month, the All-Russian Air Force Collegium was replaced by the main administration of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Fleet. The supply agencies were also reorganized. The activities of the All-Russian Supreme Staff and the Central Supply Administration were combined into the Collegium of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. At the head of the All-Russian Supreme Staff, in each of the administrations of the War Department, were councils composed of a director and 2 military commissars. The method of filling command offices was also set in order. The elections of officers were abolished by the decree of the V.D.Sokolovskiy of April 22, 1919. The command personnel, starting from commanders of individual units and higher, were appointed by the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs with the consent of the Supreme Military Council. Organization of the troops and the administrative agencies was also improved in order to repulse the counter-revolution and the foreign interventionists who in the spring and summer of 1918 unfolded active military operations in the north, on the Eastern Front, in the region of Tsaritsin, and in the North Caucasus. In June 1918, all Soviet troops operating against the interventionists and White Guardists in the region of the Volga, the Urals, and in Siberia as individual detachments were subordinated to a single command of the Eastern Front headed by the Revolutionary Military Council of the Front. All detachments were brought together into regular military units. For example, 5 armies were created on this front. The agencies controlling the troops which were defending Tsaritsin and were active in the North Caucasus were also radically reorganized. The Military Council of the North Caucasus Military District was created in the second half of June. The Southern Screening Force was created in August to defend the line of demarcation from violation by the Germans occupying the Ukraine and to combat the counter-revolutionary formations of General Krasnov, while the Northeastern Screening Force was created to combat the interventionists and White Guardists in the north. These screening forces were also headed by revolutionary military councils. However, in August 1918, it became evident that leadership of the fronts and the screening forces was not unified. For example, the Supreme Military Council, being occupied with the screening forces, lost sight of the other fronts and mainly the Eastern Front. Leadership of operations against the Czechoslovakians in the east and against the White Guardists in the southeast was accomplished by the operational department of the Moscow District Military Commissariat. The operational administration of the All-Russian Supreme Staff also attempted to perform operational leadership. The interrelationships between these agencies were not determined. All this introduced confusion into the leadership of the troops and weakened the defense of the Republic. Urgent measures were needed to liquidate the shortcomings and to create a unified center of leadership of the military action of the Red Army. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, RVSR, was established as the highest command agency of the Red Army on September 2, 1918, by a special decree of the V.D.Sokolovskiy, which declared the country to be an armed camp. Due to the centralization of the command of the army in the hands of the RVSR, the Supreme Staff also attempted to perform operational leadership. The interrelationships between these agencies were not determined. All this introduced confusion into the leadership of the troops and weakened the defense of the Republic. Urgent measures were needed to liquidate the shortcomings and to create a unified center of leadership of the military action of the Red Army. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, RVSR, was established as the highest command agency of the army in the hands of the RVSR. The Supreme Military Council was abolished. The Revolutionary Military Council was also entrusted with the functions and rights of the Collegium of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs, whose members became part of the staff of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic. The chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. Established together with the creation of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was the post of Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces, who headed all ground and naval forces, making up the field forces. The post of Commander of Naval Forces was established for operational leadership of the fleets and flotillas and was made subordinate to the Commander-in-Chief. The Naval Staff was formed at the same time. For leadership of military operations of the field forces, the Field Staff of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was established, while a Field Aviation and Aeronautical Administration was created under the Field Staff of the RSVR to control the actions of the Air Force. Along with the Field Staff, the All-Russian Supreme Staff was retained and was entrusted with the execution of all orders of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic concerning the defense of the country, recruitment, distribution of troops, combat training of the army, the creation of new formations, and equipment for living for servicemen. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, as well as all other departments and establishments, worked on the basis of the orders of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. In a special decree of the Central Committee of the Party published in December 1918, concerning the policy of the War Department, it was indicated that the policy of the War Department, as well as all other departments and establishments, is to be carried out on the precise basis of general directives issued by the party in the person of its Central Committee and under its direct control. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was a collegial agency of leadership, and complete military power belonged only to it. The commander-in-chief was given free rein in solving operational and strategic problems only within the limits of the directives of the higher agencies of the Communist Party and the Soviet government. However, the commander-in-chief was accountable to the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic of which he was a member. All orders of the commander-in-chief had to be countersigned by one of the members of the Revolutionary Military Council, without which they were not valid. The same principle of collective leadership underlay the command of the troops on the front, the organization of which continued. A commander, a military specialist, and 2 military commissars participated in the Revolutionary Military Councils of the Northern, Southern, and Caspian Caucasian fronts, which were created in the fall and winter of 1918. The Revolutionary Military Councils of the armies were the same. All orders of the commanders of the front troops and of the armies had to be countersigned by one of the members of the Revolutionary Military Council. The development of armed intervention by international imperialism against the Soviet Republic demanded the most efficient unification of the activity of all agencies of the Soviet government under the leadership of a single agency and the subordination of its activity to the problems of defending the country. For this purpose, the decree of the V.D.Sokolovskiy of November 1918 established the Council of Workers' and Peasants' Defense under the chairmanship of V.I. Lenin. The creation of this higher organ of leadership of the country and the armed forces achieved a more complete and purposeful mobilization of all resources and efforts of the country for the successful crushing of internal and external counter-revolutions, and also a unification of the political, economic, and military leaderships. The Council of Defense was the highest organ directing the defense of the country. It had complete power in directing the armed struggle on the fronts and the entire activity of the People's Commissariats and departments for the mobilization of all industrial and transportation resources in the rear. The most important fields of activity of the Council of Defense were food provisioning, mobilization of transport, of industry, of fuel resources, and the organization of military supplies. The Council of Defense directed the entire military economy of the Republic. The activity of the Revolutionary Military Council and other military agencies was placed under its control. The Council of Defense carried out all its work through its members, who, being directors of the most important departments in the country, bore the responsibility for fulfilling the resolutions of the Council of Defense, each with respect to his own department. The Council of Defense did not have its own apparatus, and in all its activities it depended on the apparatus of the Council of People's Commissars and appropriate departments. To realize the most important problems associated with defense of the Republic, special commissions were created, while authorized agents of the Council of Defense were sent out to solve urgent problems on the local level. Therefore, by the end of 1918, a harmonious structure of the centralized leadership of the armed forces was built from top to bottom based on the principle of collective leadership, in conjunction with personal responsibility of each of the leaders. The most important feature of this structure was the undivided authority and leading position of the Communist Party in all agencies and units of leadership of the armed forces. The highest expression of the undivided authority and guiding role of the Communist Party was that all of the most important problems of military policy, the creation of the armed forces, and their strategic utilization were solved only by decree of the Central Committee of the Party. The direct authority and leadership of the Communist Party in the entire complex organization of the army from the bottom up was carried out through military commissars and political agencies, which depended in their work on party cells. The Central Committee of the Party and the Soviet government constantly analyzed the military situation, determined which of the fronts was the main one during each stage of the war, and developed strategic plans for crushing the enemy, being concerned at the same time with the organization of work in the rear areas, in order to supply the front. The system of leadership of the armed forces, which was set by the fall of 1918, existed during the entire Civil War with only minor changes. The most important of these changes was that of transforming the Council of Workers and Peasants' Defense into the Council of Labor and Defense. This transformation was caused by the fact that after the defeat of the second campaign of the Entente, a pause ensued during the Civil War. Certain armies were made into labor armies in order to restore the national economy. The Council of Workers and Peasants' Defense expanded its economic functions, and by a decree of the Council of People's Commissars dated April 16, 1920, was transformed into a special commission under the Council of People's Commissars and receives the name Council of Labor and Defense, STO. The tasks of the Council of Labor and Defense included the correlation and intensification of the activity of all the People's Commissariats and departments in the area of construction and defense of the country. Agencies of military leadership during the period of peaceful construction after the Civil War. After the end of the Civil War, the agencies of military leadership during the entire period of peaceful construction underwent certain changes in conformity with the changes occurring in the economic, political, and cultural development of the country, in the structure of the armed forces, and in the opinions concerning the nature of a future war. Special Decree of the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs of the USSR published in November 1923, the tasks and functions of the military department were generalized, and the structure of the central agencies of the military administration was refined. According to this decree, the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs was responsible for developing and realizing plans and measures for the ground and naval defense of the USSR, the organization of groups and naval armed forces, including territorial troops and their leadership, the maintenance of the armed forces in constant preparedness, leadership of the agencies of local, military and naval administrations, formation, recruitment, and training of units of the RKK*, political education of the servicemen, provision of the Army and Navy with all types of allowances and material equipment, registration and drafting into military service of the population, training of the cadres of command and high command personnel, and the solution of many other problems. Orders of the People's Commissar, or his deputy command, to the entire People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs were issued as orders of the Revolutionary Military Council of the USSR, which was the collegium of the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs. In addition to the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, who was the chairman, the Revolutionary Military Council included the deputy of the People's Commissar, who was the deputy chairman, the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, and members appointed by the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces was the chief of all ground and naval forces. He had independent authority in all problems of an operational and strategic nature within the limits of the directives of the higher agencies of power, which were received through the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs or through the Revolutionary Military Council of the USSR. The staff of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army was occupied with solving problems concerning the defense of the country, organization of recruitment and distribution of troops, their combat training, equipment, and daily life, mobilization of the armed forces and military registration of the population, as well as many other problems. The concept of central controlling agencies legally reinforced that organization and those functions which had taken form by the closing period of the Civil War. However, certain of them under peacetime conditions lost their significance, and certain ones had to change their functions and methods of work. For example, the need for the post of Supreme Commander was passed, since his functions during peacetime were very indefinite and duplicated the work of other agencies. It was also necessary to reorganize the staff of the RKK, which did not provide a sufficiently successful solution of the problems entrusted to it, since, together with the problem of the defense of the state as a whole, it was also occupied with the problems of the organization of military training of the army in the daily life of the troops. However, in August 1918, it became evident that leadership of the fronts and the screening forces was not unified. For example, the Supreme Military Council, being occupied with the screening forces, lost sight of the other fronts and mainly the Eastern Front. Leadership of operations against the Czechoslovakians in the east and against the White Guardists in the southeast was accomplished by the operational department of the Moscow District Military Commissariat. The operational administration of the All-Russian Supreme Staff also attempted to perform operational leadership. The interrelationships between these agencies were not determined. All this introduced confusion into the leadership of the troops and weakened the defense of the Republic. Urgent measures were needed to liquidate the shortcomings and to create a unified center of leadership of the military action of the Red Army. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, RVSR, was established as the highest command agency of the Red Army on September 2, 1918, by a special decree of the V.D.Sokolovskiy, which declared the country to be an armed camp. Due to the centralization of the command of the army in the hands of the RVSR, the Supreme Staff also attempted to perform operational leadership. The interrelationships between these agencies were not determined. All this introduced confusion into the leadership of the troops and weakened the defense of the Republic. Urgent measures were needed to liquidate the shortcomings and to create a unified center of leadership of the military action of the Red Army. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, RVSR, was established as the highest command agency of the army in the hands of the RVSR. The Supreme Military Council was abolished. The Revolutionary Military Council was also entrusted with the functions and rights of the Collegium of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs, whose members became part of the staff of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic. The chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. Established together with the creation of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was the post of Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces, who headed all ground and naval forces, making up the field forces. The post of Commander of Naval Forces was established for operational leadership of the fleets and flotillas and was made subordinate to the Commander-in-Chief. The Naval Staff was formed at the same time. For leadership of military operations of the field forces, the Field Staff of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was established, while a Field Aviation and Aeronautical Administration was created under the Field Staff of the RSVR to control the actions of the Air Force. Along with the Field Staff, the All-Russian Supreme Staff was retained and was entrusted with the execution of all orders of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic concerning the defense of the country, recruitment, distribution of troops, combat training of the Army, the creation of new formations, and equipment for living for servicemen. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, as well as all other departments and establishments, worked on the basis of the orders of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. In a special decree of the Central Committee of the Party published in December 1918, concerning the policy of the War Department, it was indicated that the policy of the War Department, as well as all other departments and establishments, is to be carried out on the precise basis of general directives issued by the party in the person of its Central Committee and under its direct control. The Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was a collegial agency of leadership, and complete military power belonged only to it. The Commander-in-Chief was given free rein in solving operational and strategic problems only within the limits of the directives of the higher agencies of the Communist Party and the Soviet government. However, the Commander-in-Chief was accountable to the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic of which he was a member. All orders of the Commander-in-Chief had to be countersigned by one of the members of the Revolutionary Military Council, without which they were not valid. The same principle of collective leadership underlay the command of the troops on the front, the organization of which continued. A commander, a military specialist, and 2 military commissars participated in the Revolutionary Military Councils of the Northern, Southern, and Caspian Caucasian fronts, which were created in the fall and winter of 1918. The Revolutionary Military Councils of the armies were the same. All orders of the commanders of the front troops and of the armies had to be countersigned by one of the members of the Revolutionary Military Council. The development of armed intervention by international imperialism against the Soviet Republic demanded the most efficient unification of the activity of all agencies of the Soviet government under the leadership of a single agency and the subordination of its activity to the problems of defending the country. For this purpose, the decree of the V.D.Sokolovskiy of November 1918 established the Council of Workers' and Peasants' Defense under the chairmanship of V.I. Lenin. The creation of this higher organ of leadership of the country and the armed forces achieved a more complete and purposeful mobilization of all resources and efforts of the country for the successful crushing of internal and external counter-revolutions, and also a unification of the political, economic, and military leaderships. The Council of Defense was the highest organ directing the defense of the country. It had complete power in directing the armed struggle on the fronts and the entire activity of the people's commissariats and departments for the mobilization of all industrial and transportation resources in the rear. The most important fields of activity of the Council of Defense were food provisioning, mobilization of transport, of industry, of fuel resources, and the organization of military supplies. The Council of Defense directed the entire military economy of the Republic. The activity of the Revolutionary Military Council and other military agencies was placed under its control. The Council of Defense carried out all its work through its members, who, being directors of the most important departments in the country, bore the responsibility for fulfilling the resolutions of the Council of Defense, each with respect to his own department. The Council of Defense did not have its own apparatus, and in all its activities it depended on the apparatus of the Council of People's Commissars and appropriate departments. To realize the most important problems associated with defense of the Republic, special commissions were created, while authorized agents of the Council of Defense were sent out to solve urgent problems on the local level. Therefore, by the end of 1918, a harmonious structure of the centralized leadership of the armed forces was built from top to bottom based on the principle of collective leadership, in conjunction with personal responsibility of each of the leaders. The most important feature of this structure was the undivided authority and leading position of the Communist Party in all agencies and units of leadership of the armed forces. The highest expression of the undivided authority and guiding role of the Communist Party was that all of the most important problems of military policy, the creation of the armed forces, and their strategic utilization were solved only by decree of the Central Committee of the party. The direct authority and leadership of the Communist Party in the entire complex organization of the army from the bottom up was carried out through military commissars and political agencies, which depended in their work on party cells. The Central Committee of the party and the Soviet government constantly analyzed the military situation, determined which of the fronts was the main one during each stage of the war, and developed strategic plans for crushing the enemy, being concerned at the same time with the organization of work in the rear areas in order to supply the front. The system of leadership of the armed forces, which was set by the fall of 1918, existed during the entire Civil War with only minor changes. The most important of these changes was that of transforming the Council of Workers and Peasants' Defense into the Council of Labor and Defense. This transformation was caused by the fact that after the defeat of the second campaign of the Entente, a pause ensued during the Civil War. Certain armies were made into labor armies in order to restore the national economy. The Council of Workers and Peasants' Defense expanded its economic functions, and by a decree of the Council of People's Commissars dated April 16, 1920, was transformed into a special commission under the Council of People's Commissars and receives the name Council of Labor and Defense, STO. The tasks of the Council of Labor and Defense included the correlation and intensification of the activity of all the people's commissariats and departments in the area of construction and defense of the country. Agencies of military leadership during the period of peaceful construction after the Civil War. After the end of the Civil War, the agencies of military leadership during the entire period of peaceful construction underwent certain changes in conformity with the changes occurring in the economic, political, and cultural development of the country, in the structure of the armed forces, and in the opinions concerning the nature of a future war. Special Decree of the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs of the USSR published in November 1923, the tasks and functions of the military department were generalized, and the structure of the central agencies of the military administration was refined. According to this decree, the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs was responsible for developing and realizing plans and measures for the ground and naval defense of the USSR, the organization of groups and naval armed forces, including territorial troops and their leadership, the maintenance of the armed forces in constant preparedness, leadership of the agencies of local, military and naval administrations, formation, recruitment, and training of units of the RKKA*, political education of the servicemen, provision of the Army and Navy with all types of allowances and material equipment, registration and drafting into military service of the population, training of the cadres of command and high command personnel, and the solution of many other problems. Orders of the People's Commissar, or his deputy command, to the entire People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs were issued as orders of the Revolutionary Military Council of the USSR, which was the collegium of the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs. In addition to the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, who was the chairman, the Revolutionary Military Council included the deputy of the People's Commissar, who was the deputy chairman, the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, and members appointed by the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces was the Chief of all ground and naval forces. He had independent authority in all problems of an operational and strategic nature within the limits of the directives of the higher agencies of power, which were received through the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs or through the Revolutionary Military Council of the USSR. The staff of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army was occupied with solving problems concerning the defense of the country, organization of recruitment and distribution of troops, their combat training, equipment, and daily life, mobilization of the armed forces and military registration of the population, as well as many other problems. The concept of central controlling agencies legally reinforced that organization and those functions which had taken form by the closing period of the Civil War. However, certain of them under peacetime conditions lost their significance, and certain ones had to change their functions and methods of work. For example, the need for the post of Supreme Commander was passed, since his functions during peacetime were very indefinite and duplicated the work of other agencies. It was also necessary to reorganize the staff of the RKK, which did not provide a sufficiently successful solution of the problems entrusted to it, since, together with the problem of the defense of the state as a whole, it was also occupied with the problems of the organization of military training of the army in the daily life of the troops. All this demanded the reorganization of administrative agencies, which was accomplished on the initiative and under the direction of the Communist Party while carrying out the military reform of 1924 to 1925. The post of Supreme Commander was eliminated as a result of the reorganization of the control agencies, and the structure of the staff of the Red Army was put into order. The main functions of preparation of the country and the armed forces for war were concentrated in the staff of the RKK. It dealt with general problems of training all services of the armed forces, the Army, Navy, and Air Force. All agencies which fulfilled to some extent these functions and other administrations, such as the administration of naval forces and the administration of the air forces, were transferred to the staff of the RKK, and those of them which were not directly associated with performing these functions were excluded from the makeup of the staff. Leadership of combat training and inspection, recruitment of the Army personnel, equipment and servicing of the troops, and also the daily life of the Army was concentrated in the main administration of the RKK. The supply administration of the RKK was given the job of supplying all types of provisions, except special ones, to the armed forces. The administrations of the naval and the air forces were left only with the organization of a special service to be performed by the personnel of these branches of the armed forces, their special and combat training, and special supplies. Thus, the structure of the central agencies was considerably simplified, their functions were more clearly defined, and the apparatus was reduced both with respect to the number of administrations and departments and with respect to the number of personnel. The continued strengthening of the power of the armed forces, the growth of their technical equipment on the basis of the industrialization of the country, and the development of aviation, the Navy, and armored troops made it necessary to further improve the agencies of military leadership. In accordance with the decisions of the 17th Party Congress on establishing strict one-man command, on strengthening the personal responsibility of leaders, and on the abolition of collegiality in the military commissariats, in June 1934, by decree of the Central Executive Committee USSR, the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was abolished. By the same decree, the People's Commissariat for Military and Naval Affairs was renamed the People's Commissariat of Defense USSR. The Commissariat of Defense was entrusted with the functions of the leadership of all services of the armed forces, branches, and special troops, and also of local agencies of military control, military commissariats. New administrations of national air defense and of armor were created under the Commissariat of Defense. Under the People's Commissariat of Defense, in the capacity of a consultative organ, there was created a military council, the regulations on which were approved in November 1934. Simultaneously with this, the military councils of the districts, fleets, and armies were abolished. In connection with the enhancement of the role of the staff of the RKK, as the main agency of the People's Commissariat of Defense, it was renamed the General Staff by decree of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR in September 1935. The General Staff was entrusted with developing plans for the operational and strategic utilization of all services of the armed forces for defense of the country, their thorough provisioning, the preparation of the theaters of operation, mobilization deployment, and also the drafting of industrial orders, the creation of mobilization reserves, and the fulfillment of many other measures concerned with increasing the defense capabilities of the country as a whole. In order to further strengthen the seacoasts of the Soviet Union, the TSIK and SNK* of the USSR on December 30, 1937, adopted a resolution to create the People's Commissariat of the Navy, which was to develop plans for the construction, armament, and recruitment of naval forces, to direct their combat and political training, to organize air defense in the naval theaters of the country, to prepare cadres, and to prepare naval regulations. The intensification of international tension plus the increased threat of war brought about a number of new measures aimed at strengthening the nation's defensive capability and the organs of administration of the armed forces. By decree of the TSIK and the SNK USSR on May 10, 1937, military councils composed of a commander and 2 members of the military council were introduced in the military districts, fleets, and armies. The military council was the highest organ of administration. It had complete responsibility for the morale-political condition of the troops, as well as for their constant combat and mobilization preparedness. In 1938, in keeping with a decree of the government and of the Central Committee of the Party on the creation of collegiums under the People's Commissariats, the main military council of the Red Army and the main military council of the Navy were created. In connection with the setting up of the main military council of the Red Army, the role of the military council, which was set up under the People's Commissariat of Defense in 1934, was gradually decreased, and it was abolished. The main military councils examined the basic problems of the structure of the Army and Navy and directed all of their activity into the thorough preparation of the Army and Navy for the impending war. Thus, for example, at the expanded conference of the main military council of the Red Army held by decree of the Central Committee VKP-B in April 1940, the lessons of the war with Finland were discussed. As a result of their discussion, the decree concerning measures to be taken for military training, organization, and equipment of the troops of the Red Army on the basis of the experience of the war in Finland and military experience of recent years was issued. This decree introduced serious changes into the nature and methods of training, administration, and organization of troops. Many administrations of the People's Commissariat for Defense were reorganized. Certain of them, including the Administration of National Air Defense, were changed to main administrations. The formation of the Administration of Airborne Troops began on the eve of the war. The main military council also made recommendations for the elimination of obsolete models of military equipment and for measures to be taken for developing new types of weapons, especially for improving aircraft and armored equipment, as well as communication facilities. The resolutions of the main military council were carried out by the People's Commissariat for Defense and other People's Commissariats. However, by the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, there were still some things that had yet to be accomplished. For example, the High Command had still not been created. There were serious gaps in solving the problems of the organization of communications between the General Staff and the front. It was considered disadvantageous to have the communications units of the RVGK provide communication with the front. It was proposed that this communication be accomplished during war by means of lines and communication centers of the People's Commissariat of Communications. All these and other shortcomings made it necessary to carry out additional measures for the further improvement of the agencies of military leadership, measures which had to be carried out during the course of the war. Agencies of military control during the years of the Great Patriotic War. From the very first days of the Great Patriotic War, the Central Committee of the Party and the Soviet government took a number of measures to convert the country into a unified armed camp. Military problems from then on took precedence over all other problems. The activity of all agencies of the government was put on a war footing in order to render all-out aid to the front. The entire rear area of the country stood at the service of defense. All activity of the Communist Party and of all agencies of the government was permeated with the spirit of iron discipline and the strictest centralization. A state of war was declared in the European part of the country by decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Council of the USSR on June 22, 1941. On the following day, by decree of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the Soviet government, Stavka of the High Command under the chairmanship of the People's Commissar of Defense was created to direct the military operations of the Red Army and Navy. In order to mobilize rapidly all forces of the country to repulse the enemy, a joint decree of the Central Committee of the Party, the Supreme Soviet, and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR on June 30, 1941, created the State Committee of Defense under the chairmanship of I.V. Stalin, in whose hands all state power was concentrated and by whom the military, political, and economic leadership of the country was united. The State Committee of Defense was organized after the example of the Council of Workers and Peasants' Defense of the Civil War period. As in the case of this council, the State Committee of Defense was the highest agency of leadership of the country and the armed forces. The Peasants' Defense was fully utilized by the State Committee of Defense. In order to direct the reorganization of the national economy on a war footing, representatives of the State Committee of Defense, People's Commissars, their deputies, and the directors of central boards were sent into the deep rear areas of the country. They did enormous work on the mobilization of all forces of the Soviet people in order to repulse the enemy and ensure his defeat. The creation of the State Committee of Defense made it possible to coordinate more efficiently the activity of the Council of People's Commissars, all Union and Union Republic People's Commissariats, as well as all local agencies of Soviet power, in conformity with the general directions of the Central Committee of the Party. The economic, moral, and political and military potentialities of the country were systematically and thoroughly utilized in order to achieve victory. Duplication in the work of certain agencies dealing with problems of defense before the war was also eliminated. Having complete state and military power at its disposal, the State Committee of Defense rapidly and decisively mobilized all forces of the nation for the creation of a well-coordinated and rapidly growing military economy. During the first days of the war, an energetic reorganization of the work of industry, transportation, and agriculture was begun, in order to adapt them to wartime conditions. The organization of war production was also begun. New People's Commissariats, administrations, committees, and councils, all Union People's Commissariats of the tank industry, munitions, armaments, and mortar arms were created. Main administrations of military industrial construction and material reserves. A committee for the registration and distribution of the working force, evacuation council, and other agencies. A considerable place in the work of the State Committee of Defense was occupied by solution of the problems concerning the redistribution of the population in the national economy, training of a qualified working force, securing cadres for the most important branches of industry, and, what was especially important during the entire war, the apportionment of the necessary contingents for the armed forces. Particular attention in the work of the State Committee of Defense was devoted to the inculcation into the consciousness of the Soviet people of the enormous danger hanging over our homeland, the need to rid themselves of peaceful sentiments, and to direct full attention to the solution of military problems, to the maintenance of high patriotic spirit in the Soviet people, to increasing the productivity of labor in all branches of the national economy, and to instilling a burning hatred of the enemy. While fulfilling the tasks presented by the State Committee of Defense, the Soviet people in a short time achieved outstanding successes in the mass production of such types of armament as airplanes, tanks, anti-tank, anti-aircraft, and heavy artillery, and also in the production of munitions, clothing, foodstuffs, and in their timely delivery to the front. The State Committee of Defense attached exceptional importance to the problems of the development of war material. In this activity, the State Committee of Defense started from the dialectical concept that the means of armed combat continuously develop, thus introducing important changes into the methods of its conduct. Therefore, the State Committee of Defense and the High Command, by studying the potentials of the enemy, were indefatigably concerned with the organization, production, and introduction into the armed forces of the latest models of weapons, the search for the latest methods of waging war, and the organizational structure of each corresponding service of the armed forces and branch. During the war, the organization of the agencies of strategic leadership of the armed forces was improved, and the most suitable forms and methods of ensuring this leadership were sought. As was already noted, the strategic leadership of the armed forces from the beginning of the war was accomplished by the Stavka of the High Command. However, the experience of the first weeks of the war showed that with a rapidly changing strategic situation and a frequent disruption of communications between the general staff and the fighting fronts and armies, the Stavka could not cope with problems of the direct leadership of troops. Therefore, by decree of the State Committee of Defense of July 10, 1941, The main commands coordinated the operations of several fronts, solving the overall strategic task for a given area. By this same decree of the State Committee of Defense, the Stavka of the High Command was changed to the Stavka of the Supreme Command under the leadership of the chairman of the State Committee of Defense, who was appointed by the People's Commissar of Defense, and in August by the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Soviet Union. Then, the Stavka of the Supreme Command was renamed the Stavka of the Supreme High Command. Certain members of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the Party, the Chief of the General Staff, and individuals of the higher command personnel made up the Stavka. During the entire Great Patriotic War, Stavka was the highest agency of strategic leadership of the armed forces. It was a collective agency. All of the most important decisions were made after discussion by the Stavka with participation of the front commands, the commanders-in-chief of the services of the armed forces, and commanders of branches, as well as other interested persons. The main commands of sectors, created in July 1941, lost their importance upon stabilization of the front of the armed conflict and improvement of the operation of the front staffs, and after a certain time were done away with. The Stavka was again entrusted with the direct leadership of all active fronts and individual armies. However, it is necessary to point out that at the closing stage of the war, a high command of the troops in the Far East was created to lead the armed forces in the war against Japan. The fronts, Navy, and Air Force were subordinated to it. This was explained by the remoteness of the theater of operations and by the fact that it had a completely independent strategic importance. The Stavka of the Supreme High Command had direct liaison with the Commander-in-Chief of the Far Eastern Troops and the commanders of the fronts and the Navy and controlled the course of operations. The High Command was given complete authority and had the needed forces, reserves, and all means at its disposal for the successful fulfillment of the missions assigned it. Therefore, the basic system of leadership, which proved itself during the war years, was the Stavka of the Supreme High Command front, that is, the direct leadership of the fronts by the Stavka. The Stavka laid down the tasks for the fronts, was concerned with their thorough provisioning, and monitored the fulfillment of the tasks. This made it possible for the Stavka to follow operationally and continuously the development of military actions, to reinforce the front units with its reserves at an opportune time, and to restore their cooperation in case of disruption, and also to spearhead the main forces of the fronts or front, and to lay down additional or new tasks. Along with the creation of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command, there was a reorganization of the People's Commissariat of Defense of the USSR, as a result of which the functions of each of its agencies were defined, which improved the effectiveness of the leadership of the armed forces and improved its supply system. The General Staff, which was the most important agency of the People's Commissariat of Defense and had become the main working agency of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command, was reorganized. The General Staff was entrusted with developing plans for strategic operations, their thorough provisioning and control over their fulfillment, the solutions of the problems concerning the organization of operational and strategic transport, and many other problems concerning the direct control and coordination of the military activity of all services of the armed forces on numerous fronts. The General Staff also had to study and generalize the experience of war. The main administration of newly activated units, upper form, was created during the reorganization of the People's Commissariat of Defense. It was responsible for the leadership of and control over newly activated reserve units, except the Air Force, artillery, and armored, training of draft reinforcements, leadership of the supply and instruction units. Formation of units of the Air Force, artillery, and armored troops was done by the appropriate administrations in the apparatus of the commanders-in-chief of the services of the armed forces and the commanders of branches. When creating the upper form, the positive experience of the All-Russian Supreme Staff, which was occupied with problems associated with new formations during the years of the Civil War, was taken into account. With the organization of the upper form, which produced trained formations for the disposal of the Stavka for their use on the front during the Great Patriotic War, the General Staff was relieved of the extremely complex functions of activating new units and instructing reserves, leadership of internal military districts, etc., so that all its attention could be concentrated on directing the front forces. To coordinate the operation of the rear areas of the armed forces, the post of Chief of the Rear of the Red Army was established and was directly subordinated to the Stavka. A central staff of the partisan movement was also created under the Stavka. The fronts, organized at the beginning of the war from border military districts, were operational and strategic units of the armed forces. As during the Civil War, military councils headed the fronts. They, too, were collective agencies controlling all troops subordinated to them. Following the example of the times of the Civil War, they were entrusted with all functions of agencies of state power in the area of defense, social order, and state security in localities, as directed in the decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. The staffs of the fronts were agencies which accomplished the development, planning, preparation, and provisioning of the operations. Thus, the experience of the Civil War was to a considerable extent used in the creation of the agencies of military leadership and in their activity during the Great Patriotic War, although this was not a simple repetition of the past. For example, the magnificent conquests which were achieved by the Soviet people in the building of socialism fostered the successful activity of the State Committee of Defense. The Soviet Union was transformed from a weakly developed agrarian country into a powerful industrial state with a strong rear area and a monolithic character of the entire multinational Soviet nation. In all its activity, the State Committee of Defense depended on the advantages of the socialist economic system, which made it possible to concentrate rapidly all material and moral forces of the Soviet Union for the victorious conduct and completion of the war. The Stavka of the Supreme High Command was a collective agency of military leadership. It differed fundamentally from the Revolutionary Military Council with respect to its organization. As was already indicated, the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council was the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, while the Supreme Commander-in-Chief was a member of the Revolutionary Military Council. Their decisions were controlled by the Revolutionary Military Council. The Stavka of the Supreme High Command was organized completely differently during the Great Patriotic War. The combination of the post of leader of the party and head of the government, chairman of the State Committee of Defense, chairman of the Stavka, of the People's Commissar of Defense, and of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief provided unity of leadership of the armed forces to the highest degree in a political, economic, and military respect. Such an organization of the Stavka meant a further centralization of leadership and a merger of the overall leadership of the country with the strategic leadership of the armed forces. In this new centralization of political, economic, and military leadership, the unity of policy and strategy, as well as the incredibly increased effect of the economy on strategy, found its even more perfected expression. Methods of strategic leadership based on the experience of the Great Patriotic War. As was already pointed out, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command was a collegial agency of the strategic leadership of the armed forces, and the most important strategic decisions were made by it after discussion. The decision made by the Stavka reached the commanders of the front groups, fleets, and flotillas in the form of directives of the Supreme High Command. The directives usually indicated the purpose of the operation, the forces enlisted to carry it out, the direction of concentration of the main forces, main attack, as well as the time for presenting a plan of operations to the Stavka and the time for preparing the operation or the order in which directions concerning its start are to be given. In developing the directives of the Stavka, the staff of the front obtained special instructions from the General Staff, branch commanders, and service chiefs. The most important instructions were given by the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, personally to commanders of field forces, by summoning them to the Stavka or by sending out representatives of the Stavka to the fronts. Particular missions were set up by short orders sent in the name of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief by the Chief of the General Staff. The same practice was used when the Stavka required reports on the fulfillment of operations from the military councils of the fronts. Frequently, the front commands presented such reports on their own initiative. Taking these suggestions into account, the Stavka correlated the operations of the fronts and the services of the armed forces and then sent directives to the fronts. Consequently, the right to make final decisions even in such cases was left up to the Stavka. Operational plans worked out by the military councils of the front and execution of the directives of the Stavka were also subject to obligatory approval by the Stavka. Such a system of setting up tasks for the fronts, together with securing a rigid centralization of the strategic leadership on the part of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command, made it possible for the commanders of the front troops to manifest broad initiative. The same practice was also used when the Stavka of the Supreme High Command issued orders directly to armies, bypassing the fronts. At the same time, this was not a system, but was used only in exceptional cases when the situation required rapid action and did not permit delay. In this way, the Stavka without delay informed the commander of the front troops about the order it had issued. As advances began on the entire Soviet-German front, when the achievement of large-scale operational and strategic goals based on the plans of the Supreme High Command was accomplished by the interrelated simultaneous efforts of several fronts, it became necessary to bring the strategic leadership closer to the troops, in order to aid the fronts in preparing operations and coordinating their activities, and to monitor the fulfillment of the assigned missions. For this purpose, representatives of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command were sent to the fronts. As a working apparatus, they had operational groups consisting of representatives of the General Staff, commanders of branches, the Chief of the Rear, and other central agencies of military control. The representatives of the Stavka helped the command of the fronts carry out the plans of the Supreme High Command, helped the front troop commanders make decisions depending on the role and place of the front in a given operation, and also solve problems on the spot concerning operational and strategic interaction. However, there were substantial shortcomings in the activity of the representatives of the Stavka substituted for the front troop commanders, where they constrained the initiative of the latter, and also to the preferential replenishment of troops and provisioning of materiels of one front at the expense of other fronts upon the insistence of a representative of the Stavka. The necessity for different methods of leadership of the fronts on the part of the Stavka was due mainly to the complexity of the armed struggle which had spread over a vast area, and to the importance of taking into account the situation developing in any particular direction. Moreover, the Stavka was forced to help the commanders of the fronts in directing the troops. Consequently, during the Great Patriotic War, the methods of leadership of the armed forces were not constant and were changed depending on the conditions of the armed struggle, and also as experience was accumulated along with growth in the art of leadership of the front troop commanders. As is known, operational units and operational and tactical units of our allies, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, fought on the Soviet-German front together with Soviet troops, while troops of the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Army participated in crushing the Japanese troops in Manchuria. These units and formations, by agreement with the governments of the countries which had allocated them, were incorporated into the corresponding front units of Soviet troops and, being in operational subordination to the commanders of the front troops, fulfilled the missions assigned to them. In order to achieve unity of action when fulfilling operational and strategic tasks, which were solved by joint efforts, the Soviet command and the command of the Allied troops mutually assigned their representatives to corresponding staffs. Such a method of leadership of the troops of countries allied with us in the Great Patriotic War proved its value. Summarizing what has been stated, it is necessary to emphasize in particular that the rigid centralization of the strategic leadership of the armed forces on the part of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command and the flexibility of the methods of leadership which corresponded to changes in the situation ensured the successful conduct of a victorious war and the full achievement of its goals. Possible agencies of leadership of the armed forces of the Soviet Union under modern conditions. The positive experience of the leadership of the country and the armed forces during the years of the Great Patriotic War can be used under modern conditions. However, it is necessary to take into account the radical changes which have occurred in the nature of warfare and in the methods of unleashing and waging it, which are due to the development of completely new means of armed combat and also other factors. It is completely evident that the principles which have been developed in our country and verified by practice concerning the unity of leadership in conducting an armed struggle in a political, economic, and military sense, and the centralization of the leadership of the armed forces with a rational combination of collective leadership and personal responsibility of the leaders are completely applicable under modern conditions. All leadership of the country and the armed forces during wartime will be accomplished by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, with the possible organization of a higher agency of leadership of the country and the armed forces. This higher agency of leadership may be given the same powers as the State Committee of Defense during the Great Patriotic War. Editor's Note 205. Concentration of the leadership of the country and its armed forces in the hands of the highest political agency of government control, as during the years of the last war, is decisive condition for the victorious waging of a war, in case one should be unleashed by imperialist aggressors. Only an organic relation between the leadership of the country and the armed forces can provide the most efficient utilization of the economy and all the scientific and technological achievements of the country, the complete mobilization of the material and moral and political forces of the state, and the proper utilization of the armed forces in order to achieve victory. The direct leadership of the armed forces during a war will obviously be accomplished, as before, by the Stavka of the Supreme High Command. The Stavka will be a collegial agency of leadership under the chairmanship of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. Just as during the years of the Great Patriotic War, the General Staff will be the main agency of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command. In contrast to the conditions of the last war, under which the structure of the General Staff was constructed to provide leadership of military actions mainly of the ground troops, under modern conditions the General Staff must ensure leadership of all services of the armed forces, especially the rocket troops and national PVO troops. Control of the material, equipment, and medical supplies of the armed forces will be accomplished by the Chief of the Rear and the Rear Staff and the Central Rear Administration and establishments subordinated to him. The troops of the operational units, as in the last war, will be controlled by military councils responsible to the TSK*CPSU and the Supreme High Command for the state and combat readiness of the troops, their political orientation, and effective utilization during the war. Such, in general features, are the agencies of military and political leadership of the country and armed forces in a modern war. However, division of the world into two opposite socio-economic systems defines a future war as a coalition war. Consequently, there arises the problem of leadership on a coalition scale. It is fully evident that for the successful repulsion of an attack and the complete disruption of the aggressive policies of the imperialists, we must have a unification of the political, economic, and military forces of all the countries of the socialist camp, mutual support, mobilization of all their economic, human, and military resources, the establishment of a single military political and strategic policy for the entire war and for its individual stages, and complete unity in the leadership of the combined armed forces. The highest political agency for coordinating all efforts of the countries in the socialist camp during wartime can be the Political Advisory Committee, PKK, created in conformity with the Warsaw Pact. The highest military leadership can be accomplished by coordinating the activity of the higher military agencies of the Allied countries with respect to the leadership of the armed forces in any theater of military operations. Operational commands, which include formations and units of the armed forces of different socialist countries in them, can be created to conduct joint activities in a theater of military operations. The leadership of these commands can be entrusted to the Supreme High Command of the Soviet Armed Forces, under which will be representatives of the Supreme High Commands of the Allied countries. In certain theaters of operations, the operational commands of the Allied countries will be subordinated to their own Supreme High Command. In such cases, the leadership of these commands can be accomplished according to the principle of coordination of policies and plans of operations, and a close correlation of troop actions during the operations through representatives of these countries. Role of the general in the leadership of the armed forces. Marxism-Leninism, which has revealed the role of the people as the maker of history and the role of the political organization in the leadership of the masses, decisively refutes the attempt of bourgeois ideologists to explain all events of a war by the actions of individual personalities. By idealization of separate individuals, the ideologists of imperialism attempt to instill submissiveness in the masses and dependence of their fate on the actions of these individuals, to undermine the faith of the masses in their own strength, to divert them from the solution of urgent problems of the class struggle, and to prepare submissive executors of their will for war. When dealing with various military events, they pervert their real essence and strain every effort to disorient the broad masses or hide from them the true causes of the occurrence of war, military defeats, and failures. This is especially evident in the bankrupt command of the former fascist German army. While military success was accompanying the fascist army, especially in wars against economically and militarily weak countries, all the bourgeois theoreticians extolled Hitler in every possible way, especially emphasizing his qualities as an outstanding political and military leader. However, after the shattering of the Hitler war machine by the Soviet army, and especially now when the Bonn revanchists have again set out on a path of unleashing a Third World War, the military theoreticians of the West, especially of West Germany, attribute all the defeats in the war to the personal qualities of Hitler, his incompetence in military affairs, his reluctance to follow the advice of the leaders of the armies, etc. Such assertions are non-scientific, since they represent the role of the individual out of contact with the development of social life, politics, the nature of war and the conditions under which it is waged, and without taking into account the factors affecting the course and outcome of the war. A criticism of subjectivist idealistic opinions from a scientific position does not, however, reduce the real role of leaders, including that of generals. A Marxist-Leninist evaluation of the role of the people as the makers of history not only does not deny the importance of the individual, but gives a scientific basis for the proper understanding of the activity of a leader. In any social organization where the activity of a collective is evident, authority and subordination are a requisite. Naked denial of authority in general, and in military affairs in particular, signifies disorganization, dispersion of power, and a blow to discipline. In the history of human society, there are no examples where any class could have achieved supremacy without leaders capable of organizing and directing the movement. Also, there are no examples where any army not having a definite organization and led by an inexperienced military leader successfully waged war with an army headed by an experienced military leader. However, the will of the general and his activities are not absolute. The role of a general is revealed not in being out of touch with the masses, not in the contraposition of his authority to the personnel of the armed forces, but in their inseparable unity. Contrary to the assertions of bourgeois ideologists, the history of past wars convincingly shows that a general can lead an army successfully only if the purpose of the war, the actions and opinions of the general are understandable to the populations. Thus, for example, Napoleon as an outstanding general could appear only in the specific setting of the French Revolution. The victories of his armies were due mainly to the new class nature of the goals which they were pursuing. The armies of Napoleon differed radically from feudal armies, since they were armies of the emancipated bourgeoisie and peasantry. Their new strategy, tactics, and organization, as interpreted by Engels, were military expression of this emancipation. The generals of the Soviet armed forces are representatives of the Communist Party and Soviet government who are carrying out the party policy, which expresses the basic interest of the entire Soviet people. This determines the inseparable connection between the command cadres of our army and the people and the enormous confidence in them and respect shown them by the people, who distinguish Soviet generals from the military leaders of the armies of capitalist countries. A general of the Soviet armed forces enjoys the confidence and support of his subordinates not only because he is the chief, but mainly because he is a representative of his people, whom the people trust to educate, train, and lead into battle Soviet soldiers, and to protect the motherland with weapon in hand from any encroachment by imperialist aggressors. The generals of the Soviet armed forces, in conformity with the tasks set by the Communist Party for strengthening the defensive power of the socialist state, directly lead the organization of the armed forces, including their equipment with modern military equipment and arms and, first and foremost, with nuclear weapons, and organize the education and training of the personnel of the armed forces. The Soviet armed forces have achieved great successes in recent years in solving these tasks. The personnel have mastered to perfection modern combat equipment and can use it skillfully for solving various problems. The quality of the operational, combat, and political training has improved, and the level of combat readiness of the Army and Navy has sharply increased. A considerable role in achieving these successes belongs to our military commanders. Modern war, with its decisive goals, enlarged scope, and the dynamism of conducting combat action, makes extremely high demands on generals. The military leader of today must have not only an excellent knowledge of the methods of conducting an armed conflict, but also a profound understanding of the laws of social development, of the objective laws of a modern war, the ability to lead troops in conformity with these laws with a thorough consideration and utilization of the economic potentialities of the country. In accomplishing these policies, a general under present-day conditions more than ever depends on the material potentialities for conducting a war which are produced by the economy of the country. The effectiveness of military plans and the proper selection of the methods and forms of waging a war and carrying out operations greatly depend on the ability of the general to take into account soberly and thoroughly the real potentialities for waging a war and to use these potentialities intelligently. These requirements can be fulfilled properly only under conditions of a socialist structure, which ensures unlimited support of the army by the population. A general of the Soviet armed forces has potentialities for leadership of troops such as no single military leader of the capitalist countries has ever had or has at present. These potentialities are explained by the advantages of our social structure, which is distinguished by a continuous and orderly development of all branches of the socialist economy, by the moral and political unity of the Soviet people, its solidarity in support of the Communist Party and the Soviet government. The generals and officers of the Soviet armed forces are not mechanical executors of the policies and will of senior chiefs. Understanding an order to be law, they fulfill it with deep consciousness. The initiative and creative leadership of the generals and officers of our army was one of the most important foundations of the successful fulfillment of the strategic and operational plans during the Great Patriotic War. This remarkable quality of our military leaders has been tirelessly nurtured by the Communist Party. The Communist Party and Soviet government have always highly valued and supported military commanders who were able to manifest bold and intelligent initiative. However, it would be erroneous to assume that the generals and officers of the armies of the capitalist countries do not have the necessary qualities, that they are untalented people, and that this to some extent predetermines the adventurism of their plans, the fallaciousness of the tactics, etc. The armies of the capitalist countries have no shortage of capable officers and generals, but for the most part they are from the privileged class, intimately associated with the bourgeoisie, and are therefore true servants of the capitalist monopolies, active champions of their aggressive policies, and represent a military caste cut off from the population. This naturally determines their ideology and opinions, which are foreign to the masses of the people, and limits their potentialities as military leaders. The strength and grandeur of our commanding cadres lie in the fact that, by carrying out the policy of the Communist Party, they subordinate their entire activity to the noble purpose of defending the conquests of the Great October Socialist Revolution and depend on the initiative of the personnel of the Soviet armed forces and the support of the entire nation. Their close ties with Army and Navy personnel, their deep understanding and knowledge of the life of the soldier, sailor, non-commissioned and petty officer, and their daily leadership of the combat, political and operational training of the troops enable our commanders and political workers to make a profound study of and to generalize upon our experiences in the indoctrination and training of the armed forces and, on the basis of this, to improve and creatively develop Soviet military art. The commanding and political cadres of the Soviet armed forces, who have been brought up by the Communist Party, proved during the years of the Great Patriotic War that they can successfully solve all complex and responsible problems. Our military leaders, who have been nourished on the idea of Marxism-Leninism and have thoroughly mastered the most advanced Soviet military art, have imparted to the Soviet troops the necessary qualities, have skillfully combined courage and bravery with the art of leading troops in the battlefields. The successes of the Soviet armed forces during the years of the Great Patriotic War in solving bold and extensive strategic plans were the result of the creative efforts of numerous generals and officers, the heroism of Soviet soldiers on the battlefield and of toilers in the rear areas. The operational and strategic tasks, as the experience of the war showed, were planned and were not carried out by individuals, but were the result of collective creativity. Centralized leadership of troops does not exclude, but assumes, the use of collective creativity. Therefore, the successful fulfillment of operational and strategic plans during the Great Patriotic War was the result of the work not only of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command, but also the commands of the fronts, armies, various formations, and their staffs. The problems of the training and education of military cadres occupied and are now occupying a particular place in the activity of the Communist Party. During the years of the existence of the Soviet armed forces, the Communist Party has promoted and educated many talented officers and generals. The military leaders of the highest echelons, like all commanding and political personnel of the Soviet armed forces, have high moral and fighting qualities. Utterly devoted to their people, to their socialist motherland, to the Communist Party, they can lead the military actions of troops under the complex conditions of nuclear rocket war. At the present stage, great and responsible tasks stand before the commanding cadres of our armed forces. The increased power of the Army and Navy, based on the use of the nuclear rocket weapon, makes new demands on the training of both the commanding and all personnel. In contemporary conditions, in the age of nuclear energy and cosmic speeds, radioelectronics and remote control, the ceaseless process of perfecting all types of combat equipment and weapons, the volume and content of the task of the combat, political and operational training of the Army and Navy has grown many times. In order to resolve these tasks in a qualified manner and to organize their fulfillment by the personnel in an intelligent way, to guarantee their readiness, and to use all the power of the weapons for solving the combat task, the command and political cadres must have high general and military technical development. In this plan, the thorough training of the command and political cadres at the contemporary stage is one of the main tasks, the fulfillment of which takes on decisive significance in the cause of assuring constant readiness of the Soviet armed forces. Recent years have been characterized by further increase of work in the realm of military technical training of military cadres. It is being carried out not only in courses at schools, but also during daily combat, political, and operational training. An indicator of the successful fulfillment of this mission is the growing art of the commanders and political workers in using complicated modern combat equipment and the skill of actions of units and formations in the course of exercises. No less important a task which stands before the command cadres must be the further raising of operational efficiency in work, flexibility in guiding the troops, and creative solutions of tasks in conditions of rapidly and acutely changing conditions. The successful solution of these problems is a guarantee of the further increase of the fighting capabilities of the armed forces and their preparedness to frustrate the aggressive designs of the imperialist countries. Agencies of the Communist Party in the armed forces, and the principles of party and political work. Leadership of the armed forces by the Communist Party, the fundamental basis of military organization. After the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, the Central Committee of the party, headed by Lenin, began major efforts to create an army for the world's first state of workers and peasants. The foreign military intervention which had just gotten underway and the emergence of internal counter-revolution made one of the most important functions of our socialist government that of the defense of the gains of the Great October Socialist Revolution and of the young Soviet Republic. It was impossible to resolve this task by using the forces of the Red Guard detachments or of the old army. It was necessary to create a new army. The party program adopted at the 8th Party Congress in March of 1919 pointed out that, in an era of the decomposition of imperialism and of a spreading civil war, it is impossible either to retain the old army or to create a new one on a so-called non-class or a national basis. The Red Army, as the weapon of the proletarian dictatorship, should by necessity bear an openly class nature, i.e., to be composed exclusively of the proletariat and the semi-proletarian strata of the peasantry which are close to it. Only in the event of the destruction of the classes is it possible to convert this class army into a national socialist militia. Under such a situation, the Communist Party was forced to proceed along new and hitherto unknown paths. The question of the structure of the Red Army, Lenin said, was a completely new one. It was not at all even a theoretical one. 3. The Communist Party and its leader, V.I. Lenin, worked out the theoretical principles on the designation of the armed forces of a socialist state, and set forth the principles on the structure of the Red Army, political, organizational, on the staffing, training, and indoctrination of its personnel. These concepts are profoundly and thoroughly revealed and substantiated in the numerous addresses and work of V.I. Lenin, in the resolution of the Congresses, in the decrees of the Central Committee of our party, and also in the resolutions of the government pertaining to the defense of the Soviet state. The leadership of the Communist Party Editor's Note 208, which was able to raise, mobilize, and organize the working class and enormous masses of the working peasantry for the struggle against the enemies of the revolution, was the decisive condition for the victories of the Red Army during the Civil War. The Central Committee, headed by V.I. Lenin, led the entire struggle for repulsing the armed attack on the Soviet Republic. All problems of waging war, distributing forces, ensuring supplies and arms, and operational and strategic planning were solved by the Central Committee of the party. Communists entered the army in response to the call of the Central Committee of the party. The ranks of the Red Army during the Civil War included 300,000 communists, or 65% of the entire party membership, which indicates the exceptionally important role of the party in the leadership of the army. Everywhere in the rear, on the front and in the underground, in the territory occupied by the enemy, the Bolshevist party, together with the people and at the head of the people, directed a gigantic struggle, which was climaxed by the victory of the Red Army in the Civil War. After the end of the Civil War, the Central Committee of the party concentrated its attention on the conversion of the Red Army into an advanced, highly equipped and trained army corresponding to the needs of defense of the socialist state and the requirements for conducting war. The main directions in the development of the Soviet armed forces were defined in the decree of the Central Committee of the Party, dated July 15, 1929, concerning the state of defense of the USSR. The main task of the Communist Party at that period was to ensure a technical rearmament of the army and to create the necessary military technical base for the defense of the Soviet Union. Simultaneously, the Central Committee of the Party advanced the tasks of creating a sufficiently strong air force and navy and further expanding the technical troops. This decree of the Central Committee defined the course of the technical supplying of the Soviet armed forces, which the Communist Party carried out during all the years that followed. Owing to the energetic activity of the Central Committee of the Party, which mobilized the working class and engineering and scientific workers for the fulfillment of the plans for developing and producing combat equipment, the Soviet armed forces during the years of the pre-war five-year plans received a variety of arms and combat equipment. The Central Committee of the Party during the entire history of the armed forces showed particular concern for the training of the command and political cadres. In the decrees of the Central Committee of the Party of the Soviet government, the main attention was devoted to reinforcing the ideological and political education of the commanding cadres and improvement of their military technical training, a strengthening of one-man rule, unity and solidarity of the command and political staffs, instruction and proper utilization of trained cadres, the build-up of reserves of the command staff, etc. One of the most important measures of the party directed toward preparing command and political cadres was the creation of a network of military schools. By decree of the Central Committee of the Party and the Soviet government in 1932, 6 military academies were opened: mechanization and motorization, artillery, engineer, chemical, electrical engineering, and transport. The number of students was considerably increased, and the network of military schools was expanded, especially for engineering curricula. Because of the increased demand for military cadres, the Central Committee of the Party during the second five-year plan again expanded the network of military schools. The Military Management Academy and the Academy of the General Staff were created. The Academy of the General Staff was called upon to train higher commanding cadres for the armed forces. Together with the creation of military academies, the network of military schools was increased. The efforts of the Central Committee of the Party, directed toward training troops, yielded remarkable results. The armed forces were yearly reinforced by highly qualified commanding and political cadres. Thanks to all this work of the Communist Party and the efforts of the Soviet people in the successful fulfillment of the plans for socialist construction, the Soviet armed forces were converted into modern and highly trained armed forces with well-educated commanding cadres. Emphasizing the important role played by command and political personnel in strengthening the armed forces, the CPSU Central Committee, the Council of Ministers, and the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet USSR, in their appeal to our Soviet troops on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution, pointed out that the most important of our riches are our remarkable military cadres, cadres unstintingly devoted to the motherland, to the Communist Party, and to the Soviet government, bold and manly cadres who are familiar with modern combat equipment and who have full mastery of its use even under the most complex conditions of modern warfare. The most important principle in the structure of the Soviet armed forces is that of single command. This principle was not immediately established in our armed forces, although in the very first years of its being formed Lenin raised the question of the transition to single command as soon as the proper conditions were created for it. The principle of single command arose and developed logically, as an expression of objective necessity, as the most expedient method for directing troops and for facilitating unity of will and action, strict centralization, organization, and discipline, without which the high combat capability of the army is unthinkable. Successful fulfillment of these requirements, Lenin pointed out, is possible only through subordination of the wills of thousands to the will of one man, only through the implicit obedience of the masses to the single will of their leader. It is with complete clarity that the experience of the Red Army points up the need for a single command as the best method of leadership. We must think over this experience, Lenin said. It arose, developed in accordance with natural law from haphazard, scattered collegiality of action to the collegiality which was introduced into the system of organization, and which penetrated down into all institutions of the army, and now, as a general tendency, has become single command, as the sole correct way of doing things. The Communist Party has always handled the question of one-man command in the Soviet armed forces in a creative manner, taking into consideration the social side of command personnel, its political maturity, its level of military preparedness, as well as the readiness and the capability of the masses to accept one or another form of leadership. One-man command as a form of leadership of the armed forces exists only so long as the army exists. Yet there is a basic difference between the one-man command in our army and that which exists in the armies of capitalist states. In the armies of capitalist states, one-man command rests upon the class subordination of the overwhelming masses of the personnel of those armies to their officers, who are representatives of the ruling, exploiting class. In the Soviet armed forces, one-man command has a completely different social essence. The Soviet commander is a representative of the party and the people. He fulfills their will and carries out the policies of the party among the troops. Our troops justly see in the order of the single commander the order of their motherland, and they fulfill it not only because it has the force of law, but also because of their inner convictions. In doing everything possible to strengthen this single command, to raise the authority of the commanders, and in supporting their exactingness, our party in proceeding on the basis that our one-man command should be based on party, Leninist principles. The Soviet commander cannot be a narrow military specialist. He is the organizer and an expert on the training and indoctrination of the men who are subordinate to him. All of his actions should be imbued with state interests and should be more successful the closer the commander is to his soldiers and sailors, the better he relies upon the efforts of party and Komsomol organizations and on the efforts of the public, while skillfully directing those efforts toward the resolution of the daily tasks connected with combat, political, and operational training. The just strictness of the Soviet single commander is organically combined with a heartfelt attitude toward his subordinates, with concern over satisfying their requests and needs, and with an ability to influence the minds and hearts of his troops. The single commander is successfully fulfilling this task not only because of the power given him by the party, the government, and the Soviet people to train and educate the personnel, but also because of the honored authority he enjoys from his subordinates for his high culture, education, and the qualified solution of all questions of daily combat activity. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union in its activities systematically carries out work in strengthening the one-man command, viewing it as the most important condition of high military discipline of the personnel and of combat readiness of the armed forces. That is why the question about one-man command and on its strengthening should always be the center of attention of commanders, political organs, and party organizations. The surprise attack of fascist Germany confronted the USSR with very grave tasks. Especially severe were the first months of the war, when the Red Army, under the blows of the superior forces of the enemy, was forced to retreat deep into the country. The Communist Party came forward as the inspirer and organizer of the Soviet people and its armed forces against the fascist German bandits. It directed all efforts toward the organization of the armed defense of the socialist homeland, and toward the decisive repulse of the fascist aggressors and their defeat. The Central Committee of the party headed the entire work of organizing the defense of the socialist state, just as in the Civil War. The Central Committee of the party overcame enormous difficulties, mobilized the forces of the party and people and all the resources of the Soviet state, in order to achieve victory over the aggressor. The directing activity of the Communist Party was demonstrated in the most diverse fields of the economic and military life of the country, in the armed forces, most of all in the work of the political organs of the party and Komsomol organizations, and also by personal example of the communists. The communists enlisted in the army were sent to the most difficult and severe sections of the front, where bold and courageous organizers of the masses, who were able by their personal example to inspire the soldiers to the fulfillment of any tasks, were needed. By decree of the Central Committee of the CPSU, about 48,000 leading party, council, trade union, and Komsomol workers were sent just in the first months of the war to reinforce the armed forces. Almost a third of the members and candidates for membership in the Central Committee of the party were on the fronts of the Great Patriotic War. Prominent figures of the party and Soviet government were assigned to the armed forces as directors. Hundreds of thousands of communists, upon mobilization, voluntarily went to the front. Party organizations of the near-front region almost entirely entered the ranks of the army. At the end of 1941, the Red Army had about 1,300,000 communists. In 1942, the armed forces had more than 2 million communists, or 54.3%, and by the end of the war, about 3.4 million, or up to 60% of the entire party. The Lenin Komsomol came forward as the combat assistant of the party. During the first days of the war, 900,000 Komsomols entered the ranks of the army. The Communist Party raised and carried behind it the entire Soviet nation in the struggle against the fascist German bandits, deployed and strengthened the power of the Soviet armed forces, and organized the work of the rear areas of the country to supply the front with all that was necessary. The most important prerequisites for achieving victory over fascist Germany and its satellites were thus created. The Central Committee of the party during the first days of the war carried out enormous organizational work in order to put the economy of the country on a war footing. This was complex and difficult work. The complexity of the work was aggravated by the fact that it was carried out under conditions of great military setbacks and withdrawal of our troops deep into the territory, evacuation of industria, enterprises from the western regions of the country to the east, and a serious shortage of cadre workers. It was necessary to establish enterprises and get the production of military goods going at new, then completely uninhabited regions in the shortest period of time. Thanks to the measures carried out by the party, the work of converting the economy of the country to a war footing and of organizing the output of military products by enterprises evacuated to the east was fulfilled successfully. The Central Committee of the party was occupied daily with the problems of developing new models of weapons, equipment, and munitions. Certain new models of arms and equipment, created by Soviet designers, and which went into mass production, were superior to the arms of the fascist army with respect to their tactical and technological data. As a result of the organizational work of the Central Committee of the party, the armed forces were continuously reinforced with fresh forces and combat equipment. Our army was converted to a regular army, acquired the needed combat experience, and learned to beat the enemy according to all rules of military art. During the post-war period, the Communist Party and its Central Committee directly led the armed forces and were constantly concerned with their further development. All important problems of the creation and combat and political training of the armed forces were discussed at the Presidium of the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers of the USSR. The Communist Party, taking into account that, as long as imperialism still exists, the danger of the unleashing of aggressive wars will remain, considers the protection of the socialist fatherland, the strengthening of the defense of the USSR, and the power of the Soviet armed forces as the sacred duty of the party and of the entire Soviet people, and as the most important function of the socialist state. The party is doing everything in its power to see to it that the Soviet armed forces is a precise and smoothly operating organism which has a high degree of organization and discipline, and which fulfills in exemplary fashion the tasks placed before it by the party, government, and people, and that it is in constant readiness at any moment to give a crushing repulse to the imperialist aggressors and to destroy completely any enemy who dares encroach upon the state interests of the Soviet Union. Editor's Note 209. Party and political agencies in the armed forces and the principles of their work. Party political work is called upon to strengthen the combat might of the Soviet armed forces and the discipline of its personnel, and to inculcate in the personnel a spirit of devotion to the motherland, to the Communist Party, and to the Soviet government, to train them in the spirit of Soviet patriotism, the friendship of peoples and proletarian internationalism, high revolutionary discipline, and hatred for the enemies of our government. The leading agencies of the Communist Party in the armed forces in the field of party and political work are the political agencies, which in all their activities are guided by the program and regulations of the CPSU, decrees of the party congresses, its Central Committee, and the Soviet government. The political agencies in the armed forces were established during the first days of the creation of a large-scale regular army. During the entire existence of the Soviet armed forces, the Communist Party has shown and is showing untiring concern for the improvement and strengthening of political agencies and army party organizations, considering party and political work as one of the most important fields in the activity of the Soviet armed forces, and the party and political agencies as an inseparable component of the organizational structure of the Soviet armed forces. The party and political apparatus in the Army and in the Navy has been established and perfected together with the creation and strengthening of the armed forces. The political agencies and party organizations were called upon to instill high moral and political qualities in soldiers and commanders. The leadership of the party and political work in the Army and Navy was first accomplished by the All-Russian Bureau of Military Commissars, and then by the political department created in place of the All-Russian Bureau under the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic in conformity with the resolutions of the 8th Party Congress in March 1919. In May of the same year, the political department was changed to the Political Administration of the Revolutionary Military Council, PUR. The PUR was headed by a member of the Central Committee of the party who had the rights of a member of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic. This emphasized the strict party character, the high purpose, and the responsibility of the higher political agency of the Red Army and subordinated all of its activity directly to the Central Committee of the party. The creation of the political administration had a vast significance in the leadership of military construction, the activity of the political agencies and party organizations of the Red Army, and in elevating the level of party and political work among the troops. Being agencies of the Communist Party in the Army, direct conductors of its policies, the political organs played an important role in the victorious outcome of the Civil War. Evaluating the role of the political agencies of the Army during the years of the Civil War, M.V. Frunze noted, "The Russian Communist Party is the undisputed organizer of our victories. This task was possible thanks to the creation of a network of political agencies, which encompassed the Army from top to bottom and which welded it into a single whole, united by a unity of attitudes and feelings. Therefore, the honor for the organization of victory belongs to our political agencies." 6. In addition to the creation of political agencies, the party took measures to strengthen further the Army party organizations, to improve the leadership of them, enhance their role and influence on the masses of Red Army soldiers, to work out solid principles for the interrelation of the political agencies and party organizations with the commanders. These problems were solved simultaneously with the problems of training commanding cadres from among the best militarily prepared and devoted workers, peasants, intelligentsia, and the strengthening of one-man rule in the Army. As a result of the enormous and fruitful work carried out by the Communist Party with respect to the organizational strengthening and technical provisioning of the Army and Navy, the education and training of command cadres devoted to the Communist Party, and also as a result of socialist transformations in our country and the upbringing of the Soviet people, the Central Committee of the party took a course for the establishment of one-man rule in the armed forces. This was one of the most important problems of military organization. The commanders were completely responsible for all aspects of the military and political life of the troops. This decision fostered a still greater amplification of all party and political work. Thousands of commanders began to participate in the direct organization of party and political work, which became more intimately correlated with the daily assignments of the troops. The one-man rule commanders skillfully direct the work of the party organizations, rely on them daily, and successfully solve the problems of further increasing the combat preparedness of the troops and improving the education of the personnel. Editor's Note 210. The Central Committee of the Party directs party and political work in the armed forces through the main political administration of the Soviet Army and Navy, which works as a department of the Central Committee CPSU. Attached to the main political administration is the Party Commission, whose staff is approved by the Central Committee CPSU. The party and political work in military districts and in troop groups and fleets is directed by the appropriate political administrations and by political departments in the armies, flotillas, corps, divisions, and brigades. Attached to all political agencies there are party commissions, which are elected at appropriate party conferences. All political agencies, up to the political department of formations inclusively, are not elected, by virtue of the characteristics of the organization of the armed forces, but are created by the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the main political administration, in conformity with the structure established by the Central Committee CPSU. Party committees elected at party conferences direct the party and political work in central administrations of the Ministry of Defense, in military educational establishments and scientific research institutions, as well as in the staffs of military districts, troop groups, PVO districts, military schools, and certain other institutions. The creation of party committees increased the activity of communists in solving vitally important problems, expanded the relation between the party committees and all communists, increased the responsibility of party organizations as a whole, and promoted a further improvement of the entire system of party and political work in administrations, institutions, and establishments. During the years of their existence, the political agencies of the Soviet armed forces traversed a glorious path. In spite of the fact that they had to undergo isolated organizational changes, their purposes and tasks remained unchanged. They played an enormous role in the achievement of the historical victories of our armed forces over numerous imperialist aggressors and are successfully solving their problems with respect to strengthening the armed forces at the present time. The most important principles of the work of the political agencies and party organizations of the armed forces are the daily and steadfast assurance of the undivided authority of the Communist Party in all aspects of life and the activity of the armed forces, the assurance of unity in troop training and political education, its continuity and purposefulness, the combination of collective leadership and high personal responsibility of leaders to the party for the entrusted sector of work, the intimate relation between party and political agencies, and the broad masses of communists and non-party members. The influence of the Communist Party on all aspects of life and activity of the armed forces is the fundamental principle of the work of the political agencies and party organizations. This principle follows from the very essence of party and political work, from the Leninist concept that military construction in our country cannot be considered isolated and out of contact with the construction of communist society. This concept is brilliantly reflected in the new program of the Communist Party. Here it is pointed out that the fundamental basis of military construction is the leadership by the Communist Party of the armed forces, the intensification of the role and the influence of party organizations in the Army and in the Navy. Therefore, the party and political work being carried out by the party in the armed forces is an inseparable part of the overall activity of the Communist Party. The practical tasks of party and political work issue from the overall struggle of the party for the triumph of the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, for strengthening the security of our socialist motherland and the entire socialist camp, for the victory of the forces of peace over the forces of aggression. Party and political work serves as the main means for the formation of the political consciousness and the high moral qualities of the Soviet soldier. The selfless devotion to the party and government, courage and bravery, initiative, steadfastness, a high degree of discipline and performance, and the ability to overcome the difficulties of army life. Editor's Note 211. By all their work the command, political agencies, and party organizations must rally the personnel of the armed forces around the Communist Party, its Leninist Central Committee, and the Soviet government and must instill the troops with a spirit of high personal responsibility to the party and state with respect to ensuring the freedom and independence of the Soviet people and the national interests of our motherland. The entire system of party and political work must be directed toward the solid and consistent realization of the policies of the Communist Party in the armed forces. Accordingly, party and political work in the armed forces is organized on the basis of the resolutions of the Central Committee CPSU and the Soviet government and the orders and directives of the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the main political administration of the Soviet Army and Navy. In their practical activity, the commanders and chiefs of political agencies and party organizations are guided by the decree concerning the political agencies of the Soviet Army and Navy and by instructions approved by the Central Committee CPSU. The content of the party and political work in each specific case is determined by the tasks assigned to the troops. Being the organizer, leader, and educator of the Soviet armed forces, the party deals strictly with any violations of this principle and decisively condemns belittling of the importance and role of party and political work. Evidence of this is the decree of the October plenum of Central Committee CPSU of 1957 concerning the improvement of party and political work in the Soviet Army and Navy. The 1957 October plenum of the Central Committee of the party occupies a special place in the life of the Soviet armed forces. The plenum decisively put an end to a policy aimed at curtailing the work of party organizations, political organs, and military councils aimed at abolishing the party's leadership and control over the Army and Navy. The significance of the resolutions of this plenum is that they re-established the Leninist principles of leadership in the armed forces, decisively normalized the situation in the Army and Navy, promoted solidarity of forces, strengthened unity in the work of the command and political cadres, and created conditions for the improvement of party and political work. The plenum resolutions fostered unification in the efforts of commanders, political agencies, and party organizations in their work to strengthen the unity and organic relationship between military training and political education. On the basis of the resolutions of that plenum of the Central Committee, new regulations on military councils and political organs were introduced, as were new instructions to party and comsomol organizations. Party committees were created in regiments and aboard ships, in military educational institutions and scientific research institutes, in staffs of military districts, and in the central apparatus of the Ministry of Defense. Party organizations and battalions and divisions were granted the rights of primary party organizations. As a result of the measures taken by the Central Committee of the CPSU, Army and Navy party organizations were strengthened ideologically and organizationally, and their activity and aggressiveness in solving all important problems were noticeably increased. The flow of our best military men into the ranks of the Communist Party increased. The Leninist principles of party leadership of the armed forces were fully incorporated and even further developed in the program and regulations of the CPSU adopted at the XXI Party Congress. The continuity, unity, and purposefulness of military education and political training are the most important principle of party and political work. Observation of this principle is the most important obligation of one-man rule commanders, political agencies, and party organizations. To the greatest extent ensures a further increase in the combat capability of the armed forces and their constant readiness to frustrate the aggressive designs of the imperialists. The collective solution of problems of party and political work is also of considerable significance. It permits a more thorough and complete solution of vitally important questions. It permits us to overcome red tape in the resolution of problems of party and political work, in the leadership of the lower political agencies and party organizations, and does not permit errors resulting from red tape. This assumes close contact between the leader of the political agency and the workers of its apparatus, and between the secretary of the party committee and the members of the party committee, collective determination of ways and means of solving urgent problems of political and party work, discussion of plans and the results of work, etc. However, the collective solution of problems of party and political work in no way means a lessening of personal responsibility of the leaders of political agencies and party organizations for the state of work in all areas of the life and activity of troops. Each leader bears personal responsibility to the person commanding, commander, higher political and party organizations for the political and moral state and military discipline of the troop personnel, for military training, and the state of party and political work as a whole. The combination of collective decisions and personal responsibility ensures a high sense of ideals and principles in the work of political agencies and party organizations that is a Bolshevist irreconcilability to the least deviations from Marxism-Leninism, to any perversions whatsoever of the policies and decrees of the party, and to any other shortcomings. The high sense of ideals and principles in the work of the political agencies is, first and foremost, an orientation of their work such that the interests of the party and the state are foremost in the solution of all problems. Such an orientation in the work of the political agencies is unthinkable without fundamental criticism and self-criticism. The Communist Party has always looked upon criticism and self-criticism as a powerful means of strengthening its ranks and was never afraid to openly acknowledge its mistakes. Lenin stated, "The party of the revolutionary proletariat is sufficiently strong to openly criticize itself, to call an error and weakness weakness, without beating about the bush." 7. He also noted that, by analyzing the errors of yesterday, we will thus learn to avoid errors today and tomorrow. Lenin demanded the extensive development of criticism and self-criticism in all areas of our life and activity, including the army. He emphasized the everyday aspect of intra-factory, intra-village, intra-regimental life, where everything is being built anew, where ever-increasing attention, publicity, social criticism, and badgering of the unfit, and slogans to learn from the best are needed. The new program of the CPSU again emphasizes the importance of criticism and self-criticism as the unchanging condition for the ideological and organizational strengthening of the party itself, the unity and solidarity of the party ranks, the all-round development of intra-party democracy, and the activation on this basis of all party forces, the strengthening of relations with the masses. The party during the period of expanded construction of communism has set the task of all-out development of criticism and self-criticism as a tested method of work, as a way of detecting and correcting errors and faults, and for the proper education of cadres. By virtue of the specific character of the organization of the Soviet armed forces, only the orders of commanders and chiefs are not subject to criticism. All other aspects of the life and activity of the troops should be subjected to healthy party criticism and self-criticism. Fundamental criticism and self-criticism make it possible to reveal to the greatest extent the deficiencies in the education and training of troops, in military discipline, and in the activity of political agencies, and help the one-man rule commanders to take timely measures to eliminate these faults. The new program and regulations of the CPSU open up broad possibilities for the further strengthening of party work in the armed forces, for expanding intra-party democracy, for the development of criticism and self-criticism as a powerful means for the elimination of shortcomings, and for the confirmation of everything new and progressive. Political agencies and party organizations must do a lot more to strengthen their ties with the mass of military personnel, to consult more with party and non-party members, to improve the flow of information and reports on their work, and to rely more heavily upon the party, Komsomol, and non-party activists. Political agencies and party organizations, in reorganizing their work in the spirit of the demands made upon them by the XXI and XXII party congresses and the plenums of the Central Committee CPSU, should concentrate all their efforts on party political work toward the successful fulfillment of our main task, a further improvement in the constant combat preparedness and combat capability of the armed forces of the Soviet Union. The close relation of political agencies and party organizations to the masses makes it possible to penetrate into all aspects of the combat and political preparation of troops, to reveal and eliminate shortcomings, and, what is most important, to disclose the causes producing them. Without close communication with the people and without their education, training work and purposeful leadership are, on the whole, unthinkable. Ignorance of the real state of affairs, disorganization and drifting, blind acting with belated taking of necessary measures for the elimination of shortcomings, and also other blunders and failures are inevitable. The everyday intimate relation between political agencies and the masses is accomplished in various ways. By holding conferences, meetings of the most active members and general meetings, periodic reports of party organizations to communists, personal contact of the leaders with rank-and-file communists, through periodicals, radio, television, etc. This relationship is favored by party and Komsomol organizations, party and non-party activists, and Army and Navy communities. Komsomol organizations are faithful assistants to party organizations in their work with young troops. They work under the direction of political agencies and party organizations and are called upon to educate Komsomol members and unaffiliated youth in the ideas of Marxism-Leninism and in the spirit of devotion to the Communist Party and to the Soviet government, in the spirit of fidelity and selfless service to the motherland. An important place in the work of Komsomol organizations is the inculcation in young troops of a communist conscientiousness, feeling of friendship and comradeship, of honesty and veracity, of worthy behavior in society and in daily life. The varied political and organizational activity of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the extensive development of party and political work in the Army and Navy were among the most decisive factors of the historical victories of the Soviet armed forces in the Great Patriotic War and assure their high combat readiness under modern conditions. By their painstaking daily work in the very midst of the ranks of the Army, political agencies, party and Komsomol organizations cement the armed forces which are now the most powerful armed forces in the entire world. The political agencies and party organizations should actively scrutinize all aspects of the life and activity of the troops, continuously carry out political and organizational work among the personnel, struggle for exemplariness of the communists and Komsomolites in the fulfillment of their military duties. They are obliged to strengthen one-man rule, to increase the authority and role of the commanders as the organizers of battles and operations, to develop and perfect their commanding qualities, will, exactingness, initiative, and performance, to educate the personnel in the spirit of conscientious obedience to the commanders and esteem for them, to endeavor to manifest creative initiative in fulfilling combat tasks, thus ensuring further growth of the power of the armed forces of the Soviet Union and their preparedness to repulse any intrigues of the imperialists. The positions developed by the XXI Congress CPSU on the further strengthening of the nation's defense is equipping our party, the Soviet people, and the personnel of the Army and Navy with a clear understanding of the conditions under which the building of communism will be faithfully protected against anything unexpected, and the adventuristic plans of the aggressive forces of imperialism. The positions of the party program and of the resolutions of the Congress will mobilize armed forces personnel to the successful fulfillment of the tasks facing them. Editor's comments on the conclusions. Except for the deletion of less than 2 whole sentences, the conclusions to the 1968 edition of Military Strategy are identical with those found in the 1962 and 1963 editions. As shown below, the omitted portion probably is due to the agreement between the United States and the Soviet Union concerning the military use of outer space. The methods of waging war as a whole are expressed by the totality of the types of military actions: nuclear rocket strikes, protection of a country and its armed forces against nuclear rocket strikes, actions in land theaters, and actions in naval theaters, and probable types of military actions in space. Because in recent years the imperialist aggressors have devoted great attention to a study of the possibilities of carrying out military actions in space, and through space, Soviet military strategy cannot ignore this fact and must study the possibilities opening up in this sphere of military action. The portion of the paragraph above that is italicized is now deleted. The very lack of change in the conclusions makes their reading worthwhile. Many people in the United States hope for changes in the Soviet Union that will permit peaceful coexistence, as the term is considered in the West, to become a reality. Since the first edition of Military Strategy appeared in 1962, before the Cuban Missile Crisis and before the open polemics between the Soviets and the Chinese Communists, it is reasonable to assume that the conclusions to the book in 1968 would reflect these events. This is not the case. From the official Soviet point of view, War Still 15, the inevitable outcome of imperialism, and wars will finally disappear only with the destruction of imperialism. On the other hand, there are changes from the first and second editions which may be very significant. In Chapter 2, the Soviets may be attributing to the United States certain policies and concepts which, in reality, they themselves are considering. As noted previously, this 1968 edition of Military Strategy was one of the Officers' Library series of books. In 1973, the last book of this 17-volume series was published. Its title was Scientific Technical Progress and the Revolution in Military Affairs. The contents of this work, published in the post-Salt I period, does not conflict with tenets of military strategy. Military strategy is listed several times in the new, third edition of the Bo/Shaya Sovietskaya Encyclopedia as a reference work, as well as in other current military publications. Conclusions. Any genuinely scientific theory reflects objective laws inherent in any particular manifestation of social life. The theory of Soviet military art, being just such a theory, reflects the laws of war as an armed struggle carried out in the name of the interests of the foremost social class, the proletariat. Therefore, an investigation of the various aspects of war in the present work could not be objective. Although war as a two-sided process of struggle has a series of objective features, the authors as representatives of the Soviet armed forces could not, of course, consider these features from the position of an outside observer, but each time proceeded from a Marxist-Leninist understanding of the essence, causes, and conditions of the origin of wars in the modern era. From the point of view of the Marxist-Leninist dialectic, and objective evaluation of the various events of social development rests on the fact that the investigator cannot be neutral, but always remains the representative and champion of the ideology of his class. Lenin stated, "For the first time in the history of universal struggle, the army contains elements which do not carry bureaucratic banners, but which are directed by the ideas of struggle for the liberation of the exploited. Only a firm conviction of the triumph of these ideas enables us to properly evaluate such complex events of social life as war and to determine most truly the content and tasks of military strategy. To study any branch of military knowledge, including military strategy, the subject of the investigation is of greatest importance. War, military activities on a strategic scale, and armed forces as the main instrument of war were always the object of the investigation of military strategy. When these are investigated in military strategy, not only is the experience of past wars studied and general principles and rules formulated on this basis, but the character of an armed struggle in the future is predicted. This is the essence of military strategy. Therefore, in this work, along with consideration of the general theoretical problems of military strategy concerning its content and place in the overall system of military knowledge, laws of armed struggle, determination of the basic strategic categories, etc., a considerable place is devoted to the nature of and methods of unleashing and waging modern war. All these problems were considered in most cases in comparison with the opinions of our probable enemies in a future war. The military and historical experience of the past was used in writing this work. However, the authors did not attempt to give a comprehensive picture of all past wars and the development of military strategy during different eras, since history for the sake of history loses all value. The experience of past wars was used only to prove a particular concept and also to confirm new laws and phenomena of armed struggle, the germ of which can be traced in past wars. What conclusions can be drawn from the work as a whole? As was shown, the basis for the development of military strategy is the experience of wars and military actions of a strategic scale, the experience of directing a war and the armed forces during the process of preparation and waging of the armed struggle. This experience was in its time a source of knowledge of the phenomena of war and the formation of strategic points of view which gradually built up into a definite system. Each newly created socio-economic formation contributed to the development of military strategy and determined its features. Moreover, the main factor determining the character of military strategy was always the material conditions of the life of the society and the economy of one state or another. The dependence of military strategy on the economy was especially marked with the appearance and development of the capitalist system of production. When a jump in the development of productive forces occurred, the militaristic designs of the capitalist countries increased, and mankind entered an era of imperialist wars. All this caused aggressiveness in the policies of the ruling classes of the capitalist countries who kept military strategy in complete subjection to these policies. The aggressive tendencies of world capitalism were especially clearly manifested after the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia and the appearance of the world's first socialist state. These tendencies in the modern era, when the aggressors have at their disposal new powerful means of violence, have become an enormous danger to peace. In the policies of the modern imperialist states, force has become the chief weapon and means of obtaining basic goals. Thus, in spite of the statements by bourgeois ideologists, the Leninist concept that war is a continuation of the policy of classes and states by violent means has not only lost its significance under present conditions, but has found an even clearer corroboration. The class essence of bourgeois military strategy lies in the fact that it serves reactionary purposes for preparation of war in the name of the annihilation of the most progressive social structure, socialism, and the hindering of the regular development of mankind along the pathway to communism. The superiority of Soviet strategy over the military strategy of imperialist countries is that it serves the most advanced social structure and the cause of the defense of the conquests of the world's workers. The class essence of Soviet military strategy is defined by state policy. The policy of a socialist state considers war as the inevitable outcome of imperialism and considers that wars will finally disappear only with the destruction of imperialism. At the same time, the Communist Party makes a conclusion about the absence of the fatal inevitability of war in the modern era, when political and economic potentialities are being created to prevent a world war, even though imperialism still remains on a portion of the earth. These potentialities are determined, first and foremost, by the great military power of the socialist camp, which is now an insuperable obstacle in the pathway to the unleashing of a new world war by imperialist madmen. The imperialist countries are preparing for a new world war, using for this purpose the best achievements of science and technology and all the means which can be produced by modern capitalist industry. Soviet military strategy in its theory also rests on the achievements of socialist industry and on Soviet science and technology, which has attained the world's highest level of development. But, while from the technological point of view the armaments of the capitalist and socialist armies, as well as bourgeois and Soviet military strategy, have many features in common, the class political goals of capitalist and socialist armies differ radically from each other. The military strategy of the imperialist countries, serving the interests of the bourgeoisie, is directed toward preparation of war as a means of solving international problems. Soviet military strategy serves the purpose of preparing for war, in order to defend the conquests of the workers and to crush the aggressor. Soviet military strategy originates from the nature of a future war, from the most probable methods of unleashing and waging it. The nature of war in the modern era is determined by factors of an economic, political, geographic, and purely military order. All these factors have undergone such enormous changes in comparison with the period of the last World War that a future war cannot begin to be compared with World War II. Together with the most major political changes which have occurred in the world during this time, and with the fantastic jump in the development of productive forces, the modern era is characterized by the appearance and development of unprecedented means of armed struggle, primarily the nuclear rocket weapon. Therefore, a future world war will, first and foremost, be a nuclear rocket war. The enormous destructive and damaging power of the new means of armed conflict, the unlimited spatial extent of the war, and the inevitable involvement of the majority of the Earth's population testifies to the fact that a new world war, if it is unleashed by the imperialists, will inflict on mankind incalculable disaster and suffering. The magnitude of the destruction and the human losses in such a war are difficult to even imagine. Of decisive significance in a future war will be its initial period, during the course of which both sides will endeavor to achieve maximum results, exerting every effort for this purpose. Therefore, of primary importance in determining the duration of a war will be not the length of time during which the war is waged, but the coefficient of effectiveness of the efforts put forth at its very beginning. Thus, the duration and intensity of a war must be measured in two ways: by the duration of the entire war, and by the efficiency with which the forces and means are used during a specific period of time. The more effectively a country uses the forces and means accumulated before the war, the greater the results it can achieve at the very beginning of the war, and the more rapidly victory is achieved. At the same time, any government must obviously take into account the possibility of a protracted war, for which it will be necessary to have potential forces in readiness. In complete conformity with this is such a feature as the massiveness of the armed forces participating in a modern war. Accordingly, an intense creation and development of the armed forces is going on in all highly developed countries of the world. This development is determined mainly by the economic potentialities of the countries, their ability to produce nuclear weapons and highly efficient and complex military equipment. The probable nature and methods of conducting a future war strongly influence the development of the armed forces. Therefore, the directions of their development, the organizational structure, and equipment are selected in complete conformity with the requirements of a modern war. The moral and political training of the armed forces is of considerable importance under the conditions of waging a modern war. The socio-political nature and class essence of the armed forces of the socialist and capitalist countries determine the different directions in the education and training of personnel, as well as the principles of formation and recruitment of armies. Capitalist armies are obedient tools in the hands of the monopolistic bourgeoisie and serve reactionary and inhuman purposes. Predatory and grasping purposes are foreign to the Soviet armed forces. Their entire training is founded on the principles of preserving peace, the assertion of equal rights, and esteem for the independence and sovereignty of all countries and peoples. It is impossible to ignore the fact that the technical equipment of the capitalist and socialist armies has much in common, since the means for war and the development of equipment are governed by objective laws which apply to all countries. In citing the principles of waging war, the authors depended on the historical trends in the development of the means of waging war and their dependence on particular factors of a political, economic, and geographic nature. The wars of the era of imperialism served as the basis for this study. The forms and methods of waging a modern war are to a great extent determined by the most probable ways in which a future war can be unleashed by the imperialists and by what their military plans and preparations are. The methods of waging war as a whole are expressed by the totality of the types of military actions. Nuclear rocket strikes for the purpose of simultaneously smashing the military and economic potential of the enemy, annihilation of strategic means of nuclear attack and groups of armed forces, and disorganization of military and government control. Military actions for protection of a country and of its armed forces against nuclear rocket strikes. Military actions in land theaters, and military actions in naval theaters. Determination of the nature of a war, the directions in the creation and development of armed forces, and the methods of waging a future nuclear rocket war enable us to reveal the main trends in the preparation for war. Preparation of a country for war consists of preparing the economy, the armed forces, and the population. Under present-day conditions, the problems of the timely organization of civil defense are of great importance, and for this reason were considered in a special section of Chapter 7, although they comprise one of the elements of preparation of the population. The leadership of the country and the armed forces in war is a function of the highest military and political leadership, which in various countries, depending on their governmental and social structure and the century-old traditions which have developed, are dissimilar. However, there is much in common in the functions of these organs. The system of organization of the leadership of a country and the armed forces continuously changes under the influence and action of external and internal conditions occurring in the country. Now it is still difficult to say how this system will actually be formed in a future war. Therefore, the authors relied mainly on the experience of the leadership of the armed forces in past wars. Taking into account that military affairs do not mark time, but continuously develop under the action of various conditions, the authors have attempted as much as possible to anticipate and depict certain prospects in the development of various branches of military strategy. At the same time, it is necessary to take into account that the theories expressed in this work were cited in each individual case by relying on an evaluation of the political and economic conditions of today. Therefore, it is impossible to consider them as final and unchanging data. Only a creative approach from the position of Marxist-Leninist dialectics will enable Soviet commanding cadres to understand properly and use the various conclusions and recommendations of this work. Editor's notes, the introduction. 1. The following was omitted. The XXI Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which has become a new historical milestone in the development of Marxism-Leninism and of the whole international communist movement, has outlined a program. 2. Omitted. The same time, it must be noted that in the open Soviet military literature there is a lack of publications dealing with general concepts of military strategy and the vast variety of the problems concerned. Actually, since the publication of Strategy by A. Svechin in 1926, which was far from correct in regard to Marxist interpretation of the substance and content of military strategy and contained many shortcomings of a methodological nature, there have been no other publications in the Soviet Union devoted to the problems of military strategy as a whole. We must also take into account that many basic positions expressed in our press of Soviet military strategy, especially those stated during the post-war period, have been influenced strongly by the cult of personality of I.V. Stalin, who, in order to justify miscalculations and errors committed by him in the course of the Great Patriotic War World War II, translator's note, intentionally distorted the concepts of a whole series of questions of military strategy. The following became axiomatic. The rationality of low military preparedness of non-aggressive countries, the theory of active defense which ex post facto justified the deep withdrawal of our army into the heart of the country, surrendering to the enemy extensive territory, counterattack as an allegedly inevitable form of strategic operations in wartime, as well as a number of other positions. Editor's notes to Chapter 1. 1. Omitted. Star and Romanian. 2. This read. Organize 8 material and political security. 3. This read. Of military strategy. 4. This read. Even with hundreds of thousands of troops and vast amounts of. 5. Omitted. Great Britain and especially France. 6. Omitted. France. Editor's notes to Chapter 2. 7. Omitted. The desire of the aggressive imperialist circle of the United States of America for world domination was often proclaimed by the leaders of the USA. Thus, in 1945, soon after the conclusion of World War I, former Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, General George C. Marshall, in his report to the Secretary of War wrote that the United States possesses the necessary power to secure its leading role in the future developments of mankind. The notorious ex-President Truman, in his message to Congress in December 1945, even more frankly expressed this idea. He asserted that victory in World War II allegedly has placed upon the American people the constant and immediate necessity for world leadership. Finally, the new president, John F. Kennedy, in his special message on the urgent needs of the country to Congress on May 25, 1961, remarked that the government must examine additional long-range measures to enable us to justify our position as a world leader. 8. Omitted. It follows that American imperialists expect to achieve their main political aim, Winning world domination by starting aggressive wars. 9. Omitted. Which led to sharp disagreements between the Ground Troops Command on one hand and the Air Force and, in part, Naval Command on the other. Undoubtedly, this development of the armed forces could not help but produce serious dissatisfaction among the representatives of the ground troops and those monopolistic groups who supply these forces with arms and material. The victory of the advocates of the strategy of massive retaliation was a victory not only of the representatives of the Air Force and Navy, but also of the monopolistic groups interested in the manufacture of armaments for the Air Force and the Navy. 10. This read, retaliation. 11. Omitted, such as the Rand Corporation *, the Johns Hopkins Washington Center for the Study of Foreign Policy, the Rockefeller and the Gator Commissions, Harvard, Princeton, the Universities of Pennsylvania and Chicago, and other American universities. The Rand Corporation, RAND, from Research and Development, was formed by the USAF Command in 1948 and employs more than 800 prominent scientists. Its task is to determine what types of weapons are needed to meet the requirements of modern strategy. Among similar organizations are the Johns Hopkins University Operations Research Office, ORO, dealing with the same work for the U.S. Ground Forces, the Navy Operations Evaluation Group attached to MIT, and the Institute of Defense Analysis, which receives assignments from the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense of the United States. 12. Omitted. The most timely, from the point of view of clarification of the present military strategy of the West, is the report of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as well as the books of General Taylor, The Uncertain Trumpet, and of Professor Henry Kissinger, The Necessity for Choice ***. In 1961, Taylor and Kissinger were appointed special military and political advisors to President Kennedy, and almost all the proposals contained in their books have found or are finding practical realization. Previously, Kissinger was consultant to the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff. 13. Omitted. In referring to the vast influence of the Soviet Union and the Chinese People's Republic on the course of world social development, he says bitterly that the successes of Moscow and Peking will offer the same magnetic attraction as the accomplishments of Europe in the 19th century. No economic aid can counteract the belief that the West is doomed. 14. Omitted. Imaginary. 15. Omitted. Thus, the European countries raised the question of forming their own independent strategic nuclear forces. 16. Omitted. And the new president became its fervent advocate. 17. Omitted. The United States military program outlined by President Kennedy in his messages and television address provides the general outlines for building and preparation of the armed forces required for a general nuclear war as well as for limited wars. 18. Omitted. At first glance, this position may seem strange. On one hand, the political and military leadership of the USA and NATO believes that a general nuclear warfare is problematic, in short, without a future, since it leads to mutual annihilation. For this reason, the previous strategy was rejected. On the other hand, the newly adopted strategy, which is more flexible, again primarily envisages assuring the capability and preparedness for waging a general nuclear war. But this is only an apparent contradiction. The recognition of the possibility of a general nuclear war, despite its problematic nature, is an indication that the American imperialists are ready to embark upon any monstrous crime against humanity that would prevent their imminent destruction. Such a war would be an extreme measure, and could be started by aggressors when all other measures have failed to produce tangible results in a struggle against the socialist camp. 19. Omitted. According to its estimate, such satellites, located in space, are capable of photographing objects with a size of 2 meters and, in the period between 1965 to 1970, possibly, will be able to photograph at night objects 60 centimeters in height from an altitude of about 500 kilometers. However, according to American press reports, in 1962, the successes of the imperialists in the field of reconnaissance of Soviet strategic rocket bases were more than modest. 20. Omitted. Considering the vastness of Soviet territory, our information of Soviet launch sites unavoidably has a fragmentary character. 21. Omitted. In the opinion of the military command of the United States, the design of the Minuteman missile permits reducing its launch time by about 7 to 15 times and, because of a reduction in its dimensions, its concealment is facilitated and its mobility is increased. Such missiles will be in a state of constant readiness and can be launched in 1 to 2 minutes. The optimum time for launching intercontinental ballistic missiles, which operate on liquid fuel, is 15 minutes from the moment the command is given. 22. This red dot from which we hope to refrain. 23. Omitted. The military command of the United States is striving to solve the problem of organizing a reliable notification, warning, and communication system by means of launching a large number of adequate satellites which should provide a warning concerning the launching of enemy intercontinental ballistic missiles 30 minutes before they reach their targets on the territory of North America, as well as by the creation of a global, invulnerable communications and navigation system with the use of satellites, air, on airplanes, and sea, on ships. Command posts have been created and are continuing to be created for the reliable control of the armed forces of the United States and NATO. 24. Omitted. Thus, the realizability and effectiveness of the counterforce strategy is placed under great doubt. The most objective and critically disposed representatives of the West consider that even in the case where during the 1960s the percentage of the strategic strength of the Soviet Union which the United States can destroy will remain constant, which is quite an optimistic assumption, the absolute amount of forces which will remain will grow. Therefore, capability of the Soviet Union to inflict a devastating blow will inevitably grow. Similar admissions are also characteristic from the point of view that they unwittingly expose the aggressive nature of the strategy of counterforce. 25. Omitted. Strategy which contemplates attaining victory through the destruction of the armed forces cannot stem from the idea of retaliatory blow. It stems from preventive actions. 26. Omitted. The element of surprise includes taking the initiative, rapidly destroying the armed forces of the enemy, mainly his strategic forces and weapons, disrupting the control of troops and the country as a whole, and undermining the economy and morale of the people. 27. Omitted. When the Americans had a monopoly on the nuclear weapon. 28. Omitted. Appearance of such weapons in the Soviet Union. 29. Omitted. Brody is an employee of the Rand Corporation. Therefore, his pronouncements reflect not only his personal point of view, but also that of the Air Force leaders and of the other military agencies of the U.S. served by the Rand Corporation. The conclusions and recommendations of the employees of this corporation are not voices in the wilderness. They are heard and accepted, since otherwise the activity of the corporation would make no sense. However, U.S. officials, e.g., representatives of the government and of the military command, who agree with the conclusions and proposals of their scientific experts and who implement them, prefer to use other words, attempting to convince the nations of the world of their peaceful intentions. Even Brody is forced to admit this. He states that government-employed adherents of preventive war consider the public expression of their views to be impolitic. Therefore, 30. Omitted. The American imperialists believe that the present military potential of the United States is more nearly adequate to the task of knocking out the Soviet Union quickly by preventive war than it will be at any point in future. Asterisk translator's note. This is nearly a direct quote from Brody, but, curiously enough, the Russians have changed the last phrase than it was when we enjoyed monopoly of atomic weapons to than it will be at any point in the future, thus changing the emphasis from the past to the future. Brody, Strategy in the Missile Age, Princeton, 1959, page 230. Therefore, it is not by chance that the Soviet government, expressing the hopes and aspirations of all peace-loving mankind, recommended in 1962 inclusion in the agenda of the 17th session of the UN General Assembly an important and urgent point: condemnation of propaganda for a preventive nuclear war. 31. Omitted. However, the military specialists of the United States consider that in the future, the possibility of achieving strategic surprise will decrease more and more. As a matter of fact, modern means of detection and warning permit intersecting the launch of ballistic missiles, primarily strategic missiles, and transmitting signals concerning such lockings to the corresponding command posts. The savings of time which these warning devices can provide is not great, but during this time the air defense, PVO, and rocket defense, PRO, and strategic weapons can be brought to complete combat readiness. The major part of military aircraft can take off into the air, and even, a counter salvo of rockets can be launched in answer to the imperialist aggression. In preparing for aggression, the United States simultaneously devotes a great deal of attention to defense. The American leaders attached decisive importance to two factors: 1, the time element, and 2, assurance of the invulnerability, primarily of the strategic forces and weapons. It is well known that the time factor is of tremendous importance for early warning of attack, withdrawal of the armed forces to a safe area, particularly the withdrawal of strategic weapons, the organization of the retaliatory blow, warning of the population through the civil defense machinery, etc. In September 1960, Kennedy, still a presidential candidate, formed a temporary committee presided over by Senator Symington, former Secretary of the Air Force, to study the existing structure of leadership of the U.S. Armed Forces and its relation to the existing military, political, and strategic situation. Early in December 1960, the committee presented to Kennedy a report, a broad survey of the defense organization of the United States, which stressed that in any evaluation of the U.S. military position, there is one factor which has greater significance than the others. At that stage of technical development, this was the time factor, whose significance, according to the conclusions of the committee, consisted of the following. 1. The unique strategic value of time from the point of view of assuring the possibility and capability of an immediate response in the modern space and nuclear age. According to the evaluation of the committee, the United States had at least 18 months to prepare for each previous world war. However, in the case of a general nuclear war, there would be less than 18 minutes to respond. 2. The decisive significance of the time factor in the armaments race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Here the stress is on the need for assuring a reasonably timely choice from among the various weapons systems available and for assuring a minimum time lag between the designing of the weapons and their operational use. 3. The influence of the time factor on the military budget. No matter what funds are expended by the United States for military purposes, time cannot be bought. It is therefore recommended that one keep in mind the economic consequences of creating weapons which may become obsolete before completion due to time lag. Today, when rockets have fantastically reduced the time necessary for the delivery of nuclear warheads from one continent to another, the response time is literally measured in minutes. For example, the flight of a rocket from the American to the Eurasian continent, or vice versa, requires only 30 minutes, and possibly even less in the future. On this basis, the political and military leaders of the United States examine all possible ways and means of gaining additional time. As indicated above, it visualizes the solution of this problem in the launching of special artificial Earth satellites which are to pinpoint the launchings of ICBMs and relay this information back to Earth. In addition, the Americans are building radar stations to observe the launchings of ballistic missiles. Another equally important problem is to assure the relative invulnerability of the armed forces, primarily of the strategic forces and weapons. The political and military leaders of the USA and of NATO believe that this problem can be solved by the creation not of a single, but rather of a large variety of different types of strategic weapons: solid-fuel ICBMs and IRBMs, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, medium and heavy bombers armed with long-range air-to-ground missiles with a great radius of action, and, in the near future, special space devices. One of these measures is to construct subterranean and mobile launching pads for solid-fuel ICBMs and IRBMs to make their detection and destruction more difficult. In addition, provisions are made to maintain all combat-ready ICBMs and IRBMs and a significant part of SAC and TAC, 15-minute alert, and to increase the number of airborne heavy bombers carrying nuclear bombs, as well as to create a reliable system of communications, control, and information. It should be noted that the maintenance of a significant part of the strategic and operational formations on a 15-minute alert, as well as the increase of the number of heavy bombers in the air, fulfills a double aim. 1. Constant readiness for delivering a surprise attack, and 2. Quick removal of them from danger and the delivery of a retaliatory, counter, blow. However, a retaliatory blow, if it is possible, can only be delivered on a timely basis by the surviving rocket forces, including the rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, carrier-based aircraft, and the patrolling heavy bombers in the air and aircraft units which are on 15-minute readiness alert. The remaining strategic and tactical aircraft, having succeeded in leaving the danger zone, would be forced to land at remaining airfields to refuel and take on nuclear weapons. Only then can they carry out their task. The United States Military Command is seriously concerned over the vulnerability of its strategic air force. For this reason, it is taking the necessary measures for its dispersion and for increasing further the forces on alert on airfields and in the air. Moreover, in order to reduce the time for inflicting a strike, the Americans are studying the possibility of increasing the number of aircraft loaded with nuclear bombs on ground alert. The rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, subterranean and mobile launching installations for ICBMs and IRBMs, carrier-based aircraft, and subsequently space devices are considered to be most invulnerable. 32. Omitted. With or without the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Limited war is defined as an armed conflict in which the warring sides intentionally limit the political aims of the war, the forces and means employed, the dimensions of the area of military operations, the number of participants in the war, etc. In the opinion of the bourgeois theoreticians, in a limited war there should be no use of strategic nuclear weapons for striking at objectives located on the territory of the United States and the USSR. Such a war would not require the maximum strain on the efforts of the warring sides, but only a part of their human and material resources. In contrast to general war, limited war should not reach the extreme limits, and the warring sides must reach an agreement before the military operations exceed the specified limits. The concept of limited war has many contradictory propositions which even the representatives of bourgeois military science who support such war are forced to admit. The contradictory nature of these propositions can be followed through the characteristics of some of the factors, the intentional limitation of which, in the opinion of the representatives of the West, gives war a limited character. It is believed that in limited war none of the sides should set for itself political goals which so threaten a change in the existing situations as to justify a significant increase in the scale of military operations or the risk of unleashing a general war. These goals should be modest and morally justifiable, so as not to entail a radical change in the status quo. Such modest goals for the United States, in the opinion of the military theoreticians, are consolidating their political and strategic domination in certain parts of the world or weakening in some region the positions of the communist countries, the restoration of the capitalist system in any country which has set forth on the road to socialism, the suppression of democratic movements in capitalist countries, and the national liberation movement in colonial and dependent countries. Expressing the aggressive aspirations of American imperialism, the Western military theoreticians at the same time point out that in a limited war the United States and her allies will not absolutely limit their military goals to specific borders and political conditions which existed before the start of the war. Thus, the arguments of the bourgeois ideologists of modest tasks become pointless because they do not refer to limitation of the political and military goals of imperialism. These arguments clearly contradict the true nature of imperialism, which is striving for world domination. American military theoreticians admit, and in this they are probably right, that the most acute problem of limited war is the use in it of tactical nuclear weapons. The complexity of this problem, in their opinion, is explained by the following. First of all, the role and the effect of tactical nuclear weapons are still insufficiently studied and are based primarily on assumptions. It does not appear possible to foresee the political, military, and psychological consequences of the use of this weapon. The opposite side, in retaliation for the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, may launch the same number or considerably more retaliatory nuclear strikes. The possibility of an error is not excluded, the result of which will be the unleashing of a general nuclear war with its catastrophic consequences. The possibility for both warring sides to accept the classification of nuclear weapons in accordance with their power, tactical and strategic, is doubted. It is also difficult to imagine which delivery means of tactical nuclear weapons can be used in a limited conflict, and whether these means can be used from areas located outside the zone of limited war. Thus, the elusiveness of limitations in the use of nuclear weapons does not need proof. The ideologists of limited war, fighting for the wide use of tactical nuclear weapons, at the same time do not show any desire to abandon strategic nuclear weapons of attack which should be, as they point out, in readiness as weapons of deterrence. With respect to territorial limitations, they supposedly are most effective in the case where, with the flaring up of a limited conflict, they are more easily implemented, observed, and mutually controlled by the warring sides. This pertains in particular to economically underdeveloped regions and countries which are located on islands and peninsulas. At the same time, the adherents of limited war are obliged also to admit that the creation, down to the present time, of military and political blocs of states in which, as is known, the American imperialist circles have dragged in the majority of the countires of the capitalist world, to a considerable degree complicates the possibility for limiting armed conflict to a specific territory. The concept of limited war also is based on the necessity to limit the inflicting of strikes with conventional, as well as tactical nuclear weapons on specifically determined military targets, objectives, without subjecting large populated places and strategic objectives to destruction in so doing. The elusiveness of such assertions requires no explanation. A matter of fact, both theoretically and practically, it is extremely difficult to differentiate between tactical and strategic objectives without even speaking of whether such a differentiation, assuming that it may be achieved, is recognized as proper by both warring sides. Politically, the concept of limited war represents an adventuristic reckoning by the American imperialists to wage war on foreign territory. Such is the essence of the strategy of flexible response, which has been adopted in the United States and shared in principle by all the NATO countries. However, it is being subjected to a broad and critical discussion and analysis on the part of the European countries, members of the bloc. Its discussion is causing sharp clashes, primarily with respect to such cardinal questions as the creation of a nuclear force within NATO, control over the use of nuclear weapons, especially in limited war, an increase in conventional armed forces. 33. Omitted. The military strategy of the main imperialist countries was formed under the influence of the essentially unified predatory and aggressive policy of the monopolistic circles. Because of this, the strategies of the different imperialist countries have much in common. Until recently, the United States had the monopoly of strategic forces and were against their establishment by the European countries within national frameworks. The political meaning of such a position is the continued, unlimited domination over the bloc and the political and military pressure on its allies. Some European countries, above all France, the Federal Republic of Germany and England have come out against this position. During 1961 to 1962, no progress was made on this matter. The talks between Kennedy and Macmillan, which took place in December 1962 in the Bahamas, lead to the conclusion of the so-called Nassau Pact, which envisaged the creation of nuclear force of the bloc. According to the announcement made by President Kennedy at a press conference on December 31, 1962, this is one of the important problems facing NATO in 1963, the solution of which will determine whether the alliance will begin to fall apart or whether it will provide a higher degree of combat readiness. The decision to create NATO nuclear forces was adopted at the session of the Council held in Ottawa in May 1963. The meaning of this is that with the help of the United States, the European members of NATO should create their pyramid of nuclear forces, the summit of which will be the NATO military command in Europe. The United States, apart from this, retains leadership of a second pyramid of strategic offensive forces which are subordinate only to the American military command. These two military commands should cooperate with each other within the framework of NATO, coordinating plans and targets for the launching of nuclear strikes. On the basis of the Ottawa decisions, the NATO nuclear forces should include 3 American submarines armed with Polaris missiles and located on combat patrol in the Mediterranean, all British medium strategic bombers, about 180, as well as a portion of the Tactical Air Force, armed with nuclear weapons, belonging to Great Britain, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Canada, Belgium, Holland, Italy, Greece, and Turkey. These nuclear forces will be called multinational or interallied, and will be headed by a specially designated Deputy Supreme Commander of the Combined Arms Forces of NATO in Europe. In addition, a special committee has been created consisting of 9 representatives of the European countries mentioned above to deal with the coordination of operational planning and distribution of targets between the strategic aviation commands of the United States and the nuclear forces of NATO. Subsequently, it is anticipated to include within the composition of these forces 4 British atomic submarines with Polaris missiles, to be built by 1967, and 3 more American atomic missile-carrying ships. In addition to the multinational forces, the creation of a so-called multilateral NATO nuclear force consisting of surface ships armed with Polaris missiles is intended as a second stage. Altogether, the construction of 25 pirate warships carrying 8 Polaris missiles each is contemplated. These ships will be camouflaged as merchant vessels. They will have mixed crews. 1. They will be staffed by servicemen of several nationalities. 34. Omitted. Bourgeois military strategy changed and developed in accord with the changes in foreign policy of the ruling circles of each country, the distribution of forces in the world arena, economic possibilities, the appearance of new combat weapons, and other factors. In this chapter, we give a brief analysis of the development of military strategy in Britain, the United States, France, Germany, and Japan during World Wars I and II, and of the military strategy of the modern imperialist coalition headed by the USA. In World War I, Britain, the United States, France, and Germany pursued the same predatory aims, attaining them, however, by different methods. For instance, Britain adhered to its traditional policy of having others carry out the dirty work. The essence of British military strategy was very openly stated by former Prime Minister Lloyd George. He wrote, "We conceived of our participation in war in accordance with Britain's traditional role in continental wars. Our navy was to control the seas in the interests of the Allies. Our wealth was to finance their foreign expenditures. Our army was to play a secondary role in this war." However, in the very beginning of the war, the British government was forced to revise these concepts. It was clear that the outcome of the war would not be decided on the high seas, as previously conceived, but on the continent with a mass application of ground forces. As a result of the revision, during the war, of the concept of the role and aims of the armed forces in a continental war, the British government deployed a large, well-equipped land army. By the beginning of 1918, the ground forces of the British Empire comprised 90 divisions, most of which were deployed on the continent, although the initial plans provided for only 7 divisions of the Expeditionary Corps on the continent. U.S. military strategy prior to World War I differed little from its British counterpart. It was based on the policy of American imperialists aimed at the expansion of its sphere of influence. By the beginning of the 20th century, the United States was first in world industrial output and began to aim at world dominance. War was to be instrumental in achieving this end. In taking into account its geographic position, 1. The absence of common borders with major powers, as well as the possibility of prolonged war, the ruling circles of the USA planned to gradually deploy a large army and to enter into the war at a favorable moment. Accordingly, the United States devoted its main pre-war efforts to the development of the Navy and its least effort to the development of ground forces. The French military strategy on the eve of World War I reflected both cowardice and the desire of the French bourgeoisie for territorial expansion. The desire to regain the lost provinces of Alsace and Lorraine forced the French General Staff to plan active operations in this very area. However, because the French feared the might of the German army, their war plan was to wait passively for an opportunity. The main blow was to be delivered only after the first encounters with the enemy, depending on conditions. The French counted on the possibility of a German invasion into France through Belgium, but considered this unlikely since they felt that the Germans had insufficient forces to undertake this operation. Germany, occupying a central position on the European continent, was most afraid of a war on 2 fronts, against Russia and against the Western powers. In order to win such a war with an inferior economic and military potential, Germany had to act quickly and decisively, destroying its opponents one at a time without granting them time for mobilization and deployment of their vast resources. Therefore, the war plan developed by the German General Staff was based on the idea of a blitzkrieg, first against France and then against Russia. In planning the first blow against France, the German General Staff started with the idea that Russia was unable to initiate active operations until its mobilization and concentration of forces had been completed. The Germans believed that this would require at least 40 days, enough time to conclude the war with France. The strategic aims of German imperialism determined the decisive, offensive nature of the operations of the armed forces. In the initial stage of the war, such strategy and tactics produced notable results. Later, however, the adventuristic nature of the policy and strategy of German imperialism led Germany to catastrophe. The experience of World War I showed that bourgeois military strategy was not capable of understanding and evaluating the conditions of modern warfare characteristic of the machine age. By the beginning of the war, in most capitalist countries it was believed that the war would be over in a few months. This idea was most graphically expressed by von Schlieffen, who believed that the war would be over before the leaves start to fall. In this connection, the German General Staff planned only the initial operations, which were to destroy the armed forces of the opponents and bring the war to conclusion. No provision was made for the deployment and preparation of the reserves or for the mobilization of industry for war production, since it was thought that the arms and ammunition accumulated in peak time were sufficient to wage war and bring it to a victorious conclusion. However, the war changed all these plans. For well-known reasons, it became a prolonged war involving deployment of armies of many millions, their continuous replacement, a changeover of industry to the production of vast amounts of arms and ammunition, equipment, clothing, and other war material. In the course of the war, new means of warfare appeared with the armies involved, sharply changing the organization of troops and the nature of military operations. The war became a war of destruction and attrition. World War I culminated in total military defeat of Germany and her allies. However, it brought no solution to the disagreements existing between the large capitalist countries, but, conversely, made them more acute. The system inherent in the Treaty of Versailles, which was a result of World War I, proved to be so unstable as to provide the nucleus for a new world war. As a result of World War I, the entire capitalist system suffered a major defeat. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia took one of the largest countries of the world out of the chain of world capitalism. The world was split into two opposing social systems, that of capitalism and that of socialism. The appearance in the world arena of the first socialist state of workers and peasants was a serious obstacle to the aims of world domination of the imperialist countries. Thus, during the period between the two world wars, the imperialists of Britain, France, and the United States set themselves two tasks. First, to destroy, or in any case, to weaken substantially the Soviet Union, and second, to eliminate old competitors, Germany and Japan, from the struggle for world domination. To do so, Britain, France, and the United States pursued an extended policy aimed at setting Germany and Japan against the USSR, i.e., letting them do the dirty work, and then to eliminate Germany and Japan, ravaged by war, from the world market. To realize these plans, extensive credits were put at German disposal to assure the rebirth and renewal of its heavy military industries and to further Hitler's aggressive policy in all possible ways. However, contrary to the plans of international reaction, the contradictions between the largest imperialist countries of this period proved to be stronger than the contradictions between the USSR and the imperialist countries. It was this fact that led, on the eve of World War II, to the formation of two imperialist factions. One was composed of the United States, Britain, and France, striving to secure their dominant positions in the world. The second group consisted of Germany, Italy, and Japan, who sought to remake the world. The countries of the fascist bloc by 1939 had strengthened their economic and military potential to such a degree as to visualize a real possibility of crushing their competitors before starting a war against the Soviet Union. Thus, the military machine of fascist Germany, created with the direct and active support of the United States, Britain, and France, fell upon its own creators in 1939 to 1940. During the period between the two wars, bourgeois military leaders feverishly sought the best methods of warfare. With this aim, all countries thoroughly studied the experience gathered in World War I and sought new forms of strategy. Certain bourgeois military ideologists, Siecht in Germany, Fuller and Liddell Hart in Britain, de Gaulle in France, and others, advanced the theory of small, highly mechanized professional armies, suggesting that modern military technology obviates the need for massive armed forces. The theory of professional armies arose because the bourgeoisie feared the armed working masses. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia, the decline of armies, and the growth of the revolutionary movement in countries which participated in World War I showed the bourgeoisie the danger inherent in conducting wars with large armed forces. There existed other similar theories, particularly the theory of the Italian General Duhet, who insisted that the only form of war is the war in the air. Duhet considered that massive bomber attacks on important industrial and political centers of the enemy can secure victory within a short time without using large armies or navies. By the beginning of World War II, the imperialist countries had developed various strategic concepts. The French bourgeoisie, frightened by the huge human losses sustained in the course of World War I, over 1.5 million killed, believed that in future wars it could avoid large losses and win the war with smaller forces by merely defensive operations involving the large fortifications on the eastern border. The French General Staff seriously believed that a war against Germany could be won defensively on the Maginot Line. A gradual attrition of the enemy by a naval blockade was considered a substantial complement to the Maginot Line. Therefore, the French army and its generals were preparing for a trench war, similar in form to the War of 1914 to 1918. The passive defensive strategy of France was reflected in the building of its armed forces, in the training of the army personnel, and later in the strategic deployment and in the methods of warfare. Therefore, it was not surprising that the armed forces of France, exceeding 3 million people, were destroyed in a month and a half of war. It should be stressed that the French imperialists were hoping until the very last moment that fascist Germany would attack the USSR without initiating any decisive actions in the West. The ruling classes of the United States and Britain, who by force of circumstances found themselves in the same coalition with the Soviet Union, continued to pursue their imperialist aims throughout the war, although in a masked form. The aim of the ruling circles of the United States and Britain was to undermine the power of Germany, Italy, and Japan, their main competitors, and at the same time to preserve the existing regimes of these countries. With regard to the Soviet Union, the political aims of the United States and Britain were clearly reflected in the military problems of the imperialist circles of these countries. To conduct the war primarily at the expense of the USSR, to weaken the USSR by war, and to keep the Red Army out of the Balkans and Central Europe. Following this front, plans matured for the expansion of Anglo-American operations not in France, which would hit Germany closest to home, but rather in Italy and in the Balkans. These strategic aims, directed at the prolongation of war by all possible means, determined also the methods of armed warfare employed by the British and American troops so as to create a slow, passive, and indecisive character of warfare. The political plans and the basic military strategic problems of fascist Germany were quite different. To destroy the enemies, who together possessed superior potential, the Nazi leadership and the German General Staff were counting primarily on the full use of the element of, and on the destruction of the countries of the opposing coalition by lightning blows, one at a time. In essence, this strategy differed very little from the German strategy before World War I. Still, it was safeguarded better by the creation of large mobile forces, tanks and mechanized divisions, and a rather large air force, which was not the case in the beginning of World War I. The essence of the Blitzkrieg theory was formulated by Ludendorff. According to this theory, the maximum forces and material were to be concentrated for the initial strike. The mobilization and concentration of the armed forces were to be camouflaged and carried out before they attack. To surpass the enemy suddenly, to lull him into carelessness, to invade and suddenly advance into the depth of his country, to assure success by merciless and terroristic treatment of the population, to utilize the previously organized fifth columns, to paralyze the will of the enemy to resist, and to force his surrender. These were the foundations of the Blitzkrieg. However, as is well known, this theory was of no avail in the war against the Soviet Union, since fascist Germany had neither the political, the economic, nor especially the military prerequisites to decide the outcome of the war within a short time in its favor. The aggressive program of Japanese imperialism before World War II was most completely formulated by one of the most prominent representatives of Japanese militarism, General Tanaka. As early as July 25, 1927, he presented to the Emperor of Japan a memorandum setting forth a plan of conquest of China and of the world. The memorandum stated that in order to seize China, Japan must first seize Manchuria and Mongolia. To conquer the world, we must first conquer China. If we can conquer China, all the countries of Asia Minor, as well as India and the countries of the South Seas, will fear us and surrender to us. The world will then understand that East Asia belongs to us and will not dare to question our rights. Having seized all the resources of China, we shall proceed to conquer India, the countries of the South Seas, then Asia Minor, Central Asia, and finally Europe. Aggression against the USSR was an intrinsic part of General Tanaka's plan. The memorandum states, "The program of our national development apparently requires crossing swords with Russia again. The imperialist aims and tendencies directed at world domination determine the decisive aggressive character of Japanese military strategy. However, taking into account the relative weakness of their own economy, Japanese militarists always provided for a thorough and long preparation for any expansion. Its start was to be timed with international conditions favorable to Japan, when the major powers were either at war or so full of internal conflict as to be unable to resist Japanese aggression. The same causes, weakness of the economy and insufficient military potential, gave rise to the second principle of Japanese military strategy, the sudden attack, an example of the most abominable treachery. With respect to organization, building, and military utilization of the armed forces, the Japanese believed their ground forces to be their mainstay. At the same time, the insular position of Japan required her to maintain a large navy and to attach special importance to naval landings. World War II did not resolve the imperialist contradictions, but only served to make them more acute. It did not strengthen the foundations of the capitalist system, but rather impaired and weakened them. The hopes of world reactionaries, and especially those of the ringleaders of Wall Street, that Hitler's military machine would deliver a mortal blow to the Soviet Union in the course of World War II proved to be futile. The USSR destroyed the German army, defeated Hitler's Germany, and emerged victorious from the war. 35. Omitted. In accordance with the strategy of flexible response adopted by the United States and NATO, and the views of the possible nature of modern war, their armed forces were created and developed. The basis for this development is the so-called principle of mutual dependence between the NATO countries in the political, economic, and military realms that was advanced by the American ruling circles as early as 1950. Later, this principle was extended to countries participating in other military and political alliances. The basic purpose of the principle of mutual dependence is to create, within the framework of the aggressive military blocs, balanced military forces, and hence to define the responsibility of each participating country or group of countries for the development of such national armed forces as required by the United States. The task of creating, training, and utilizing primarily offensive strategic weapons, including nuclear weapons, was taken on by the United States and partly by Britain, since these countries have the greatest military, economic, and technical capabilities. The other countries in NATO and the other military blocs were committed mainly to the development of ground forces and small air forces and navies whose mission was to safeguard the operations of the ground forces and to perform auxiliary tasks. The American imperialists, having available all the strategic means for armed combat, exert political and military pressure on their allies, forcing them to do whatever suits the United States. Thus, if we may say so, mutual dependence does not sit well with certain NATO countries, particularly France and West Germany, who would like to play a more important role than that assigned to them in the solution of the most important military and political problems. The ruling circles of France, particularly of West Germany, object to the dominant authority of the Americans and, to a lesser degree, of the British in the military blocs, and insist upon a revision of the principle of mutual dependence. They demand that nuclear weapons and the strategic means of using them be put in their hands. 36. Omitted. The American plans, presented in the messages of President Kennedy to Congress in 1961 to 1963, provide not only for a stepped-up rate of deployment of strategic rocket weapons in NATO countries and other alliances, but also for well-equipped and mobile conventional armed forces, especially ground troops. Thus, in his congressional address on May 25, 1961, Kennedy remarked that at the present time the American government is especially interested in seeing its NATO allies devote their main attention to the development of conventional armed forces, primarily ground troops adapted to conditions arising from the changing balance of power between the East and the West. However, it is necessary to stress that even though the United States had begun to devote greater attention to conventional armed forces, the main emphasis in its military buildup remains the same. It is concentrated on the creation and perfection of nuclear forces and other strategic weapons. This is evident from the above military program of the new American administration, as well as from the statements of prominent American military leaders. For instance, General Lemnitzer, the present Supreme Commander of the NATO forces in Europe, declared on October 28, 1961, "Recently, our measures concerning conventional armed forces have attracted much public attention. I want to state clearly that this in no way indicates any decrease in the importance of the strategic nuclear potential. We continue to apply our main efforts to the improvement of our strategic forces, whose mission is the delivery of a retaliatory blow." 37. Changed. The accelerated development of nuclear offensive forces and strategic weapons, which continue to be the mainstay of the military strength of the NATO countries and of the other aggressive military blocs as a whole, and the significant attention devoted to the beefing up of conventional armed forces have naturally led to a sharp increase in military expenditures in a number of capitalist countries, and to a stepped-up armaments race. As a result of the measures taken in 1961 to 1963, individual countries of NATO, especially the United States, have increased the number and military strength of the national armed forces, and have increased the personnel in units and formations and the general combat readiness of the ground troops, Air Force, and Navy. The groups of armed forces of NATO in Europe has also been increased. 38. Omitted. Since the imperialist forces of the United States are preparing to unleash various types of wars, they believe that today the structure of the armed forces is determined more and more by their mission. The traditional breakdown by services, Army, Navy, and Air Force, no longer fully corresponds to the present-day situation. Therefore, it would appear to be more expedient in the future to develop the armed forces according to the strategic problems in a general nuclear war and the possible need for waging limited wars. It should be stressed, however, that while on the one hand it is almost impossible to use strategic weapons in a limited war, on the other hand, those forces intended for use in limited wars must be used in a general nuclear war. Therefore, it is believed that victory in such a war can be achieved only through the combined efforts of all the armed forces, but naturally strategic weapons will play the main role. Therefore, for limited wars a distinctive division of the armed forces is necessary, while for a nuclear war there must be a maximum unification of effort. According to the U.S. command, the expediency of developing the armed forces according to mission is dictated by strategic considerations and by the necessity for a more singleness of purpose in the use of finances. Historically, the following situation arose. The U.S. Air Force and naval commands, concerned about developing their respective services, independently created corresponding strategic weapons. The Air Force, heavy and medium bombers, ICBMs and IRBMs, and special space devices, and the Navy, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. The same took place with operational and tactical weapons and for air defense weapons. 39. Revised. By early 1962, the United States government and High Command, using the conclusions and suggestions of the Symington Committee and the committee headed by General Partridge, RET, had completed a study of the possibilities for improving the building of their armed forces, the structure of which is determined on the basis of the missions which they accomplish. The new principles for developing the armed forces in accordance with special mission, specified in the budget messages. From President Kennedy to the Congress of the United States for the 1962-63 and 1963-64 fiscal years, permit the creation of armed forces which answer the requirements of general nuclear war and limited wars with and without the use of tactical nuclear weapons. In this connection, the American armed forces are classified on the basis of their purpose from the point of view of their structure, as follows. 1. The strategic offensive forces consisting of units and formations of ICBMs, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, heavy and medium bombers and tanker planes, and, in the near future, possibly special space devices. These forces are intended to conduct a general nuclear war. 2. The anti-aircraft and anti-missile, anti-space forces for the defense of the American continent. 3. General forces, including ground troops, tactical aviation and naval forces, excluding rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. These are designed for conducting, in conjunction with the strategic offensive forces, a general nuclear war, and for independent operation in limited wars with and without the use of tactical nuclear weapons. 4. The forces and means for strategic troop transport by sea and by air, including all necessary means of air and sea transport for rapid transfer of troops and arms from the United States to other regions of the globe in the event of any armed conflict. 5. Armed Forces Reserves. In addition to being studied by the Symington Committee, this problem was also studied by a temporary committee formed early in September 1961 by order of the Secretary of Defense and headed by General Partridge, RET, former commander of the North American Air Defense. In November 1961, the committee presented to the Secretary of Defense a secret report on the reorganization of the leadership of the armed forces. The New York Times, November 1961. 40. Revised. The Offensive Strategic Forces. The political and military leaders of the United States and NATO believe that the offensive strategic forces cannot be restricted to any one weapon system. Within reasonable limits, these systems must be many-faceted to assure their flexible utilization, and especially their relative invulnerability and, consequently, their survival. At the present time, offensive strategic forces include ICBMs and IRBMs in the European NATO member countries, nuclear submarines equipped with Polaris missiles, heavy and medium bombers, some equipped with air-to-ground rockets, and, in the near future, special space devices. The ICBMs are located only in the United States. Units are armed with liquid fuel, Atlas, and Titan ballistic missiles, and in 1962 will begin to be equipped with solid fuel Minuteman ballistic missiles. By early 1962, the U.S. Air Force had 17 squadrons, 11 Atlas squadrons and 6 Titan squadrons. 13 Atlas squadrons with 132 launching installations are planned by the end of 1962. According to the Table of Organization, the 6 Titan squadrons have 54 launching installations, 9 per squadron. By the end of 1963, 12 Titan squadrons are planned with 108 launching installations. All the bases for these rockets are intended to be of the underground type. This paragraph was omitted in second edition. The Minuteman, having greater invulnerability, is judged to have the best future. On the basis of test data, the U.S. Command directed its efforts in 1961 to 1962 toward increasing the reliability and aiming precision of the Minuteman, increasing its range and perfecting the reentry technique, and speeding up further tests to obtain more operational data. The 1961-62 budget calls for doubling the production of these rockets and creating the necessary reserve forces. At the beginning of 1962, the U.S. Command decided to create by the end of 1966 16 Minuteman squadrons with a total of 800 launching sites. However, already by the end of 1962, this program was re-examined in line with its increase to 19 squadrons and 950 launching sites. Footnote: Message from President Kennedy to the Congress of the United States on January 18, 1963, on the budget for the 1963-64 fiscal year, and the speech by Defense Secretary McNamara of January 31, 1963, in Congress during a discussion of the budget. By the end of 1962, one squadron of Minutemen had been formed, armed with only 20 launching sites with missiles. It is planned, for the middle of 1964, to have 150 combat-ready launching sites for such missiles, 3 squadrons. All the bases for these rockets are to be of the underground type. It is possible that in order to increase the chances of survival, part of the launching installations will be mobile, for instance, on special railroad flat cars. These will be the so-called mobile rocket bases. This is presently under investigation. The general state and future plans for the development of ICBMs are summarized in the table. IRBMs, though developed and produced in the United States, are to be transferred to the NATO member countries and possibly to other military blocs. By early 1962, there were 2 types of liquid fuel rockets, Thor and Jupiter, located in Britain, Italy, and Turkey. The Thorb squadrons are part of the RAF and under British command. The Jupiter squadrons are under joint command, either Italian or Turkish command, and under the European NATO command. All missile launching sites located in England, Italy, and Turkey are maintained on 15-minute alert to launch missiles. However, these countries do not have missiles with nuclear warheads. Such warheads are under control of the American command. The NATO plans provide for approximately 500 launching installations for intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Europe by 1966, not counting the British Thor missiles. These missiles are to be under the unified command of the European bloc. With this in mind, U.S. military leaders decided early in January of 1962 to develop a new intermediate-range missile, 2,800 kilometers, using solid fuel and intended for the NATO countries. Presumably, it will be lighter, more mobile, and consequently less vulnerable. Nuclear warheads for the Thor and Jupiter missiles are under control of the American military leaders. The United States and NATO military commands believe that the Thor and Jupiter missiles are obsolete and should be replaced. The chief deficiencies of these missiles are that they are placed on open sites and therefore are very vulnerable and, in addition, require considerable time to bring them to readiness for launching. As a result of this, It is intended to remove the Thor missiles from service and to dismantle them by October 1963, and somewhat later the Jupiter missiles will be removed from service and dismantled. The assumption has been expressed that they will be replaced by intermediate-range missiles on mobile launchers, primarily on nuclear submarines. The British press has noted that the NATO command intends to have under its control 500 launchers for intermediate-range missiles. Footnote: British newspaper Daily Express, December 14, 1961. Rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. The solid-fuel Polaris IRBM carried aboard nuclear submarines is second in importance only to the Minuteman ICBM. The ability of these submarines to cruise submerged for a long time and to launch rockets while submerged guarantees their high mobility and good camouflage, making them virtually invulnerable to enemy ballistic missiles. By early 1962, the U.S. Navy had 6 nuclear submarines, each equipped with 16 Polaris missiles. 5 nuclear submarines with Polaris missiles, based at Holy Loch, Scotland, patrol the waters of the Northeast Atlantic. They are on constant combat alert. With the advent of the Kennedy administration in the United States, there was a review of the construction program for Polaris-equipped nuclear submarines to shorten the time needed to build them. Previously, 45 such submarines were planned by 1970. The revised plan provides for the construction of 41 such submarines by 1966. By the beginning of 1963, the U.S. Navy had 9 nuclear submarines, each equipped with 16 Polaris missiles, all of them being at constant combat readiness and based at Holy Loch, Scotland, and the Mediterranean Sea, patrol the waters of the northeastern Atlantic. It is expected that by the end of 1963 the number of missile-carrying nuclear submarines will increase to 18, in which respect, beginning with the middle of 1963, the annual rate of placement of submarines into service will be increased to 12 in contrast to the 5 submarines called for by the initial program adopted by the Eisenhower administration. Footnote: Kennedy Message to Congress, March 28, 1961.11. The rocket-carrying nuclear submarines are presently equipped with Polaris A-2 missiles with a range of 2,800 kilometers. By 1962 to 1963, they will have Polaris A-3s with a range of up to 4,000 kilometers. The development of the Polaris A-3 has been accelerated in order to have them 1 year sooner, possibly by cutting back production of the Polaris A-2. The arming of nuclear submarines with the Polaris A-2 and A-3, which has increased range and is capable of deep penetration into the enemy rear areas, significantly increases the combat potential of these submarines and makes them less vulnerable to coastal anti-submarine weapons. Strategic aviation. At the present time, strategic aviation is still the main striking force of the United States and its allies in aggressive military blocs. It includes American heavy and medium and British medium strategic bombers. By early 1963, the United States had more than 630 B-52s, 800 B-47s, and at least 100 supersonic B-58s. In addition, the United States has more than 1,000 tanker planes capable of simultaneous refueling, in the air, of a large number of heavy and medium bombers. Most of the strategic aircraft, all the heavy bombers, and more than 700 medium bombers, are located in United States territory. The remaining medium bombers are based in Europe, in the Pacific, and in Alaska. 41. Revised. If necessary, the number of heavy bombers on patrol can be increased to 70 to 80 strategic bombers, while under extraordinary conditions, all the equipped heavy bombers, and possibly also medium strategic bombers, can be in the air, on patrol. The American command believes that the increasing development of ICBMs does not obviate the need for manned strategic bombers. Therefore, it provides for the further expansion of strategic aviation by increasing somewhat the number of heavy bombers and arming them with air-to-ground missiles. Plans are being made to maintain up to 700 heavy bombers within the next few years, a considerable part of which will be armed with Hound Dog-guided missiles, air-to-ground, with 4 megaton nuclear warheads and a range of 800 kilometers. The American command exerted great efforts to develop the solid-fuel Skybolt missile, air-to-ground, for equipping heavy strategic bombers. It was believed that the successful development and production of this missile, which was to have a nuclear warhead and a range of up to 1,800 kilometers, could extend the period of service of heavy bombers, assuring their effective use in the missile era. However, The missile did not provide the expected results, and the Americans were forced to refrain from its further development. This caused great discontent among the British because they were promised delivery of the necessary number of such missiles for equipping their medium strategic bombers. A considerable reduction in the number of medium strategic bombers is planned. By the end of 1966, they plan to use B-58s exclusively and to retire the B-47s. The United States continues to develop a new strategic bomber, the B-70, with a range of about 13,000 kilometers, a maximum speed of Mach 3, and a practical ceiling of 25,000 to 30,000 meters. The prototype is to be constructed in 1963. If adopted, the B-70 will become operational no sooner than 1966. The United States has spent almost 15 years and over $1 billion in an attempt to develop an aircraft with atomic propulsion. However, the possibility of creating such a plane suitable for military application in the near future is, in the opinion of the American command, highly unlikely. At the beginning of 1963, Britain had about 180 Vulcan, Victor, and Valiant medium bombers, common designation, V-type. Several squadrons were equipped with the modified Vulcan V-2 bomber, and the Victor V-2 bomber is also expected. Both these bombers are capable of carrying the Blue Steel missile air-to-ground, which was developed by the British and should be placed into service in the near future. The missile has a nuclear warhead and a range of 160 kilometers. It is intended to maintain the number of British strategic bombers at the existing level. France established a Strategic Air Command in the Air Force which, by the beginning of 1963, included more than 40 Voiture light bombers capable of carrying atomic bombs. Expected in 1964 to 1965 are 50 Mirage 4 bombers which will be supported by 12 KC-135 refueling aircraft purchased in the United States. The first 7 Mirage 4 bombers should be placed into service in 1903. 42. A great deal of the material in this section was found in pages 401 to 406 of Edition 2 and pages 357 to 361 of Edition 1. This was a section of the 6th chapter, The Problems of Using Cosmic Space for Military Aims. See notes to Chapter 6 for text. Space means, including various devices, are by their very nature strategic weapons, or serve to assure the successful use of other strategic weapons in wartime. The U.S. Air Force controls the development, research, and testing of almost all types of systems designed for reconnaissance, warning radio navigation, communication, and defense against ballistic missiles and enemy satellites, as well as those to be used for nuclear strikes against enemy strategic ground targets. All activity dealing with the development, creation, and testing of space systems prototypes, the arrangement of series production, and the transfer to the armed forces is coordinated, with few exceptions, by a special command for the development of weapons systems under the U.S. Air Force Chief of Staff. This command has 60,000 military and civilian workers, including many scientists, scientific workers, and engineers. It is planned to allocate to this command in 1960 to 1975 from $60 to $120 billion for the development of new types of space, ballistic, and electronic systems, as well as new types of aerospace vehicles, airplanes, and wing missiles. A number of military space satellites were in the stage of construction and testing and experimental launching by early 1963. These will presumably be integrated into the armed forces before 1965. The basic satellite systems are designed for reconnaissance of ground targets and for meteorological reconnaissance, and for very long-range detection of ICBM launchings and warning of a nuclear rocket attack, for radio navigation, and for the organization of the direction of the armed forces using radio communication equipment on board the satellites. The development and use of space systems for the destruction of ballistic missiles in the boost phase, for the recognition and destruction of enemy military satellites, etc., is also planned. It should be noted that by early 1963 the United States had launched more than 100 different satellites, including at least 40 for purely military purposes, Table 2. It is planned to increase substantially the number of satellites in space, and by 1975 to have launched approximately 1,000 different satellites, including approximately 600 military satellites. It follows from these data that by the end of 1966, the rocket troops will occupy the leading position among the armed forces of the USA and NATO. In his message to Congress on March 28, 1961, President Kennedy declared, By that time, we expect to have a large number of ICBMs fully tested and on the launching pads, as well as a large fleet of man-bombers, armed primarily with air-to-ground missiles. A significant position will be occupied by space weapons in the period 1965 to 1975. 43 omitted. In the opinion of the U.S. and NATO Command, despite the accelerated development, by both sides, of strategic rockets requiring the organization of an effective anti-missile defense organization, anti-aircraft defense designed to repel the attacks of manned aircraft in the next few years will not lose its significance. In his message to Congress on March 28, 1961, President Kennedy wrote, "In the course of the next few years, at least, we must assure defense against attacks by man-bombers. Since up to now there have existed mixed strategic offensive forces in the world, consisting of ICBMs and strategic bombers, the U.S. Command proposes that anti-aircraft and anti-missile defense systems undergo parallel development. However, it is proposed that the main effort be concentrated on the creation of a reliable anti-missile defense." 44. Omitted. The second line of detection runs approximately along the 55th parallel. It was built and is manned by the Royal Canadian Air Force and can give more exact information concerning the detected objects. The radar stations located along this line can notify the U.S. Anti-Aircraft Defense Control Units 40 to 50 minutes before the approach of enemy aircraft to the northern borders of the United States. 45. Omitted. In early 1962, this system included more than 125 military and civilian observation points equipped with modern electronic devices for detecting and tracking aerospace vehicles. 46. Omitted. The American Military Command is accelerating the development, test, and delivery of the Nike Zeus anti-missile missile, which should become the primary means of combating enemy ballistic missiles. However, tests of this missile showed that it, apparently, has not as yet justified the hopes that have been placed in it. Therefore, the start of development of a new, improved anti-missile missile, the Nike X, is envisaged. Tate in 1961, the United States created a division for anti-space defense, including anti-missile defense, directing the system for detection and warning of the launchings of ballistic missiles, artificial Earth satellites, and aerospace vehicles. Initially, the division will receive, process, and report to the command data on the space situation and on the launchings of ballistic missiles. In the future, with the development of military prototypes of weapons to combat ballistic missiles, Earth satellites, and aerospace vehicles, the division will also obtain active means for anti-space defense. 47. Omitted. The main air defense for the European NATO countries is fighter aircraft. However, most of these planes are antiquated and are not armed with guided air-to-air missiles. In addition to fighters, the air defense system of the European NATO countries uses American and British guided anti-aircraft missiles of different types. These protect the most important economical and political centers, as well as the main troop formations. 47A omitted. The European and Pacific air defense is, in essence, the front line of American defense. In the future, it is expected that the air defense of all three important geographic regions will be unified into a single system with maximum centralization of control. In addition, the U.S. Command has taken and continues to take measures aimed at the creation of anti-missile and anti-space defense. All this is determined by the fact that according to the American leaders, the side which first creates an anti-missile, anti-space defense can threaten war or even unleash it without fearing strong reprisals. 48. Revised. General Purpose Forces. Such forces include ground troops, tactical aviation, and naval forces, excluding rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. The ground troops of the countries participating in aggressive military blocs, NATO, CENTO, and SEATO, as well as those of Japan, South Korea, and of the Kuomintang clique on Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and the Kuomintang clique are included, with the above three blocs, in the imperialist military alliance headed by the United States, since they have similar mutual defense agreements with the United States. By early 1963, consisted of some 5 million troops, over 160 regular Army divisions. All the ground troops are located primarily in those geographical regions occupied by the appropriate blocs. The composition of these troops is not uniform. Their arms and military equipment vary considerably. The training of the personnel is not uniform, nor is their combat readiness. The ground troops of the NATO countries are the most important, in size as well as with respect to quality. In early 1963, there were more than 90 cadre divisions and a large number of separate units and subdivisions, especially those with operational tactical nuclear rocket weapons. The prime efforts in the development of NATO ground troops, primarily given and designated to be given to the unified ground troops, are directed toward increasing the firepower and striking power, increasing the mobility and autonomy of units and formations in performing combat tasks, and also toward the creation of divisions with identical organization. The firepower and striking power of the ground troops is increased by equipping them with the means for delivering operational tactical nuclear weapons and by rearming them with the latest types of conventional weapons and combat equipment. In the very near future, it is proposed to increase the number of guided and unguided missiles of the existing types in the NATO forces. In addition to the existing weapons for nuclear attack, new weapons are being developed for the ground troops, in particular various guided and unguided missiles considerably smaller than the present ones, in order to assure their maneuverability, reliability, and rapid use on the battlefield in limited wars as well as in a general nuclear war. In addition, the U.S. and NATO command is in the process of rearming the ground troops with more modern types of conventional weapons and combat equipment. In 1961 to 1962, the ground troops of the United States and Great Britain were armed with improved models of the M60 and Centurion medium tank with increased cruising range, up to 400 kilometers, and with more powerful armament, 105 mm gun, designed to replace most of the old-style medium tanks. Ground troops are also equipped with 105 and 155 mm self-propelled guns that have greater range and accuracy, as well as greater cruising range, up to 1,000 kilometers. Almost all European countries have begun to arm their ground troops with automatic rifles and multi-purpose machine guns of standard NATO caliber, 7.62 mm. The U.S. ground troops are being equipped with new mobile radio relay stations designed for the organization of a multi-channel operational tactical communication between headquarters. These stations are designed for round-the-clock operation and can be rapidly deployed in the field. Attention is also devoted to the problems of further perfection in troop organization, which would satisfy the demands of a limited or a general nuclear war. At the present time, the main efforts in this direction are concentrated on the creation, in all the NATO countries, of divisions having identical organizational or brigade structure. Britain, France, West Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands have already adopted the brigade structure of divisions. In 1963, the divisions of the U.S. ground troops and those of a number of other NATO countries will adopt this structure. The ground troops, especially the unified troops, of the European NATO countries train primarily according to a unified block-wide program, and annual large-scale exercises or maneuvers are held. These troops are the most combat-ready, since they possess sufficient modern weapons for armed warfare, a high level of personnel training, the necessary administrative agencies, etc., and can, in conjunction with tactical aviation and naval forces, perform active combat operation in limited wars, as well as in a general nuclear war. Together with the increased capabilities and combat preparedness of the regular ground troops, the NATO countries, especially the United States and Britain, devote much attention to the training of reserves. The United States constantly maintains 35 reserve divisions, National Guard and Army Reserves, which has 13 training divisions, and Britain maintains 10 divisions, Home Army. Several months from the beginning of mobilization are required to bring them up to strength and to arm them. These reserve divisions are organized according to the table of organization of the cadre divisions. The American and British commands strive to have the combat readiness of the reserves approximate that of the regular troops. Thus, President Kennedy, in his message to Congress on May 25, 1961, wrote that the U.S. Army Command is developing a plan to bring the reserve divisions into combat readiness within 3 to 8 weeks after the declaration of mobilization, depending on the speed of mobilization of the various divisions. Thus, it is assumed that under extreme conditions 10 divisions can be ready to conduct combat operations in less than 2 months, whereas previously this required almost 9 months. In addition, a small number of reserve divisions and trained reserves are maintained in other NATO countries. The ground troops of the CENTO members, excluding Turkey, consist of 20 divisions, 12 Iranian and 8 Pakistani. Those of SEATO, Japan, South Korea, and the Kuomintang clique consist of more than 70 divisions. These troops are considerably inferior to NATO troops in the matter of equipment, training, and combat efficiency. However, the imperialist aggressors, primarily the United States, exert great efforts to increase their combat capabilities. In addition, there are 3 American divisions and 1 British division in the Far East. In a general nuclear war, if unleashed by the imperialists, the ground troops of Sento, Japan, South Korea, and Kuomintang, with the support of American and British tactical aviation and naval forces, will solve primarily defensive problems and conduct limited wars. Tactical aviation. The air forces of NATO, Sento, Japan, South Korea, and the Kuomintang clique on Taiwan, excluding the U.S. and Royal Air Forces, consist of tactical and air defense aviation. The U.S. and Royal Air Forces also include strategic aviation. Tactical aviation is designed to deliver, in conjunction with strategic weapons, nuclear strikes to a depth of 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers to isolate zones of combat operations, to support the ground troops, and to perform other tasks in a general nuclear war, as well as to support the ground troops in limited wars, with and without the use of nuclear weapons. Approximately 75% of all tactical aircraft is contained in the air forces of the NATO countries. The main group is concentrated in Europe, where there are over 300 fighting planes, a substantial part of which carry nuclear weapons. There are also 80 installations of tactical cruise rockets. This is the group which is the most combat capable. The grouping of tactical aviation in Europe is not constant. It changes depending on the international situation. For instance, in the second half of 1961, the American tactical aviation in Europe was strengthened considerably by transferring a number of flight squadrons from the U.S. Most of the tactical aviation units of the European NATO countries are equipped mainly with American planes. In recent years, the NATO command has taken measures to standardize all the planes, i.e., to use the better types of planes as a standard. The countries of the bloc, after accepting these planes, arrange for joint production. Thus, a number of European NATO countries have arranged to produce the American F-104G fighter, the French cargo plane Atlantique, and the Italian G-91 light fighter. Beginning with 1961, the views of the U.S. and NATO command changed somewhat with respect to tactical aviation. While previously there was a tendency to play down the role and, consequently, the position of tactical aviation in the Air Force because of the rise of the IRBMs and of the rocket weapons of the ground troops, once the possibility of limited wars was recognized, the significance of tactical aviation increased, since it is expected that a great many obsolete tactical fighters will be decommissioned by 1965, while the number of remaining planes decreases and they become more obsolete. A tactical fighter is being developed which is not designed to use nuclear weapons. The necessary funds have been allocated for this. Until a tactical fighter which satisfies the above requirements has been developed, President Kennedy has recommended the allocation of funds for the modification of the F-105 tactical fighter in order to raise its capability of using conventional armament and to adapt it for taking off and landing at airfields of all types. In connection with the need for increasing the strategic mobility of the armed forces, especially of the ground troops, the American command is taking measures to expand its transport aviation, to accelerate and expand the production of transport planes so as to assure the necessary volume of air transportation. The second most important grouping of tactical aviation, with American air units as the basis, is located in the Far East. The aircraft of the Sento countries, excluding Turkey, and of Sito, Japan, South Korea, and the Kuomintang clique consist mainly of obsolete American planes and can operate only in limited wars. Large grouping of tactical aviation is located in the U.S. It is designed to reinforce the air units and commands located in Europe and the Far East. 49 omitted. Up to the middle of 1961, the available Navy transport ships could simultaneously carry approximately 1.5 divisions. Under the new program, they will be able to carry 2 divisions. The transport capability of the Navy will increase as a result of construction of new transport landing craft. 50. Revised. By early 1963, the United States had launching facilities for Atlas ICBMs at the following Air Force bases: Vandenberg, Offutt, Warren, Fairchild, and others. By the end of 1963, according to the American press, the Americans proposed to have 20 operational bases for the launching of Atlas, Titan, and Minuteman ICBMs. By 1966, 7 more bases for the launching of Minuteman missiles will have been built. By 1966, all 27 operational missile bases are to have over 1,200 launching sites. 51. Changed. Strategic IRBMs. By early 1963, 60 Thor launching installations in Britain and 30 Jupiter launching installations in Italy were in operational readiness. At the same time, 15 Jupiter launching installations were under construction in Turkey. 52 omitted. Even before World War II, the military strategy of the main capitalist countries took into account the need for the timely creation of extensive military industry capable of producing great amounts of weapons and military equipment. The general staffs of the main capitalist countries developed detailed mobilization plans for industry and for the production of weapons. In Germany, long before the war, Hitler created a system of government agencies for control of the economy and the expansion of military production. Government control was established over all branches of the German economy. From 1934 to August 31, 1939, 59% of the entire German budget was allocated to the preparation for war. Counting on a short war, Germany, in developing plans for economic mobilization, did not provide sufficient reserves, especially those of strategic raw materials. As a result, the military portion of gross production of the German industry in 1940 comprised less than 15%. In 1941, 19%. In 1942, 26%. In 1943, 38%. And reached 50% only in 1944. Having prepared a powerful military industry, the Germans were not capable of utilizing it to the fullest extent. The main limiting factors were the acute lack of a number of important kinds of mineral raw materials and the limited domestic labor resources. England began to prepare its economy for war after some delay, after the Munich Agreement. From the beginning, greatest attention was devoted to the development of the aircraft and shipbuilding industries. The industrial production of armaments for the ground troops began to expand, for all intents and purposes only during the war. After the German defeat of the British Expeditionary Corps at Dunkirk in May 1940, the ground troops remained essentially unarmed, and it took approximately 3 years for British industry to produce sufficient arms for the ground troops. Having essentially the highest degree of mobilization of its economy, as compared with the other capitalist countries, Britain still could not satisfy all its armament requirements during the war, and to a significant extent depended on deliveries from America. The United States provided more than one-half of Britain's requirements of tanks, 18% of her military aircraft, 60% of the military cargo planes, 38% of the ships and landing craft, 21% of the small arms, and 6% of the artillery. France, in effect, had no time to expand its economy to supply the needs of the armed forces, and its industrial mobilization plan remained on paper. The feeble preparations for war of the main enemies of fascist Germany in Western Europe gave Germany great advantages at the beginning of World War II. The United States also had plans for the preparation of industry for war. Their last plan, adopted in 1938, provided for the conversion to military production of 9,500 industrial enterprises with a total planned output of armaments and equipment on the order of $6.7 billion a year. It was characteristic of the American plan that it was based on the conversion of private industry, with only a small cadre military industry. The war changed these plans and forced the ruling circles of the United States, already in the war, to create a large specialized military industry. At the same time, the extent of conversion of private industry exceeded the pre-war plans by a factor of approximately 2.5. Satisfaction of the war requirements in 1944 required approximately 45% of the gross national product. During World War II, the main capitalist countries created large war industries. The maximum yearly production of the main types of armaments in these countries is characterized by the following data, in thousands of units. The indicated extent of armament production was reached by all countries by early 1944, almost 3 years after the beginning of the war for the United States and 4 years for Germany and Britain. 53. Omitted. The military strategy of the Western countries stems from the fact that the imperialist coalition consists of countries with different levels of economic development. This is characterized by the following data of the main capitalist countries with respect to worldwide capitalist production, in percent. More than 4/5 of the present-day capitalist production is concentrated in the NATO countries. The Americans contribute about 1/2 of this production, although this percentage is constantly decreasing. During the period 1950 to 1960, the industrial production of West Germany increased by a factor of almost 2.5, that of Italy by 2.2, of France by 1.9, while that of the United States and Britain increased by only 1.4. This reflects the law of uneven economic conditions in capitalist countries in the age of imperialism. 54. Omitted. The extent of production in the main branches of heavy industry of the NATO countries is characterized by the following data. During the period 1937 to 1960, the production of electrical energy in the NATO countries increased by a factor of 4.4, that of petroleum by 2.2, that of steel by 1.9. Coal production was down 12%. This is explained by the continuous decrease in the part played by coal in the energy production of the above countries, and by a corresponding increase in the importance of petroleum and gas. See chart next page. 55. Omitted. In 1959, West Germany, together with France, Italy, Belgium, and the Netherlands, created a union for the production of Hawk anti-aircraft missiles. At the end of 1959, West Germany, Norway, the Netherlands, Greece, and Turkey united to produce the air-to-air missile Sidewinder. Within the framework of the European Community, West Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Italy plan to produce American F-104 fighters. 56. Revised. These unified efforts are designed to assure the wide participation of West German capital in the production of modern weapons, and to assure it a dominant position in this industry. The common market embraces the 6 most developed capitalistic countries of Western Europe: West Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg. It accounts for approximately 22% of the world capitalist industrial production. The leading position in the association is occupied by West Germany, whose share in 1961 was approximately half of the entire production in this association. Through the organization of the Common Market, and especially through the Franco-West German Military-Political Alliance, which was established at the beginning of 1963, the monopolistic associations of West Germany are trying to gain access to the production of modern weapons, including thermonuclear weapons. The first steps have already been taken in this direction. In 1959, West Germany, together with France, Italy, Belgium, and Holland, created a joint venture for the production of anti-aircraft missiles. Joint ventures were also set up for the production of air-to-air missiles and jet fighters. By 1962, the preparation for production of these types of weapons had already been completed, who are striving to create a union of imperialist states of Western Europe and the United States in the form of a single Atlantic community, with monopolistic associations of the United States retaining and further strengthening their leading role in the capitalist world. Under conditions where decisive shift in the relations between the two systems is taking place in favor of socialism, the imperialist integration broadens the economic and political basis for preparing war and intensifying the danger of its flare-up. Therefore, in the well-known article by N.S. Khrushchev, Urgent Problems in the Development of the World's Socialist System, it is stressed that there should be no overestimation of the possibilities of international imperialistic combinations. However, not overestimating the strength of the enemy does not mean ignoring it. It would be careless and short-sighted to ignore the ideas and actions of the bosses of European integration. The communists are struggling against attempts to use the Mon market and other similar types of associations for the purposes of preparing a new war and speeding up the arms race. 57. Omitted. During the period 1956 to 1962, main attention was devoted to increasing the basic means for strategic attack, nuclear weapons, strategic bombers, ICBMs and IRBMs, new warships, and air defense weapons for the continent and the troops. 58. Omitted. At the same time, the production of nuclear and rocket weapons increased. In 1962, the U.S. war industry employed over 4 million people, of which approximately 2 million people were directly engaged in military production. Particularly great attention was devoted in the United States to the expansion of the atomic industry, whose potential continues to increase even at present. By early 1962, the United States had 5 important centers for the production of fissionable materials: uranium-235, plutonium, and lithium deuteride, 14 plants for the production of strategic and operational tactical nuclear weapons, and a significant number of other supporting enterprises. The plants of the atomic industry employ 122,000 people. The ruling circles of the United States attach tremendous importance to the development of their missile industry. More than 170 companies, employing over 700,000 people, are presently engaged in missile production. Main attention is devoted to the accelerated development and production of strategic missiles. More than $19 billion have been earmarked for the development and production of missile weapons during the last 3 years. By the end of 1966, the United States is to produce 4 minimum of 135 Atlas missiles, 108 Titan missiles, 950 Minuteman missiles, and 656 Polaris missiles for missile-carrying submarines. However, the total volume of production of these missiles will evidently be somewhat higher. Thus, according to press reports, approximately 1,000 Polaris missiles will be produced for the 41 rocket-carrying nuclear submarines to be constructed. The United States produces a great many operational tactical rocket weapons. In fiscal 1960 to 61, $3.5 billion were spent on the development and production of these weapons. The industrial basis already in existence not only fulfills the requirements of its own armed forces, but also makes it possible to supply large amounts of these weapons to other capitalist countries. The United States has a large aircraft industry, numbering over 200 active companies employing almost 600,000 people. The expenditures for the production of aircraft equipment in 1960 to 61 comprise approximately $6 billion per year. However, the production of military aircraft is continually dropping. In 1961, 2,000 military airplanes were produced, compared to 10,626 in 1953. The armored weapons industry was expanded considerably during the post-war period, primarily due to the building and reconstruction of government war plants. The main nucleus of this industry are the 6 large tank manufacturing plants with a production capacity of 30,000 to 35,000 tanks a year. In addition, there are 3 plants producing self-propelled guns and 3 plants producing armored troop carriers. In the event of war, additional private companies can be converted to the production of armored equipment. 59. Omitted. At present, the shipbuilding industry is carrying out an extensive program of military shipbuilding. On January 1, 1963, 110 ships were under construction, including 2 attack carriers, 19 frigates with guided anti-aircraft missiles including 2 frigates with atomic power plants, 10 fleet destroyers with guided anti-aircraft missiles, 26 missile-carrying submarines, 23 nuclear submarines armed with torpedoes, 3 helicopter-carrying assault ships, and 30 ships of other types. 60. Revised. The Naval Command is stepping up the construction of rocket-carrying submarines in particular. By the middle of 1963, the rate of submarine construction is expected to be 12 per year, so that by the end of 1966 there will be 41 Polaris-carrying nuclear submarines in service. 61. Changed. Britain's atomic industry is represented by 9 companies, including 4 plants for the production of fissionable materials, 2 plants for nuclear weapons, and 3 subsidiary companies. It includes 67 aircraft plants in operation, 41 of them engaged in the construction of airplanes and 26 in the construction of aircraft engines. The aircraft industry employs approximately 200,000 people. The plants in operation make it possible to produce several thousand military airplanes per year. At the present time, the plants of the aircraft industry produce small amounts of Class V medium strategic bombers and carrier-based attack planes and fighters. 62. Revised. Ground-to-ground operational tactical missiles are in the testing stage. The British have been engaged in the development of ground-to-ground, Blue Streak, medium-range ballistic missiles. However, this work has been stopped because of financial limitations. Therefore, the British intend to equip their forces with American-produced missiles of this class. Britain has already received 60 Thor missiles. In addition, it is receiving from the United States operational tactical Corporal rockets. The armored industry is represented by 4 plants, 2 in operation and 2 in reserve. All the plants can produce approximately up to 4,000 tanks per year. In the event of war, a number of private factories could be converted for the production of armored equipment. At the present time, small numbers of heavy Centurion tanks are produced. The British shipbuilding industry consists of about 250 shipbuilding and ship repair enterprises at which up to 500,000 tons of standard displacement of military ships and more than 1 million registered tons of commercial ships can be built per year. In 1962, 7 combat ships, including 1 fleet destroyer with guided anti-aircraft missiles, 4 diesel-electric submarines, and 2 escort ships were built. Under construction on January 1, 1963, were 31 ships, including 5 fleet destroyers with guided anti-aircraft missiles, 3 nuclear submarines armed with torpedoes, 6 diesel-electric submarines, 15 escort ships, and 2 amphibious dock ships. The production of artillery pieces and small arms is somewhat less developed. For government plants and several private companies are engaged in this production. The potentials of the specialized enterprises for the production of explosives and gunpowder are insufficient for fulfilling the requirements of the armed forces during a war. These requirements can be fulfilled only by construction of new plants. 6 specialized plants can produce military chemical products. 63. Omitted or changed. 12 billion new francs were allocated for this program, including 4.1 billion francs for the development and production of nuclear weapons, 1.1 billion for rockets, almost 4.5 billion for aircraft equipment, 0.8 billion for military shipbuilding, and 1.5 billion for armored equipment. In addition to the above allocations, during the 5-year period more than 19 billion francs from the annual budgets will be spent for the production of arms and combat equipment. The adopted program outlines an expansion of the atomic industry and the series production of nuclear weapons, production of some 500 planes of various types, including 100 light bombers carrying nuclear weapons, the construction of 6 ships, including 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers with guided anti-aircraft missiles, and a rocket-carrying nuclear submarine. In addition, plans call for the construction of 650 vehicles equipped with anti-tank guided missiles and a large amount of other military equipment. France has 1 nuclear center for producing fissionable material which can supply up to 180 to 190 kilograms of plutonium per year. Construction is being conducted of a gas diffusion plant for the production of uranium-235 and of 2 atomic electric plants. According to an announcement made by the French Minister of Armed Forces, in 1963 the French nuclear industry will begin production of combat nuclear charges. The aircraft industry is one of the most developed branches of the French military industry. It numbers some 75 companies, employing 100,000 people. The production of military aircraft in the last few years has been 500 to 600 units per year. 64. Changed. In 1961, more than 75 billion marks were allocated for military preparation, including 25.2 billion marks for the domestic production of arms and purchase of arms abroad. Up to the present time, orders for more than 20 billion marks worth of arms and military equipment have been placed, with more than 60% going to foreign firms. Thus, by early 1961, the U.S. had received orders for 460 F-104 fighter planes, 750 M-48 medium tanks, 24 Matador wing missiles, 300 Nike anti-aircraft missiles, and 312 unguided Honest John rockets. Britain received orders from West Germany for 1,000 armored troop carriers, 7 patrol ships. France received orders for 300 light tanks, approximately 2,000 armored troop carriers, and 20,000 anti-tank missiles. Canada received orders for 225 fighter planes. Orders were also placed abroad for artillery pieces, ammunition, and other military equipment. By the middle of 1961, the aircraft plants had produced approximately 900 military airplanes, primarily trainers and transport planes. Having gained experience in the production of modern aircraft equipment, the West German factories by early 1961 had begun production of American F-104G and Italian Fiat G.91 fighter planes. Of the 949 F-104G fighters planned for joint production by a number of NATO countries, West Germany's share will be 604. In addition, these plants will produce 235 Fiat G.91 fighters. The increase in military orders caused the expansion of the plants and an increase in the number of employees. By early 1961, West Germany had 12 main aircraft plants employing 25,000 people. 65. Revised. West Germany is also undertaking the development of rocket weapons. Until recently, these were purchased from the Americans. However, since 1960, the Germans have been producing anti-aircraft missiles and air-to-air missiles in their own plants in cooperation with other countries. They have already received an order for the assembly of 8,000 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. 8 West German companies are preparing for production of the American Hawk anti-aircraft missile. In 1959, West Germany began series production of the 810 anti-tank missile designed by them. Armored equipment is produced in West Germany in 12 plants, of which 3 plants produce armored troop carriers, and the others produce military automobiles. Orders are being filled for 1,600 Hispano-Suiza armored troop carriers and 600 Hotchkiss armored troop carriers. In 1960, the Germans completed the development of a domestic medium tank. Series production is planned for the immediate future. The Ministry of Defense has already ordered 105mm guns from the British for this tank. West Germany produces light artillery systems and small arms. Heavy artillery systems are purchased by the Germans abroad. In carrying out its revanchist plans and in striving to acquire its own atomic weapons, West Germany has already created the scientific research basis for its atomic industry. In 1958, a program of construction of experimental atomic power stations was adopted. Beginning in 1957, the United States agreed for the next 10 years to supply the Federal Republic of Germany with 2,500 tons of uranium. Canada agreed to supply 500 tons. Approximately 260 German companies are engaged in atomic energy research. West Germany has a large shipbuilding industry, numbering 170 companies with a total of more than 100,000 employees. In 1961, the shipyards produced 227 commercial vessels with a total of 1.1 million register tons. According to data as of the middle of 1961, West German yards had orders for the construction of 131 military ships and 29 auxiliary vessels, including 4 destroyers, 15 submarines, 6 patrol ships, 40 torpedo boats, 18 coastal minesweepers, and 30 ocean minesweepers. 66. Omitted. The dependence of the main capitalist countries on the import of many types of strategic raw materials, fuel, and foodstuffs. The relative distance of many sources of strategic raw materials from metropolitan areas, and the increased vulnerability of naval communications have forced the economically strongest countries to stockpile large amounts of strategic material reserves. Immediately after the end of World War II, a number of laws were enacted in the United States dealing with the accumulation of large reserves of strategic raw materials and industrial equipment. Initially, the reserves of strategic raw materials were designed for a 5-year war period. In 1957, this program was reviewed and it was decided to create reserves for a 3-year war period. The reserves are now essentially complete. At the same time, the United States created a large reserve of industrial equipment of several tens of thousands of units. More than 500 war plants and their supporting branches were deactivated. 67. Omitted. In preparing their economy for war, the Americans, up to 1956, believed in the expediency of creating a so-called broad mobilizational base, assuring the production of arms and military equipment by a maximum number of companies during the actual war. It was planned to develop the industry during the first 2 or 3 years of the war. 68. Omitted. They are also designed to minimize the consequences of a surprise attack and to preserve to the maximum the most important productive capabilities and to assure, especially during the first most important stage of war, uninterrupted production of nuclear weapons, strategic missiles, strategic bombers, and other important types of weapons. 69. Omitted. The post-war distribution of forces in the world arena led to radical changes in all areas of activity of the imperialist countries. The post-war unification of a substantial number of capitalist countries into a unified anti-communist political and military coalition under the aegis of the United States led to an almost complete loss by these countries of their national independence and, consequently, of their foreign policy and strategy. It led to economic, political, and military subordination to the United States. Prior to World War II, the strategy of the main capitalist countries had its sharply pronounced nationalistic traits, while with the creation, during the post-war period, of aggressive military and political blocs and groupings, the military strategy of the imperialist countries has become progressively more unified. It is determined and coordinated by the United States throughout the entire capitalist coalition. Therefore, when speaking of the military strategy of the capitalist countries in the West, it would be more correct to call it the military strategy of the U.S. and NATO. 70 omitted. In 1953, the United States, and later NATO, accepted the so-called strategy of massive retaliation, calling for the preparation and conduct only of a general nuclear war against the countries of the socialist camp. However, because of the grandiose successes of the Soviet Union in the fields of rocketry and the mastery of space, U.S. and NATO military strategy, which was nothing more than a strategy of nuclear blackmail, suffered complete defeat. For several years, 1957 to 1960, it underwent a serious crisis. With a change in the balance of strategic offensive forces, the American aggressors were forced to review their previous attitude toward general nuclear war. In 1961, with the advent of the Kennedy administration, the strategy of massive retaliation was replaced by the so-called strategy of flexible response, which, in conformity with general nuclear war, received its further development in the form of the strategy of counterforce. 71. Omitted. Consequently, modern military strategy must have a firm economic basis, but it must also have an appropriate political basis. Under modern conditions, in the opinion of U.S. leaders, military policy and strategy, as never before, are organically connected with the foreign policy of the country. In his message to Congress on March 28, 1961, President Kennedy said, "Diplomacy and defense are no longer two alternatives, one to be used when the other fails. They must supplement each other." 72. This read, especially with respect to space means. Editor's notes to Chapter 3. 73. Omitted. Lenin pointed out that in modern war, victory belongs to him who has the best technology, organization, discipline, and the best machines. Without machines and without discipline, it is impossible to live in a modern society. We must have a high degree of technology, or we will be overwhelmed. 74. Omitted. Modern armies, pointed, Frunze, have tremendous vitality. Even a complete defeat of the enemy army, accomplished at a given moment, does not guarantee final victory, since the defeated forces have behind them an economically and morally strong rear area. 75. Omitted. In accordance with Lenin's statement that the methods of warfare against the enemy must be adaptable to changing situations, pre-war Soviet theory held that in the course of the war various methods of armed conflict, offense, defense, and retreat could be used. 76. Omitted. Only he shall win who will take it upon himself to attack, wrote, and therefore, first and foremost, we need preparation and education of our army in the spirit of mobile operations on a large scale. 77. Omitted in the second edition. The Navy was designed to cooperate with the ground forces in the coastal areas as well as to operate independently on the high seas. However, serious errors were made in evaluating the significance of the various forces within it. As a result of the preference given to the surface fleet, independent operations of surface vessels were considered to be the main type of warfare. 78. Changed. Achieving superiority over the fleets of our probable enemies, since our surface fleet at that time was qualitatively and quantitatively inferior to those of the capitalist countries. 79. Omitted. Thus, our theory with regard to strategic utilization of the Navy was influenced by antiquated concepts of naval warfare and the predominant role of the surface fleet. 80. The next paragraph read, Soviet military theoreticians, guided by the dictum of Lenin that in a war, victory belongs to him who has the greatest reserves, the greatest sources of strength, and the greatest support of the popular masses. 81. Omitted. Our armed forces. The cult of Stalin had a very harmful influence on the development of Soviet strategic thought in the pre-war period. The intolerable arbitrariness and dictate in the resolution of theoretical questions which had set in acted as a brake upon the development of military thought and lowered the level and the scope of military scientific research. Creative investigation of problems of military theory was replaced by a dogmatic repetition of statements made by Stalin. 82. Omitted. One of the most difficult and strenuous wars ever experienced by our nation. It was. 83. Omitted. Based on Marxist-Leninist teachings on war and the army. 84. This paragraph was added in the second edition and then omitted in the third. The Stavka actually began the winter operations of 1945 without any reserves. This had a negative effect upon the organization and the conduct of operations aimed at routing the enemy in eastern Pomerania, plus development of the offensive which was to follow in the Berlin direction in February of 1945. 85. Omitted. Made possible by a miscalculation of the time when Fascist Germany would attack. 86. Omitted. Long before the war, the political and supreme military leaders of the Soviet Union had the necessary information on the aggression being planned by Germany against our country. They knew about the early concentration and deployment of German forces along our borders. This made it possible to conclude that a real and imminent danger of war existed, and to take the necessary measures with regard to the combat readiness of the troops and the mobilizational readiness of the country, so as to prepare for enemy aggression and to prevent a surprise enemy attack. However, certain preconceived notions on the part of Stalin in his evaluation of the military-political situation on the eve of the war led to a number of serious errors in the preparation of the country and the armed forces for the impending war. Our erroneous pre-war theoretical views on the content and nature of the initial phase of the war also had a certain adverse effect. Our military theory did not take sufficient account of the fact that, as a result of the errors committed by our Supreme High Command, before the war there were no directives for bringing the forces situated near the frontier into combat readiness, or for the advance and deployment of covering armies along lines of cover provided by a plan. Because of the lack of an overall view of the existing situation, the underestimation of the enemy potential, and the overestimation of our own potential, the Soviet command, knowing full well that the enemy could forestall our strategic concentration and deployment, did not display the necessary flexibility in the leadership of the armed forces and did not create, taking into account the probable directions of the enemy thrusts, the appropriate defense groups capable of repelling the initial mass thrusts of the enemy and thereby assuring the mobilization, concentration, and deployment of our armed forces. The directive of the General Staff, on the night of June 22, concerning the combat readiness of the troops stationed along the frontier was extremely belated and could not change the unfavorable situation. In addition, many units and formations of the frontier military districts received this directive only after the German offensive was fully underway. The belated decision concerning the increased combat readiness of the western military districts and the occupation of the defense perimeters stipulated in the plan for covering the borders of the country was one of the serious miscalculations of the initial phase of the Great Patriotic War. Our troop movements under conditions of combat activity and German air superiority led to unjustifiably heavy losses. The difficult conditions in which our troops in the western frontier military districts found themselves were aggravated by major shortcomings in the work of the operational and military rear areas. These agencies were not capable of supplying the troops under the difficult conditions of the initial phase of the war. All this predetermined to a considerable extent the unfavorable outcome of the armed combat for the Soviet armed forces during the initial phase. The country was faced with the need for mobilizing, concentrating, and deploying its armed forces to repel the aggression of an enemy who had already begun to invade our country. Because of the incomplete deployment of troops in the frontier military districts, their grouping was extremely unfavorable in the beginning of the war. The perimeters on which the divisions of the assault echelon of the western military districts were to be deployed were extremely close to the border. They were thus exposed to enemy attack and their mobility was hampered to the utmost. The most powerful groupings of the troops of the western and Kiev military districts were deployed in the Bialystok and Lvov salients, which were enveloped by the enemy and immediately subject to flanking thrusts. At the same time, the directions of the most probable enemy thrusts were protected by insufficient forces. Moreover, even these groups were far from complete by the beginning of the hostilities. Over 35% of the units of the strategic assault echelon were not able to occupy the assigned positions. On the whole, the group of forces in the western border military districts was greatly scattered along the front as well as in depth, which resulted in uncoordinated operations. The enemy was first able to bring all his forces to bear on the weak Soviet troops located near the border, and then to engage the major forces of the covering armies. Then, having penetrated in depth, he was capable of attacking rear echelon forces of the border military districts. The attacks of German aviation and artillery and the offensive of powerful groups of enemy ground troops caused high losses to our troops, especially to aviation, resulted in serious destruction of border towns, communications, and control points, and from the very first moments disorganized the troop control. As a result of the disorganization of control, the commander of the army groups was not able to estimate the serious nature of the situation and take appropriate action. The higher military command, lacking the true picture of the events, attempted to put pre-war plans into operation. These provided, in the event of German aggression against the Soviet Union, for a powerful retaliatory attack in the direction of Suwałki and Lublin, and for subsequent taking of the strategic initiative. With this in mind, at 0830 to 0900 hours on June 22, 1941, the People's Commissar of Defense, in his Directive No. 2, ordered the ground troops and the aviation of the border districts to destroy enemy forces violating our territory. By the evening of June 22, the troops received even more decisive orders to surround and destroy the Suwałki and Lublin enemy groups and to occupy these areas by late on June 24. However, an attempt to execute these orders met with complete disaster. On the fourth day of the war, there was a real threat of the penetration of the mobile forces of the enemy to the West Dwina River. It became evident that the covering armies could not liquidate the invading enemy troops who had penetrated in great depth. The offensive intentions of the Soviet command, which it attempted to put into operation, were negated by the entire course of events. A radical review of strategic concepts was needed. 87. Omitted. The armies composing the group were still concentrating at the end of June. 39 out of 50 divisions arrived at the line Idrit-Saloyev. The others were on the way. 88. Omitted. The unfavorable outcome of the initial phase was strongly influenced by the fact that by the beginning of the war we had not reasoned out and developed the problems of strategic leadership of the armed forces, with the result that in the initial phase of the war there were great shortcomings in the leadership of armed combat. 89. Vast, changed to tangible. 90. Omitted. Totaling some 7 combined armies. At the same time, the enemy transferred to the Soviet-German front an additional 24 divisions. This resulted in the change of the balance of power in the enemy's favor. The failure of Soviet troops at Kharkov was due, to a considerable degree, to the fact that the Supreme Command failed to organize any coordination between the Southwestern Front and neighboring fronts, plus a number of other mistakes committed by the Supreme Command. Chiefly, its failure to determine correctly the direction of the enemy's main blow in the summer of 1942. Its failure to provide the Southwestern Front with adequate forces with which to conduct large offensive operations with decisive aim, and finally, to the fact that, following the enemy's penetration into the rear of the Southwestern Front, in the region of Slavyansk, the Supreme Command turned down the timely proposal of the Military Council of the Southwestern Front on recalling the front's troops from the area south of Kharkov, and on having those troops carry out a counterattack on the enemy group which had made the penetration. 91. Omitted. The whole, this measure justified itself and played an important positive role, especially in the organization of the defenses of the sea approaches to Leningrad. 92. Omitted. The accomplishment of these measures played a positive part in the control of the PVO troops, and made it possible to more flexibly and opportunely solve the problems of defense of the most important objectives, and make the necessary maneuvers with air defense forces and weapons. Editor's notes to Chapter 4. 93. This read, with an aggressor. 94. This read, the Marxist-Leninist concept of. 95. This read, encouraged by the imperialist reactionary forces. 96. Omitted. Attempting to prove that it has become obsolete and does not correspond to the modern specific historical conditions of social development. 97. Omitted. It is known that the statement, war is simply a continuation of politics by other means, belongs to the German military theoretician Clausewitz. Lenin, however, introduced an important correction, the phrase namely violent, which radically changed the statement of the problem. 98. This was added in the second edition. That is why it would be wrong to include in the concept of war the various non-military forms of conflict, economic, ideological, diplomatic, and others. These forms of conflict between states and classes, as distinguished from war, are always in operation, and their inclusion into the concept war would inevitably lead to the absurd conclusion that war is a constant state of human society. 99. Omitted. Categories of wars. 100. Omitted. At his appearance at the United Nations General Assembly on September 18, 1959, N.S. Khrushchev, treating this problem in more detail, said Gat. 101. This read, produce almost half of the world grain output. The industrial output of the socialist countries has already attained more than half the size of the output of the developed countries of the capitalist world. The per capita industrial production of the world socialist system, taken as a whole, has already caught up to the world capitalistic system. 102. Omitted. New World War. 103. This read, British and French. 104. This read, England and France and others. 105. This read, local. 106. 1962. Elaboration. 1963. Creation. 107. Omitted. In the first decade of this period, there must be practically resolved the historic task of overtaking and surpassing the most advanced capitalist countries in per capita production. This is going to be the basis of the gradual transformation of socialist social relations into communist ones. One of the cardinal tasks of the period of the full-scale construction of communism is the training of the new man. The key task of the next 7 years is to achieve a maximum economic and moral gain in the peaceful competition between socialism and capitalism. 108. This read, and for gaining time, 1 and 2 109. This read, Britain and France. 110. This read, have in readiness many air and naval bases, and are building newer nuclear rocket bases openly directed against the USSR and the other socialist countries. 111. This read, and on the economy of the states. 112. Omitted. Moreover, our armed forces have received nuclear warheads ranging from several tons to tens of megatons in power. 113. Omitted. With a power of several tens of megatons. 114. No mention of Communist China's bomb is made. 115. Omitted. Ballistic missiles employed en masse are still practically invulnerable to existing means of PVO, and their employment is almost independent of weather conditions. Only as special instruments of are developed will it be possible to combat the massive use of missiles in the air. Only in the 1962 edition. 116. Omitted. Especially the intercontinental and orbital ones. 117. This read, operational and tactical. 118. This read, according to calculations presented to Congress by American specialists, the losses which should be expected in the United States after a 24-hour nuclear war would amount to 50 to 75 million people. 119. This read, only 135 million out of 188 million Americans would survive, i.e., the dead alone would amount to 53 million. Moreover, it is assumed that as a result of nuclear attack. 120. Omitted. This is why the Soviet Union most resolutely supports the banning of nuclear weapons and conducts a consistent campaign for the prevention of a world nuclear war. Questions of war and peace simply cannot be resolved, says N.S. Khrushchev, without account being taken of the actual real-life situation. The consequences of modern war must be weighed with scientific precision. Foreign specialists have calculated that at the beginning of 1963 the U.S. possessed about 40,000 nuclear warheads, and the USSR also has more than enough of these weapons. Under these circumstances, the scientists have calculated that 700 million to 800 million persons would perish and all the big cities of many countries be destroyed simply as a result of the first blow alone. Such are the data in the possession of science. 121. Omitted. Khrushchev has said, now we have only to press one button and entire cities will fly into the air, entire countries can be destroyed. Such is the enormous destruction power of modern weapons. These weapons are nuclear rocket weapons, while, speaking figuratively, these buttons are radio-electronic devices. 122. This read, with nuclear warheads. 123. Omitted. And these operations will be carried out basically by weapons of the ground troops in contact with the enemy forces. 124. Omitted. Only rocket-carrying submarines and, to some extent, naval rocket-carrying aircraft will, of all the naval forces, be used in conjunction with nuclear weapons. 125. Omitted. Strategic bombers. 126. Omitted. Air-to-ground. This TED asterisk, PVO and int. 128. This read. And VO air defense. 129. Omitted. The creation of effective means of combating enemy ballistic missiles in flight. 130. Omitted. Surprise. Mass. 132. Omitted. Surprise. 133. Omitted. Rockets and aviation. 134. Omitted. The coalition of the socialist countries includes more than 1 billion persons. Approximately 650 million people are included in the imperialist blocs. This indicates how great a mass of people would be involved in a Third World War. 135. This read, will unavoidably. Editor's notes to Chapter 5. 136. Omitted. And of imperialist Japan. 137. Omitted. The defeated West German generals, forgetful of the lessons of the last war, have already been repeatedly openly demanding the arming of the Bundeswehr with nuclear weapons capable of hitting as far as the Urals. The French army has been responsible for more than 10 years of unjust colonial wars in Vietnam and Algeria since the end of World War II. 138. Omitted. American imperialism, relying on its enormous armed forces and the numerous military bases it has created on all the continents of the globe, is presently fulfilling the role of world policeman, supporting reactionary dictatorial regimes and decadent monarchies, opposing democratic revolutionary transformations, and launching aggression against the peoples who are fighting for their independence. 139. This read, workers and peasants. 140. Omitted. An example of this type of recruiting is found in the airborne units of France, which were used for conducting the dirty war in Algeria. The selection of officers is carried out with special care. 141. Omitted. France, Japan. Ed note. The Soviet authors are referring to such organizations as the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. 142. This read, the Soviet motherland. 143. Revised. The next factor which determines the foundations and directions in building the armed forces is the economic condition of the countries. However, the influence of this factor differs somewhat compared to the social structure of the countries. While the difference between the social systems of capitalist and socialist countries determines sharply opposed courses in the system for recruiting their armed forces and in the system for training their personnel, the influence of the economy on the building of the armed forces in both the capitalist and socialist countries is, in principle, the same. It exerts itself here in two directions. It determines the quantitative composition of the armed forces and how they are equipped militarily. This can be expressed briefly as follows. The stronger the economy of a country, the larger the population and the higher its consciousness and the better developed its industry, agriculture, science, and technology, the better able it is to maintain armed forces and provide them with the newest weapons and other military equipment. The economy influences, through weapons and personnel, the methods for conducting military operations. However, while an increase in the power of any strong imperialist power is invariably accompanied by an intensification in its aggressive aims, and therefore leads to an increase in the threat of war, the growth in the strength of the socialist countries, conversely, has created and creates a solid guarantee for the preservation of peace and increases the chances of prevention of war. Capitalism imposes its rule by fire and sword. The weapons of socialism, however, are its supremacy over the capitalist system in social organization, in government, in the economy, and in raising the standard of living and the spiritual culture of the people. Therefore, the economic system of capitalism is the foundation of the aggressive substance of its armed forces, while the economic system of socialism is the foundation of its peace-loving aims, which are supported by the great military power of its army and navy. 144. The B-52 costs $8,500,000 and 145. This read, Atlas. 146. 16. 147. This read in the United States, during fiscal 1961 to 1962, about 43% of the military budget was spent on maintaining the armed forces, While in fiscal 1962 to 1963, the money allocated for maintaining personnel is planned to be about 28% of the military budget. Despite the fact that, as compared with past years, the armed forces have considerably increased in numbers. In 1959, the United States spent 56 times more, and Britain 38 times more, than in 1938 for arms and scientific research and weaponry, 148. This read in the United States, military expenditures for fiscal 1962 to 1963 are 50 times greater than 1936. During the last 5 years, the direct military expenditures of the United States have exceeded $220 billion. All the NATO countries have spent over $500 billion in the arms race during the last 10 years, 149. This read, according to official data, the clear profits of U.S. monopolies have increased from $3.3 billion in 1938 to $43.4 billion in 1957. That is, they have increased by a factor of more than 13. In France, 32 capitalist companies received profits of over 32 billion francs in 1957, 40 billion francs in 1958, and about 46 billion francs in 1959. The clear profit to British monopolies grew from £12.42 million sterling in 1951 to £22.10 million in 1959. The capitalist monopolies manufacturing nuclear weapons have made the greatest profits. General Dynamics Corporation increased its profits in 10 years from $1.8 to $91.8 million, and General Electric from $177 million in 1947 to $500 million in 1959. 150. Omitted. Thus, the military allocations of the Soviet Union in 1962 amounted to 16.7% of the state budget, and in 1963 they are planned to be 16.1%, whereas in the U.S., the budget allocations for military goals have in recent years amounted to more than 50%. 151. This read, far exceed. 152. Omitted. France. 153. Omitted. Pakistan, for example, spends 2/3 of its budget on military purposes, as a result of which national industry in the country is not developing, and foreign capital rules there as if in its own private domain. 154. Omitted. Khrushchev, in the report of the Central Committee of the CPSU given at the XXI Party Congress, stated, "World reaction is ever increasingly oriented toward striking a blow against the socialist countries from without, so that by war capitalism can again attain world supremacy, or at least retard the development of socialism. Therefore, as long as imperialistic aggressors exist, we must be on our guard, keep our powder dry, improve the defenses of the socialist countries, their armed forces and state securities." 155. Omitted. But, whereas the quality of armed forces depends primarily on the level of industrial and scientific development, their size is limited largely by the number of able-bodied persons available for distribution between the armed forces and the national economy, which provides for the needs of war and the vital functions of the state. In the capitalist countries, the monopolies which produce various types of weapons and which are interested in getting government contracts for them are by no means without influence in determining the quality of the armed forces. For example, in the United States, the constant battle between the three services of the armed forces for increased allocations, when the military budget is being discussed in Congress, is in fact a battle between the capitalist monopolies who stand behind each service of the armed forces and try to grab the lion's share of profits from arms production for themselves. Apropos of the fact that a country's policy and economy determine the quantitative and qualitative composition of the armed forces, it must always be borne in mind that strategy's concern is precisely with the concrete solution of these problems. 156. This read, the present time. 157. This read, the targets for destruction will now include not only armed forces deployed in theaters of military operations, but also the economies of the belligerents, their systems of governmental control, communications, and also strategic weapons deployed outside of military theaters. 158. Omitted. The basic means of realizing these possibilities is the nuclear rocket weapon, especially strategic rockets. 159. This read, it is this very weapon which presently determines the main line being taken in the organization and development of the armed forces and in the methods of waging a future war. It is being introduced more and more intensively into all branches of the armed forces and is radically changing them from the qualitative point of view. It is increasing their firepower and combat potential. 160 revised. It must be taken into account that in creating superiority in nuclear weapons, it is not the quantitative aspect which assumes the greatest significance at the present time, but the qualitative indices of the weapons themselves and of the methods of using them. 161. Omitted, especially in the West. 162 omitted, but densely populated. 163 omitted. All of 164 omitted, including those regions where his safely covered strategic means of waging war are located. 165. This read, apparently the best. 166. Omitted, of the sides in the initial period of a nuclear rocket war. 167. Omitted and revised, strategic rocket troops. 168. This read, most highly developed countries. 169. Omitted and revised, thus, to a considerable degree, and, in a number of instances, they will entirely replace artillery and front bomber aircraft. The ground forces missile troops provide them with their basic firepower. They will be the main means used to clear the way for tank and motorized troops to carry out broad maneuvers and rapid penetration in depth. When necessary, these forces will create obstacles in the path of advancing enemy troops, consisting of vast zones of destruction and radioactive contamination, which can become an insurmountable barrier on the ground. 170. Omitted. Of troop PVO. 171. Omitted. Hence, the principal mission of our Navy in a modern war will be combat with the enemy naval forces at sea and at their bases. 172. Omitted. The high combat readiness and combat capability of troops must be maintained both in peacetime and in the course of war. War is the most demanding and severest test of armed forces. The correctness of their development can be evaluated only by the results of war. The Soviet armed forces have twice stood up under such a severe test, in the Civil War and in the Great Patriotic War. The results of these wars, the victories achieved in them, and the entire history of the Soviet armed forces are vivid proof of the correctness of the principles used in building them and of the correctness in determining the fundamental courses of their development over all periods of history. This was achieved due to the tireless support given to the armed forces by the Communist Party. The party is the organizing and guiding force in the entire life and activity of the Soviet Army and Navy. The party stood by the cradle of our armed forces and, by the will of the party, have been transformed into an enormous force which will prevent the imperialist aggressors from unleashing a new world war. Editor's notes to Chapter 6. 173 omitted. In his report to the XXI Congress of the CPSU, Premier Khrushchev stated, "We have developed particularly precise instrument construction, specialized metallurgy, an atomic, electronic and missile industry, jet aircraft, modern shipbuilding, and the production of automatic devices. On this basis, our armed forces have been completely re-equipped with nuclear rocket equipment. Our armed forces have global missiles and ICBMs and IRBMs, surface-to-air missiles, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, operational tactical ground troops rockets and air-to-ground and air-to-air rockets in the Air Force, and also other modern military equipment. All types of missiles have nuclear warheads of varying power, including 50 and 100 megaton warheads. The Soviet Union has achieved superiority over the probable enemy in the decisive means of armed conflict, in missile weapons and yields of nuclear charges. Thereby, the necessary material prerequisites for successfully conducting a war have been created if it is launched by aggressors against the countries of the socialist camp. 174. Omitted. The Bolshevik Party, headed by V.D. Lenin, carefully prepared for the armed uprising. Lenin worked out in detail the plan for the revolution and determined the political and economic platforms after the successful culmination of the uprising. 175. Omitted. Lenin developed the most important concepts of Soviet military strategy and the combat methods of the Civil War. Under his leadership, strategic plans for conducting warfare were developed which would assure victory over a strong enemy. Lenin personally led the armed conflict throughout the Civil War. 176. Omitted. The Japanese predators encountered unforeseen stubborn resistance on the part of the local population in the occupied countries of Southeast Asia. They encountered particularly great difficulties in China, with constantly increasing resistance of the Chinese people led by the Chinese Communist Party. 177. Omitted. The American and British presses cried that through the use of aviation Germany could be bombed out of the war. 178. Omitted. The American militarists did this in order that the atomic attack would kill the maximum number of people. The 4 Japanese cities selected for atomic attack were not bothered by aircraft from April 1945 on. Only individual aircraft flew over these cities from time to time, and because of this the Japanese did not sound the air raid sirens. Thus, the inhabitants of these cities became careless. As a result of atomic attacks, 200,000 persons died at Hiroshima and 120,000 at Nagasaki. This indicates that American imperialism is capable of the most monstrous crimes to attain its ends. 179. This section has been omitted. In the post-war period, the aggressive militaristic world powers, mainly the imperialists of the United States, Britain, France, and West Germany, entered into a criminal pact for the preparation of a new Third World War, openly directed against the USSR and the other countries of the socialist camp. The driving force behind this aggression and war is U.S. imperialism, the backbone of the imperialist camp, and is the inspiration and the backbone of the aggressive blocs, which are closely related and represent a unified bloc of imperialists directed against the socialist camp. The imperialists have developed an unprecedented arms race and a Cold War, which is an intermediate unstable state between peace and war, a state of political hostility, one step away from armed conflict. They continually inflame the international situation and have already repeatedly placed the world at the brink of war. In conducting their aggressive policy, the policy of preparing for a new war, the ruling circles of the imperialist governments, mainly the United States, do everything in their power to oppose a peaceful solution to the problem of disarmament and to the lessening of international tension. They fight for the strengthening and expansion of aggressive military blocs, and they whip up war hysteria. The intensification of reaction within the imperialist states, the outrageous persecution of communist parties and other progressive forces, cruel terror, and the use of fascist methods by domestic regimes are considered serious threats to the cause of peace. International reaction is counting on neo-fascism, on its last political reserve. The economic preparations for a new war are expressed by increased appropriations for military production, by a continuous increase in the production of modern weapons, particularly nuclear weapons and the means for using them, by keeping a number of branches of industry on a mobilization basis, by preparing all industry and transportation for rapid conversion to a war footing, and by preparing theaters of military operations. The imperialists have embarked on the path of creating closed economic grouping between states. These groupings have an aggressive character. Preparations in the military field have been particularly active. Coordinated plans have been developed and accomplished for this purpose. The participants of the aggressive blocs, particularly NATO, have in constant combat readiness vast armed forces, many of which are located near the borders of the socialist countries, and they surround the socialist countries with numerous military bases. There is continuous intensified preparation of the armed forces by means of systematic maneuvers and exercises using troops and command agencies, general alerts, systematic overflights of the USSR, and approaches of aircraft carriers and rocket-carrying submarines near the coasts of the socialist countries. Reconnaissance is carried on continually. Judging from the experience of numerous military exercises, we can assume that the military leaders of the imperialist blocs have developed a unified strategy and, in all probability, a unified strategic plan for an all-out nuclear war against the countries of the socialist camp. There are sufficient grounds to assume that the basic form of this plan is the unleashing and launching of a world nuclear war against the socialist countries, a plan for surprise nuclear attack. But, apparently, there is another variation of the plan. A plan for unleashing world war through local wars, a plan for the relatively slow involvement of countries in a new war. Along with the American imperialists, the West German imperialists are displaying special activity as the main aggressive force. The idea of the strategy of the Bonn militarists is to prepare for revenge. Although this goes under the name of defense, the General Staff of the Bundeswehr has developed a program for this revenge, the creation of the strongest army in Western Europe, equipping it with nuclear weapons and the latest military equipment, the conversion of Western Europe and, in part, Africa into its rear area, and the gradual takeover of the leadership of NATO. The ruling circles of the United States, Britain, and France have done everything in their power to realize this program. The press has published certain information on Deco 2 and sidestep military plans of the Bundeswehr. These plans provide for a blitzkrieg invasion of the GDR, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary. It is planned that one group of armies will attack from the south in order to cut off the GDR from Czechoslovakia and Poland and to capture the GDR in a matter of days. This was developed during NATO maneuvers Sidestep in 1959. Another army group is to attack between Czechoslovakia and Austria with the aim of encircling Czechoslovakia, cutting it off from Poland, and invading Hungary. The West German fleet is to attack from the north. Such are the dangerous plans of the West German militarists and revanchists. For a long time, the most aggressive NATO circles have been nurturing plans for enlarging the circle of countries possessing nuclear weapons and giving access to these weapons to the West German revenge seekers. The decision adopted at the session of the NATO Council in May 1963 is evidence that the imperialists have begun the practical implementation of these plans, which are most dangerous to the cause of peace. The military ideologists of imperialism, in preparing a new world war, are creating all possible strategic concepts, which are used as a basis for the plans being developed. The ringleaders of the imperialist blocs are preparing a general nuclear war against the socialist camp by the unrestricted surprise use of nuclear weapons, masking these plans with such terms as defense, retaliatory blow, and massive retaliation. All these plans were based on U.S. superiority in nuclear weapons. However, by the end of the 1950s, when the Americans themselves admitted that their nuclear superiority had ended, this strategy reached a deadlock. Certain military theoreticians believe that this situation could be overcome by using outer space for military purposes where it would be possible to attain a balance of power favorable to the imperialists. Other military theoreticians have advanced the idea of strategy by doses, or limited local war. The true essence of this strategy by doses is to assure for the United States the possibility of using nuclear weapons, while the other side will not be able to use them. The proponents of this strategy consider that they can thus compensate for the inability of U.S. strategic aviation to strike the strategic centers of the Soviet Union and cover up their plans for delivering nuclear weapons to the West German revanchists so that somebody else will take the war initiative, since it would be most unpopular for the United States to take the initiative. Whereas previously it was a question of conducting local wars in Africa and in the Near, Middle, and Far East, now local wars in Europe are being openly discussed. Feverish preparations for all-out nuclear war against the socialist countries are being made under the cover of discussions of local war. We have reasonably convincing facts which show that the imperialists have not renounced their strategy of a surprise nuclear attack. True, the United States and its satellites have recently increased their defense budget for conventional weapons, but at the same time they are speeding up the development of strategic missiles, and they are constructing missile bases at an ever-increasing rate. On June 6, 1961, Under-Secretary of Defense Gilpatrick stated, "We have no intention of decreasing our nuclear forces, but we do intend to increase our conventional forces." This is attested to by the multitude of various military exercises and maneuvers, frequent military alerts, continuous flights by strategic bombers carrying nuclear bombs and missiles, etc. Consequently, the U.S. imperialists and the aggressive blocs led by them have in no way renounced their plans for unleashing an all-out, total nuclear war. On the contrary, by speeding up the nuclear and missile arms race, they have accelerated their preparation for the unleashing of such a war. Modern aggressive imperialist forces take into account the experience gained by unleashing war in the past, that of fascist Germany, militaristic Japan, and other aggressive countries. The Hitler methods of perfidious surprise attack have become the official doctrine of the United States and its dependent imperialist countries. Important military officials have mentioned this openly. U.S. Secretary of the Air Force Douglas in 1959 stated, "The basic United States strategy is a surprise attack with all available forces and weapons. The United States must be the first to make such an attack." The recent statement by Kennedy that under certain conditions the United States may take the initiative in a nuclear conflict with the Soviet Union is a direct indication that the United States is preparing the surprise and unlimited use of nuclear weapons against the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, and is preparing for preventive nuclear war against the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. The imperialists are not so sure that they will be able to achieve serious results in open conflict. Therefore, they are counting on perfidy, adventurism, and surprise attack, making full use of all the capabilities of modern means of armed combat. They consider that a nuclear strike by planes and missiles can produce incomparably better results than at the start of the last war, including solution of the basic problem of the war, i.e., the forcing of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries into unconditional surrender. However, as N.S. Khrushchev noted in his report at the fourth session of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, to attack first does not require much brainpower, but rather it requires recklessness, and we naturally realize that certain of our probable enemies have such tendencies. But can an attacking country, even if we assume for the moment that it can catch us unaware, immediately put out of action all the stockpiles of nuclear weapons and all the missile bases in the country subjected to the attack? Naturally not. A country subjected to a surprise attack, assuming we are talking of a reasonably large country, will always be able to retaliate. The territory of our country is enormous, and we have the capability of decentralizing our missile equipment and camouflaging it well. We have created a system whereby if one weapon intended to deliver a retaliatory blow is put out of action, we can always substitute a duplicate weapon and destroy the targets from emergency positions. In the aggressive plans of the imperialist bloc, great attention is devoted to questions of the strategic deployment of the armed forces and their readiness to unleash war. The imperialists are attempting to repeat the methods used by aggressive governments in past wars, particularly that of fascist Germany in World War II. The ringleaders of the imperialist military blocs are making frenzied efforts in order to have, ahead of time, even in peacetime, the necessary armed forces in complete readiness, deployed in their respective units so that at any moment convenient for them they can suddenly unleash war. Military ideologists of imperialism intensely advocate the theory that in a modern war the mobilization of the armed forces is impossible, and therefore by the start of the war there must be, in full combat readiness, such armed forces as can accomplish the main aims of the war in the shortest time. British Field Marshal Montgomery, for example, has written that the previous type of mobilization is archaic under the conditions of a nuclear war. We need a system which will produce the necessary results within several hours after radar warning. In addition, the system should not depend on vulnerable communication media. Henry Kissinger has something more definite to say apropos of this. A general war conducted with modern weapons will be decided by the operations of the armed forces which the enemy has at the beginning of the war. We can no longer count on a more or less long period of time in which to mobilize. This theory is very convenient for the imperialists. Therefore, the basic tenets of this theory have been implemented by the aggressive NATO bloc. Even at present there are, to a considerable extent, groups of strategic aircraft and missiles, naval forces, air defense forces and weapons, and some ground troops in a state of high combat readiness. These units are intended for a surprise attack. By no stretch of the imagination are they for defense or for retaliatory strikes. What are the features of the development and the creation of these groups of armed forces of the aggressive imperialist military bloc under modern conditions? Unlike past wars, the aggressive imperialist countries are primarily preparing, for a future war, strategic means for armed combat, including nuclear weapons, strategic aviation, ICBMs, IRBMs, nuclear submarines with Polaris missiles and assault aircraft carriers and missile-launching ships. All these are considered to be the main striking force of a future nuclear world war. The Anglo-American bloc has already created these groupings necessary for unleashing a new war. As already been mentioned in previous chapters, the United States and Britain have created large stockpiles of nuclear ammunition. Warehouses and bases for this equipment have been established in suitable regions, and a certain amount of nuclear ammunition is continually on hand for immediate use. The United States has prepared a great many air bases for its strategic aircraft, including those in the territorial United States, England, Spain, North Africa, Greenland, and the Pacific. SAC is planning to deliver strikes from bases in the territorial United States. However, the available tanker planes do not make it possible to use all the bombers from these bases. Therefore, under various pretexts, training maneuvers, a great many medium bombers have been moved to bases in England, Spain, North Africa, and the Pacific. SAC and the British strategic aircraft are in a state of high combat readiness. A certain number of crews are on constant alert. Some of the heavy bombers are always in the air, carrying bombs or missiles with nuclear warheads. Each crew has a specific objective in the USSR, or some other socialist country for a nuclear attack. Control centers have been set up and a ready alert system has been developed. Although strategic bombers have lost, to a considerable extent, their former military advantages due to the development of air defense weapons, they are nonetheless a formidable weapon. It must be considered that SAC is aimed at our cities, industrial centers, and regions where our armed forces are based and deployed, and it has the task of weakening the military might of the socialist camp, undermining the military economic potential, inflicting heavy losses on the population, and breaking its will to resist. The government of the United States is making feverish efforts for the elimination of its backwardness in missile weapons. The American press has published an extensive program for the deployment of rocket units armed with intercontinental and medium-range missiles, placing into operation nuclear submarines with Polaris missiles. The prepared missile sites are in a state of high combat readiness. The missiles are on site. Fuel has been brought in. Nuclear warheads and secret storehouses are nearby. Maintenance personnel are on the alert. There is a signal system for rapidly making the missiles ready for launching, and a specific target has been assigned to each site. The strategic missiles are aimed at the same targets as the strategic bombers. The missile units are subordinate to SAC and have been deployed in the respective units for accomplishing the missions according to the plans for a future war. The naval forces are also prepared for rapid deployment to these regions for conducting military operations. They can be deployed under the guise of courtesy calls, exercises, and maneuvers. Of particular danger are the large-scale maneuvers and exercises during which the ships of the United States, Britain, and the other NATO countries are, in essence, deployed in battle formation and approach the borders of the socialist countries. The United States has planned and intensively activated a program of shipbuilding, particularly rocket-carrying nuclear submarines and assault aircraft carriers. Modernization of warships, particularly aircraft carriers, is also underway in England. All NATO members are arming their fleets with nuclear weapons. Consequently, the fleet of the Anglo-American military bloc, like its strategic aviation, requires no special mobilization. It is at high combat readiness and can be deployed into battle positions in a short period of time. The imperialists are preparing vast armed forces in the European theater of military operations. These will have the main role in a future world war. The main forces and weapons for operation in this theater are under the command of NATO, i.e., under the military command of the United States. The NATO ringleaders plan timely, gradual, and secret preparation and deployment in the European theater of the first strategic echelon, which is strong enough to be able to perform vast strategic missions during the initial phase of the war. They then plan opportune mobilization of the remaining echelons. The main striking force in the theater of military operations is tactical aviation, operational tactical missiles, and atomic artillery. These can all use nuclear devices. Storehouses and bases of nuclear ammunition have been set up in the European countries near the borders of the socialist countries. The forces training for aggression in the European theater also include vast ground troops, the basis of which are the motorized and tank divisions of West Germany and the 7th Army, permanently stationed in West Germany. The NATO leaders realize full well that these forces are insufficient for conducting a large-scale war in Europe against the socialist members of the Warsaw Pact. Therefore, they are laying the groundwork for rapid mobilization of vast forces in the theater. The U.S. imperialists realize that under present-day conditions they cannot mobilize under the cover of their allies, as was done in the last two world wars. General Clark, former commander of U.S. ground troops, has been quite specific on this matter. We must have armed forces in the most important regions of the globe to conduct military operations in those regions and in other regions to which they can be rapidly sent. We must have a base for the mobilization of the armed forces in the case of a general war. This requires reserves in a continuous state of combat readiness, and these must be equipped with modern weapons and equipment. We must create a flexible system of material and technical support for the troops and stores of arms in overseas theaters of military operations. Finally, we must have strategic striking forces which are sufficient and capable of rapid operations at any time and in any region. The NATO troops in Europe are continually on the alert. In Western Europe, there are two army groups. Each theater has its command and armed forces headquarters for the theater, army group, and armies. All troops have deployment regions, theoretically for defense, but actually for offense, depending on the specific problems. In Western Europe, the troops are deployed 50 to 120 kilometers from the western borders of East Germany. In the Balkans, they are directly on the borders of the socialist countries. The mobilization plans of the aggressive imperialistic powers are kept in strictest secrecy. The imperialists do not plan for general mobilization at the start of a war because of the lessons learned from the operations of the aggressive nations during World War II. It is to be expected that the present aggressors are taking all measures to gradually and secretly mobilize before the war, as the situation becomes aggravated. The NATO military leaders are intensifying their development of means for secret rapid mobilization of additional forces and the transport of them to theaters of military operations before the start of an attack. Immediately before the war, there will be rapid troop mobilization in military theaters under various pretexts, mainly in the form of training groups of reservists, troop rotations, and the conducting of exercises and maneuvers. These measures include the strengthening of troops in the border regions, the creation of groups, the bringing of troops and staffs to combat readiness, the preparation of nuclear weapons for a surprise attack, the activation of intelligence, the sending of equipment to the troops, the evacuation of the population and things of material value, etc. The American General Johnson has indicated that the final measures may include the transferal of headquarters to underground locations, the moving of the families of military personnel to the rear, the bringing of the troops up to combat readiness, the taking of positions by the troops according to operational plans, the setting up of minefields in specified regions. In essence, here is how the preparation for the invasion of Cuba was conducted in 1962. All armed forces of the United States were brought to full combat readiness and placed on a war footing. Reservists were called up. The 2nd Infantry Division, 102nd and 82nd Airborne Divisions, and the 1st Armored Division were concentrated on the eastern coast of the United States. The lift was accomplished in military and civilian airplanes, and heavy equipment was shipped by rail. Large forces of Marines were prepared for assaulting the Island of Freedom. Tactical aviation was transferred to the Florida Peninsula, to the Caribbean Sea, and to the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. All airplanes were held at the airfields with missiles and bombs loaded. 183 warships moved to the Cuban coasts, including attack aircraft carriers, anti-submarine aircraft carriers, assault helicopter carriers, and assault ships. The base at Guantanamo was reinforced. Staffs occupied command posts. Even the government intended to transfer to a prepared underground control post. The forces and weapons operating in the European war theater have the task of launching surprise nuclear attacks against units of troops of the socialist countries, particularly against missile launching sites and airfields, control points, communications, and important objectives up to 1,000 kilometers from the border. The ground troops will then launch a decisive offensive directly after the so-called nuclear offensive, rout the troops of the socialist countries which have been sent to the theaters of military operations, and invade the USSR in order to use as completely as possible the results of nuclear attacks by strategic weapons and to force unconditional surrender. Defensive operations are also provided for if the nuclear offensive does not produce the desired results. In addition to preparing strategic aviation, missiles, the fleet, forces, and weapons on the land theaters of military operations, all the participants in the imperialist bloc are taking great measures to prepare against aircraft and missile strikes. For this purpose there has been created, and is being intensively improved, air defense of the territories of the imperialist countries, particularly the United States, Britain, and West Germany. The air defense weapons and forces of all the NATO countries have already been deployed and are completely combat ready. In the fall of 1962, 1/3 of all fighter interceptors of the American Air Defense Command were maintained on around-the-clock alert on 15-minute readiness for takeoff. The plan for going on around-the-clock alert with such a number of fighter interceptors was developed back in 1961. The Air Defense Command plans to use the civilian airports for the best maintenance of the alert and better dispersion of aircraft. At the present time, the United States is making increased efforts to create an anti-missile defense system. This includes the construction of long-range detection and warning systems, target identification systems, and missile coordinate determination centers. New methods are being developed for the detection of missiles, particularly through the use of infrared technology, and passive methods are being developed for tracking a missile from the moment of launch. Active methods for combating missiles are being developed at a rapid pace. All these facts convincingly demonstrate that the bloc of aggressive imperialist countries headed by the United States, is exerting every effort to prepare, in peacetime, vast armed forces, to deploy them in appropriate strategic and operational formations, arm them with nuclear weapons and material, and to prepare them for the unleashing of a world or local war against the socialist countries at any moment convenient to them. At the same time, they are preparing mobilization deployment of the armed forces in order to intensify their efforts during the war. A striking feature of the deployment of the armed forces of the imperialist aggressors at the present time, compared with past wars, is that the troop and weapons units are spread out not only along the borders but throughout the countries of the imperialist bloc and over vast ocean expanses. The main weapons of a future war, nuclear weapons, strategic aviation, and missiles, are deployed far from the line of armed combat between the ground troops and even on other continents. The nature of the military preparations of the imperialist bloc and the deployment of their armed forces are convincing evidence of the fact that modern aggressive world forces are preparing a surprise attack against the socialist countries using all available forces and combat weapons. The imperialists are preparing an offensive war, a war of massive annihilation of the population, mainly a peaceful population, a war of all-out destruction, a war which will completely destroy whole countries and peoples. The numerous military bases surrounding the socialist countries are clearly intended for surprise attack. The vast tactical air forces and operational tactical rocket troops armed with nuclear devices, and also the ground troops near the borders of the socialist countries, attest to the fact that these forces and weapons are preparing for an offensive war, for deep penetration into the socialist countries. This is the true nature of the military preparations of the aggressive imperialist countries. Taking this into consideration, under present conditions we cannot count on any period of time, even at the start of the war, during which to mobilize and deploy the armed forces in strategic and operational positions. The development of means of armed combat, the distribution of political and military forces in the world, and the military preparations of the aggressive imperialist blocs, clearly directed against the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, require that the socialist countries also have armed forces in a state of military preparedness to be able to deliver an instantaneous retaliatory attack of crushing force and immediately develop active operations not only to restrain the imperialist aggressor but to completely defeat him. Thus, the conditions and methods of the strategic deployment of the armed forces under present-day conditions differ considerably from those in past wars, including World War II. The means by which the imperialists will unleash a new world war depend on many factors. The imperialist aggressors are counting on the fact that the war will be unexpected by the socialist countries, against whom the aggression will be mainly directed. The mission of our military strategy is to foresee the possible methods by which the imperialists will unleash the war, and to give timely warning to the public and the armed forces of the impending threat and to avoid taking any chances. For this we must carefully study and analyze the policy of the aggressive imperialist countries, their means of war preparation, their military theoretical views, the nature and the methods for training and preparing the armed forces, in particular the methods by which exercises and maneuvers are conducted. Study of the unleashing of local wars is particularly important, since in the past, aggressive countries have often used various types of local conflicts to check the accuracy of their own plans and the preparedness of the armed forces. We now have enough facts to draw the following conclusion. The aggressive imperialist governments will attempt to unleash a future war or a local war without warning, by means of a surprise attack. This was the method of operations of the imperialists of Britain, France, and Israel in Egypt in 1956. During the various maneuvers and exercises conducted by the NATO command, a situation of gradually increasing international tension is usually created, a precarious situation develops, and only then are military activities brought into the open. However, just the reverse may occur. There may be a lessening of tensions by the imperialists to cover up their preparations for an unexpected military attack. Many authors in the capitalist West write openly on a surprise nuclear attack. They do not try to hide the fact that the attacks should be directed against heavily populated and industrial centers of the enemy. The Western press, especially the American press, frankly discusses the number of nuclear warheads, missiles, and aircraft required to launch a nuclear strike against the primary objectives in the USSR, the consequences which may result from such a strike, how many people will be destroyed, how many cities and industrial objectives will be destroyed, etc. All this is evidence that the imperialists have extremely dangerous plans for nuclear attack. Numerous exercises and maneuvers are used to develop different versions for the unleashing of a nuclear war. During the first 3 days of a war, it is proposed that there be continual nuclear attacks against the entire enemy territory, by which we assume them to mean the socialist countries. The first attack will be made at night. The participants in this attack will be all combat-ready strategic and tactical aviation, all strategic missiles, carrier-based attack planes, and rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. Thousands of bombers, fighters, and reconnaissance planes can be sent into the air, and several hundred missiles with nuclear warheads can be launched. The attack will be directed against all large cities, industrial centers, known rocket launching sites, air bases, naval bases, control points, troop units, communications, etc. In recent NATO exercises, there has been a reduction in the time of the first mass nuclear attacks. Immediately after the nuclear attacks, waves of ground troops will move in. The imperialists consider that such massive nuclear attacks will make it possible to completely overwhelm the enemy at the very beginning of the war, and the ground troops need only perform occupation duties. A number of authors in the U.S. military press have expressed the opinion that the probability of continuing military operations after such attacks depends to a great extent on the effectiveness of the attacks. The Western press has also discussed the question of what should be the main objective of the first nuclear attacks: nuclear devices, rocket launching sites, air bases, nuclear weapon stockpiles, etc., or political centers and economic objectives. Certain authors consider it necessary to deliver the most powerful blow first to large cities, industrial regions, and other military economic objectives where the peaceful population is concentrated. They are of the opinion that such objectives do not require special reconnaissance. Their locations are known, and an unexpected nuclear attack on them could result in a tremendous loss of morale among the population. At the same time, certain Western military theoreticians justifiably consider that such a method of unleashing war is practically impossible under present conditions. Liddell Hart, for example, has stated that at present it is much more difficult to deliver a surprise and absolutely crushing blow than in 1941, since there is every likelihood of just as powerful a retaliatory strike. In particular, he has stated, "The dream of complete neutralization of the enemy at the very beginning of the war has become even more incongruous since the creation of ballistic missiles which can be launched from any place on land, on sea, or in the air. The ruling circles of the imperialist countries, particularly the United States, realize that if the Soviet Union has superiority in strategic missiles, a surprise nuclear attack would be even more dangerous, since it would not exclude a crushing retaliatory nuclear strike from the Soviet Union. Therefore, the imperialists are continually seeking other methods for unleashing a new world war. They are depending more and more on the revanchists of West Germany, intending that they instigate the first blow, incite a new war, and involve the socialist countries. Then at a convenient moment they will enter the war with fresh forces, in order to force their will not only on the enemy but also on their allies. The main role in the unleashing of a new war is played by West Germany, in which revanchism is a main part of state policy. For this reason, United States, British, and French imperialists have permitted West Germany to have the strongest army in NATO and are planning to give her nuclear weapons, encouraging in every way possible the revanchist aspirations of West German militarism. History has shown that the West German revanchists, encouraged by the world imperialist powers, are ready for any adventure. The present-day successors of Hitler in West Germany are attempting to interpret history in their own way. They are again preparing a military attack against East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the USSR. It is possible that West Germany, independently or together with other NATO members, might unleash a local war in Europe by means of a surprise attack against East Germany. At the start of such a war, nuclear weapons might not even be used. Military operations in this case might begin, for example, with massed attacks by tactical aviation and rocket troops using conventional ammunition against the entire territory of East Germany or some other close socialist country, and by invasion with large tank groups. The imperialists might also attempt to unleash a new world war by means of local conflict in other parts of the world. Finally, a new world war might be brought about by their policy of retaining colonial rule and suppressing the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries. Any local military conflict under modern conditions, if it is not nipped in the bud, might become a world war with the unlimited use of nuclear weapons. This is actually what the United States imperialists are counting on. They fear taking the initiative and unleashing a nuclear war since this would be very unsatisfactory from the political standpoint and extremely dangerous from the military standpoint. The essence of their plans in this respect is to use nuclear weapons in the expansion of local conflicts, particularly at the critical moments, in order to greatly change the situation in their favor. This calculation is based on territorial limitation of the use of nuclear weapons, causing their satellites to be exposed to nuclear attack, and protecting their territory, at least at the start of the war, from a crushing nuclear blow. This is the essence of the aggressive plans for unleashing a new world war using local wars and conflicts. This is not to say that the ruling circles of imperialist governments dependent on the United States do not understand the essence of these plans of American imperialism. However, blinded by their hatred of communism and socialism, they might begin a new war at a command from the militarists of the United States, without even considering that a future war would threaten the existence of their countries. In 1958, a book was published in West Germany by a certain J. Bronick, entitled German Trumps, which was heartily endorsed by former Defense Minister Strauss. This book contains the following passage. If a thermonuclear war is begun, Germany, no matter what happens around her and no matter what the consequences, should do her duty. She should again fight. But would this war then make any sense? Would not the death of mankind in radioactive fog negate all victories and everything in general? This we cannot know beforehand. Not only in an atomic war, but in any war the stakes are life or death. This example of the resoluteness of the West German revanchists has been spreading to other participants of the aggressive blocs. The governments of Iran and Pakistan have even agreed to let the Americans and British establish devastation zones in these countries, including such cities as Tabriz, Hamadan, Pahlavi, Kazvin, Sharad, and Tucson in Iran, and a number of cities in Pakistan. The U.S. imperialists plan to involve the world in a new world war gradually, also by means of local wars. In this case, they would prefer to let one of their satellites take the initiative, one of the more bellicose and aggressive, mainly the West German revanchists. Does this mean that the U.S. imperialists have given up their plans for unleashing a new world war by a surprise nuclear attack against the USSR and the other socialist countries with unlimited use of all available forces and means? No, it does not. We must consider that they have prepared too long for such an attack, that they have spent too much money and used too many materials, and also the fact that adventurism and recklessness have always been inherent to imperialism. Blinded by their hatred of communism, the imperialists would commit any crimes imaginable. It should also be taken into account that the development of the means of armed conflict is opening greater opportunities for dealing a surprise blow. Therefore, there must be no underestimation of the tremendous threat to the cause of peace posed by the presence of the latest weapons of destruction in the hands of the imperialists. Under conditions of international tension, the ceaseless arms race increases the threat of war, even from accidental or technical reasons. Such a chance is latent in the weapon itself: false radar signals, spontaneous nuclear explosion. Errors are not excluded in orders, in the evaluation of reconnaissance data, in the possible deviation in the behavior of people from normal, etc. On the basis of a false radar signal, the Strategic Air Force Commander, Power, in November 1961, ordered the dispatch of bombers located on all American bases toward the USSR. He didn't even consider it necessary to inform the president of this, although according to the regulations in existence in the United States, only the president can give such an order. The threat of an accidental outbreak of nuclear war is intensified by the fact that the United States is not stopping the flight of its bombers with nuclear bombs abroad, or the cruises of aircraft carriers and missile-carrying submarines with supplies of nuclear weapons. Only the fear of a powerful retaliatory blow will stop the imperialists. Therefore, the Soviet Union and all socialist countries must have ready the necessary forces and weapons for instantaneous retaliation to aggression. 180. Omitted. All countries have their adherence to old proven methods of armed combat used in past wars. Moreover, it has already become a bitter tradition that the general staffs of many countries are prepared to conduct a war using the methods of a past war. The French military leaders are particularly guilty of this. Conservatism of ideas is generally inherent in many military leaders, both theoreticians and practitioners, as Engels has pointed out. Although in our socialistic country there are no grounds for conservatism among military leaders, it is to be expected that we also have certain people who, burdened with past experiences and enamored of these experiences, cannot cope with anything new. The Central Committee of our party has determined the direction of the development not only of the means for armed combat, but also the methods for conducting war, and the direction in the development of military science. The social essence of modern war and the nature and the means for conducting such a war have been expounded by the XX, XXI, and XXI Congresses of the CPSU and in the speeches of N.S. Khrushchev. These are of particular significance for the solution of all problems associated with the protection of our socialist nation. In determining the methods for conducting a modern war, we must first discuss the question of what should be the main objective of the operations of the armed forces in the war, to which the main efforts of the means of combat should be directed. As we have already noted, in past wars the main objectives of the operations have been the groups of ground troops and aviation deployed in the land theater along the front lines or the border, and also the groups of naval forces. In a modern war, the enemy will also concentrate groups of its ground forces, aviation, and new units, rocket troops, in land theaters along the border or the front line, while in the naval theaters he will concentrate the striking forces of the carrier fleet and submarines, although not so densely as during World War II. Therefore, before attaining completely the political and military strategic aims of the war, these groups must be defeated. But will these forces be the main objective of operations in war and the main objective for the use of nuclear weapons? 181. Omitted. It would be a fatal mistake to underestimate this circumstance. 182. Omitted. The decisive weapons in modern warfare are strategic nuclear weapons, and the long-range carriers for these weapons are located far from the front line or the border, beyond the theaters of military operations. Without annihilating or neutralizing these weapons, it is impossible to prevent the destruction of the populated centers of a country, and it is impossible to count on successfully achieving the aims of the war even if the troop units deployed in the theaters of military operations are destroyed. Since the Soviet armed forces have powerful long-range combat weapons, strategic nuclear rocket weapons, it is possible to strike directly at the strategic nuclear weapons of the enemy, his economic foundation, and his system of government and military control. Any country, particularly one with a small and densely populated area, can be removed from the war and even annihilated within a very short time without ground troops entering its territory. Consequently, the main objectives of military operations will be those deep within enemy territory behind the front lines. The center of gravity of the armed combat will move deep within the territory of the belligerents, although in the military theaters near the front lines or the border there will also be fierce battles on a large scale. The military political aims of a world war can be attained by annihilation of the strategic means of armed combat, destruction of the economic foundation of the enemy, defeat of his armed forces in the theaters of military operations, land and sea, and capture of his territory. A local war might be another matter. Here, as before, the main events might develop in theaters of military operations near the front, although the methods of armed combat in this case as well have been changed considerably compared with the past war, since the war will be conducted with different weapons and the threat of nuclear war will hang constantly over the belligerents. To resolve the question of the ways of conducting a modern war, it is not enough to ascertain the main objective of an armed conflict. It is also necessary to determine what forms of military operations or what forms of strategic operations of the armed forces should be used to attain the aims of the war, and what specific form these operations should take. 183. Omitted. The operations of all other services of the armed forces, including the strategic rocket troops, the Navy, and even the national PVO troops are subordinate to the interests of the ground troops. From this a number of practical recommendations come forth. The nuclear attacks of the strategic rocket troops on objects in the enemy interior should be made depending on the proposed operations of the ground troops in a given direction. There should be so-called joint rocket operations, and the way to the front should be paved, as it were, with powerful nuclear weapons. 184. Omitted. It will not be necessary for the strategic rocket troops to attack in conjunction with the ground troops. The rocket troops are not a means of support for the ground troops. The ground troops have their own nuclear means, operational tactical rocket troops and frontal aviation, which assure their advance at a rapid pace. 185. Omitted. Each of these types of strategic operations will be manifested in a worldwide nuclear war. In local wars, certain of these types of strategic operations may not be used at all, or will be used on a limited scale. This would be particularly true of military operations deep within enemy territory. Military operations in land and naval theaters may acquire decisive significance in such wars. During a world war, the role of certain strategic operations must be subject to change. Depending on the circumstances, each type of operation may acquire decisive or secondary significance. A future world nuclear rocket war, if unleashed by the imperialists, will become a very complex phenomenon and the most difficult test for all mankind. At the very start of the war, or in the course of a local conflict, the imperialist aggressor may launch a surprise nuclear blow with his intercontinental and medium-range missiles, including Polaris missiles from submarines. The socialist countries will be forced immediately to launch a retaliatory nuclear strike, an inescapable retaliatory strike. At the same time, the means of anti-aircraft and anti-missile defense will go into action to destroy the enemy's intruding airplanes and missiles in the air. Immediately after the retaliatory strike, airborne assaults may be dropped at a great depth and, depending on the radiation situation, a swift attack will be launched by preserved ground force formations supported by aviation to complete the destruction of the enemy's surviving units. At this time, active military operations will be implemented on seas and oceans to defeat naval formations. Events may unfold differently in a local war. In such a war, military operations will first be conducted on ground as well as naval theaters. Objectives of the operations will be the armed forces, although attempted strikes against rear area objectives with the use of aviation cannot be excluded. The offense and defense operations of ground forces and aviation will be conducted in ground theaters. Combat operations will be in the nature of a maneuver, more mobile than in the last war, because both the ground forces and the air forces have changed fundamentally in comparison with the last war. It may also happen that, in the course of a local war, the sides will employ tactical operational nuclear weapons without employing strategic nuclear weapons. This will change sharply the methods of combat operations and will give them great dynamism and decisiveness. However, war will hardly be waged for a long time with the employment of operational tactical nuclear weapons alone. Once matters reach the use of nuclear weapons, the sides will be forced to put into operation their entire nuclear strength. Local war will turn into world nuclear war. While local war is being fought, the main types of military operations will be the offense and defense in ground theaters, as well as naval operations in naval theaters. There may also be attempts to launch nuclear strikes against rear area objectives with the use of aviation. However, such strikes will hardly be on a large scale since air defense means have gained the ascendancy over aviation. 186. Omitted. England was one of the first imperialist countries to adopt the use of bombers against the civilian population. This represented the doctrine of Trenchard and the Royal Air Force. Such operations were tried by Britain in 1920 in the fight against the Somalis, and in 1922 and 1924 against the Iraqis. Shortly after World War I, the Italian General Duhet proposed, as already pointed out, the theory of air war, which was built on the bombing of cities and on air raids against the civilian population. This theory became the basis of the official military doctrine of the imperialist states, the United States, Britain, and Fascist Germany. During World War II, the imperialist powers checked this theory in action. The United States even went so far as to use nuclear weapons against Japanese cities. After World War II, the United States and Britain concentrated their main attention on the development of long-range strategic weapons and increasing the supply of nuclear weapons. They adapted the theories of Duhet to new conditions. Professor Brodie writes frankly of this. The bases of the strategic theory created by Duhet are especially acceptable for a general nuclear war. 187. This read, and, in part, France. 188. Omitted. In the American press, the opinion has been expressed that rigid holding of regions and defense perimeters is not expedient. Instead, they favor mobile defense and delaying operations. In Soviet military art, the opinion is that defense, under present-day conditions, should be built on the principle of the rigid holding of regions and perimeters with troops maneuvering operations. During a defensive battle, it is necessary not to allow enemy troops to invade the territory of the socialist countries, It is necessary to defeat them and prepare conditions for transferring military operations to the interior zone of the enemy. 189. This read, except for the frontal zone? 190. Omitted. An anti-missile defense system for the country should obviously consist in the following: long-range detection of missiles using powerful radar, ground and airborne, or other automatic technical equipment on artificial Earth satellites to assure the detection of missiles during the boost phase, at the moment of liftoff or while the engines are operating, working out of the coordinates of the flight trajectory of the missiles, timely warning and application of active measures, anti-missile batteries, jamming devices to assure deflection of the missile from its intended target and, possibly, to blow it up along its trajectory. 191. Omitted. Possibilities are being studied for the use, against rockets, of a stream of high-speed neutrons as small detonators for the nuclear charge of the rocket, and the use of electromagnetic energy to destroy the rocket charge in the descent phase of the trajectory or to deflect it from its target. Various radiation, anti-gravity, and antimatter systems, plasma, ball lightning, etc., are also being studied as a means of destroying rockets. Special attention is devoted to lasers, death rays. It is considered that in the future, any missile and satellite can be destroyed with powerful lasers. All this work, which is being conducted in other countries, deserves great attention. The creation of a reliable system of anti-space defense became an important task in modern conditions. Various Earth satellites of the United States and other countries, including reconnaissance, communications, navigation, and other satellites, continuously ply the heavens and carefully look over our territory. It should be expected that nuclear weapon-carrying satellites will be placed into orbit ready to fire nuclear weapons on objectives on the socialist countries. It is necessary to have corresponding means assuring the timely detection of enemy space equipment and its rapid destruction or neutralization. 192. Omitted. The most common methods for conducting air defense operations may be detection of the attacking enemy plane or missile by radar devices, causing active and passive interference to the aerial targets, interception of planes and winged missiles by long-range fighters on approaches to the border, annihilation of planes before rockets can be launched, annihilation of enemy planes or missiles by long-range anti-aircraft rockets in conjunction with fighter aviation along the routes to the most important regions and objects, concentration of efforts of the fighter interceptors to intercept and annihilate the main groups of planes and missiles along their routes to target areas, decisive annihilation of planes and missiles which penetrate our defenses by means of anti-aircraft rockets, fighters, and anti-missile missiles at all altitudes along their approaches to covered objects, and tracking and total annihilation of enemy planes by fighter aviation on their return flights. 193. The following section was entirely omitted. Parts are found in Chapter 2. The problems of using outer space for military purposes. Above we have examined the means for conducting warfare with modern combat equipment on the ground, in the air, and at sea, which the aggressive imperialist forces are feverishly preparing. However, the imperialists do not stop here. They plan to use for aggressive military purposes the greatest achievements of modern science and technology in the mastery of space and have allocated great monetary resources for this. In particular, as long ago as 1958, a special agency, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, was created under the U.S. Defense Department. This agency directs operations on the mastery of space for military purposes. Somewhat later, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, was created. This agency also deals with the use of space for military purposes. A network of ground stations is being constructed for observation of all Earth satellites. These questions have been widely and quite openly discussed in the American press, where it has been said that outer space is the strategic theater of the future. The specific methods for using outer space and space vehicles for military purposes have been discussed, and much attention has been devoted to the plans of the American government and the U.S. military command in this field. Certain U.S. military theoreticians do not even conceal the plans of their own leaders, hoping, by mastering outer space, to regain their lost military supremacy over the USSR. The militaristic circles of the United States see their way toward world supremacy through the mastery of outer space. Apropos of this, President Kennedy has reported, "Space supremacy is the aim of the next decade. The country that controls space can control the Earth." Asterisk. President Kennedy's statement was, "Control of space will be decided in the next decade, and the nation which controls space can control the Earth." Missiles and Rockets, October 24, 1960, 13. Translator's note: at present the U.S. is conducting large-scale scientific research for mastering outer space, and is launching many Earth satellites and other space vehicles supposedly for scientific purposes. However, all these scientific investigations and launchings of space vehicles are actually only a cover for the far-reaching military plans which, by the way, the American press makes no bones about. The United States uses its space vehicles mainly for reconnaissance and espionage. Reconnaissance using Earth satellites has already been put into practice by the United States. In 1960, the American journal Missiles and Rockets published a program for the creation of several types of artificial satellites for military purposes: Discoverer, Mercury, Midas, Samos, and Tyros. The Midas project provides for the creation of a reconnaissance satellite to detect the launching of ballistic missiles by means of infrared apparatus. The U.S. Air Force intends to launch into a polar orbit several such satellites in order to continuously detect rocket launchings in Soviet territory. Project Samos provides for the launching of reconnaissance satellites with powerful television and aerial photographic equipment for photographing and transmitting pictures of various objects to the ground. This spy satellite has been called the U-3 by analogy with the U-2 reconnaissance plane. Project Tyros provides for the launching of satellites for meteorological reconnaissance. Reconnaissance satellites are to be used for detecting and determining the coordinates of military-industrial objectives, the launching sites of ICBMs, military bases, airfields, and other objectives in the socialist countries, compiling maps of the Earth's surface, and weather reconnaissance. Due to the fact that reconnaissance satellites moving in known orbits could be destroyed, creation of maneuverable manned spaceships with various reconnaissance apparatus is planned. For reconnoitering important regions, such a ship should drop to an altitude of about 130 kilometers. Great attention has been devoted to navigational satellites. In 1960, Transit IB was launched to an altitude of 800 kilometers in an almost circular orbit. In the same year, the Thorable Star rocket was launched with 2 Transit IA navigational satellites which will be used to facilitate aerial and fleet navigational support, particularly for submarines, the compilation of navigational charts, study of the shape of the Earth, etc. Great significance is attached to communications satellites. In 1958, the United States launched the SCORE satellite which can receive signals from Earth, record them on tape, and transmit them to the Earth, and also relay television transmissions. The ECHO satellite with its pneumatic parabolic antenna provided communication between the U.S. and France. Work is also being conducted on the Courier communications satellite. The launching of ECM electronic countermeasure satellites is also planned. Reconnaissance, navigational, communications, and ECM satellites are only a minor part of the U.S. program of mastery of space for military purposes. The main part of the program is the creation of aircraft satellites or other aerospace vehicles carrying nuclear warheads. The American press has published information on the preparation of the following space systems: satellite bombers equipped with space-to-ground missiles, manned space bombers, Dinosaur, and manned bombers, SR-79821, for operation at high altitudes, orbital bombers, BOSS, for the destruction of ground targets. Presumably, these apparatuses will be launched into orbit in time of threat to deliver nuclear attacks on objectives in socialist countries on command from the ground. Although the American press has given much detailed information on reconnaissance, navigational, communications, and ECM satellites, the work on space vehicles designed for delivering nuclear attacks is conducted in strictest secrecy. The German rocket specialist, Dornberger, who is working in the United States, frankly writes that in America they are planning to shift the center of gravity of all our efforts to conquer outer space for solving military problems. He even now recommends using missiles on hand to put into an orbit, which passes over the Soviet Union, hundreds of atomic bombs, and to keep them in orbit in readiness to launch nuclear strikes against objectives in the socialist countries. He writes that, with the use of such a space bomber system, we can transfer the arena of combat operations from the Earth to outer space. In the American program for mastering outer space for military purposes, more and more importance is given to the Moon. Investigations are being conducted to determine its military potential, and possibilities are being studied to use the moon for communications, reconnaissance, and as a base for space attack weapons. Worthy of attention is the statement of General Lemnitzer that the United States has already worked out the basic concepts for the use of outer space for military purposes, where the role of the moon has been determined and functions have been distributed among the different armed services. In the United States, many scientific research and test design organizations are doing practical work on the problem of the military use of the moon, and they are preparing detailed topographic maps of the moon's surface. Finally, a considerable part of the U-5 program of the mastery of space for military purposes is the creation of anti-space weapons for the destruction of aerospace vehicles. The American press has reported that at present the U.S. is developing carrier satellites, anti-satellites, with anti-missile missiles and interference apparatus which will be launched into polar orbit at an altitude of 500 to 700 kilometers with a period of rotation of 94 to 98 minutes. These satellites will presumably be used to destroy, on command from the ground, satellites and other space vehicles as well as ICBMs. Intensified work is being carried out on the creation of anti-missile missiles and other types of anti-space weapons. Possibilities are being studied for the use of lasers, plasma, and anti-gravitation as such weapons. In 1962, the United States conducted a series of nuclear tests in space. All this attests to the fact that the American imperialists will use space to accomplish their aggressive projects. The USSR has achieved important successes in the mastery of space. The Soviet Union was the first to launch a satellite into orbit around the Earth. A Soviet spaceship circumnavigated the moon and photographed its far side, and Soviet space vehicles have penetrated into the infinite depths of the universe. Yuri Gagarin on the Vostok I was the first to orbit the Earth. Then German Titov on the Vostok II completed more than 17 orbits around the Earth. Andrei Nikolaev and Pavel Popovich, in the spaceships Vostok 3 and Vostok 4, accomplished a long group flight in space. The Soviet rocket Mars 1 is making a flight to the planet Mars, and the group flight of Valery Bykovsky and the first woman cosmonaut, Valentina Tereshkova, in spaceships Vostok 5 and Vostok 6 showed the growing successes of the Soviet Union in the peaceful conquest of space. All this convincingly testifies to the tremendous achievements of the Soviet Union in the fields of science and technology. Our achievements in space exploration serve the cause of peace and scientific progress for the good of all people on our planet. The Soviet space flights signify the inflexible tendency of the entire Soviet nation toward enduring world peace. However, the Soviet Union cannot disregard the fact the U.S. imperialists have subordinated space exploration to military aims, and that they intend to use space to accomplish their aggressive projects, a surprise nuclear attack on the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries. In this regard, Soviet military strategy takes into account the need for studying questions on the use of outer space and aerospace vehicles to strengthen the defense of the socialist countries. This must be done to ensure the safety of our country, in the interest of all socialist cooperation, for the preservation of peace in the world. It would be a mistake to allow the imperialist camp to achieve superiority in this field. We must oppose the imperialists with more effective means and methods for the use of space for defense purposes. Only in this way can we force them to renounce the use of space for a destructive and devastating war. A modern world war, if the imperialists succeed in unleashing it, will be a nuclear war, the most destructive and devastating war in the history of mankind. The methods of conducting such a war will differ greatly from those used in past wars, including World War II. Retaliatory operations aimed at annihilating the strategic means for nuclear attack, destroying the economic foundation of the war, disrupting the system of governmental and military control, and defeating the troops of the aggressive bloc of imperialist governments will have the greatest significance for the victorious conduct of such a war. These aims can be achieved by massive nuclear strikes of the strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation, and missile-carrying submarines against the most important countries of the enemy coalition, against the regions and targets which form the basis for the enemy's military and economic power, against his strategic nuclear weapons, and against his troop formation. Despite the use of strategic nuclear weapons, military operations and ground theaters will, as before, play an important part in the victorious conduct of war. In local wars, these military operations may play the decisive role in the defeat of the enemy. The main purpose of military operations in ground theaters will be the defeat of enemy troops deployed throughout the theater, the annihilation of operational tactical nuclear weapons, the capture of vitally important enemy territory, and the prevention of invasion by enemy troops into the socialist countries. These tasks will be fulfilled mainly by the ground troops acting in conjunction with frontline aviation using nuclear rocket weapons. The ground troops should use to the fullest extent the results of massed nuclear rocket attacks by strategic devices to finally defeat groups of enemy troops in the most important theaters. Military operations for the protection of the interior of the country and groups of the armed forces from aggressor nuclear attacks will have vast scope in a modern war. The aim of these operations will be to ensure the vital activities of the socialist countries, their economy, the combat capability of the armed forces, and protection of the population. These ends can be achieved by decisive operations of the country's anti-air, anti-missile, and anti-space defenses aimed at repelling enemy aircraft and rocket attacks, the complete annihilation of attacking aircraft and rockets beyond the defended regions and objectives. Military operations in naval theaters will also be very significant for successful conduct of the war. The basic aim of these operations will be the defeat of enemy naval forces, primarily the defeat of carrier-based shock units and the annihilation of rocket-carrying nuclear submarines to destroy coastal objectives, and also the disruption of enemy naval communications. These tasks will be fulfilled by the Navy, in which the main role will be assigned to the submarine forces and naval aviation equipped with nuclear weapons. Unlike past wars, our fleet will undertake active military operations against a strong naval enemy over broad naval theaters. The successful conduct of a modern war is possible with coordination of all military operations, strictly centralized control of all the armed forces of the socialist countries. All operations should be conducted according to a unified plan of the Supreme High Command. The aggressor can be soundly defeated by active military operations at the front and deep in the interior. The search for the most effective means for conducting a future war and the mastery of these means, and also the constant preparedness of the armed forces of the socialist countries, will guarantee their victory over the aggressor in a modern war, if for some reason it cannot be successfully averted. Editor's Notes to Chapter 7. 194, omitted. Taking into account the development of the means of armed fighting and changes in the international situation. The nature of the preparation of a nation for war under present-day conditions may be affected by the following. 1. By the presence of megaton-range nuclear rocket weapons, which reduce the expenditures for war preparations in peacetime, since it is possible to considerably decrease the production of all other types of armament without reducing the firepower of the armed forces. 2. As a result of nuclear strikes, the material and technical basis for waging a long war may be undermined at the very outset of the war, especially with respect to the production of nuclear weapons. 3. Psychological shock on the population in the interior of the country, which immediately and within a very short period of time will suffer huge losses, as never happened in previous wars. Therefore, each country under present-day conditions strives to prepare for war in such a way so as to attain victory within the shortest possible time. In practice, this means that in preparing a nation for war, particular attention is given to the use of the latest strategic means of waging armed fighting. This, in turn, creates the prerequisites for successful waging of a protracted war, since a nation prepared to strike powerful nuclear strikes with the latest strategic means, and having at its disposal sufficient industrial resources and its own raw materials, can always produce simpler conventional types of weapons during the course of a protracted war. After these general remarks, let us consider individual aspects of the preparation of a nation for war. 195. Omitted. Under present-day conditions, the beginning of total mobilization before the opening of military operations is highly unlikely, since it cannot go unnoticed by the enemy. 196. Omitted. However, the quality of the training and consequently the combat readiness of those discharged is correspondingly reduced. 197. Omitted. Thus, the strategic rocket troops and, to a considerable extent, the National Air Defense Troops change their composition and organization very slightly during mobilization. 198. This read, to use electronic computers linked in a comprehensive closed system to the General Staff. 199. Omitted. In addition, as a result of the enormous firepower of nuclear rocket combat weapons, there has been a noticeable decrease in the amount of conventional ammunition required by the armed forces. While during the Great Patriotic War the amount of ammunition amounted to approximately two-thirds of the amount of fuels and lubricants, now, according to rough calculations, it will hardly exceed one-half, 200. This read, and would increase the danger of war. Editor's notes to Chapter 8. 201. This read, of the USA and Britain, 202. This read, Britain, France, Belgium, and Holland, 203. This read, the ruling circles of Britain, France, and especially West Germany, 204. Revised. It consists of the main staff of the armed forces, actually, the general staff, the main staffs of the ground troops, the air and naval forces, and the territorial troops, the administration of the medical troops, and a number of departments. The main agency of operational leadership of the armed forces is the High Command of the Armed Forces, Bundeswehr. It works out the general plans for the creation and utilization of the armed forces, coordinates the work of the High Commands, is occupied with problems arising from the participation of West Germany in imperialist blocs, and directs various militarized organizations in the country, 205, omitted, and will be headed by the first secretary of the Central Committee of the head of the government, to whom the functions of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces may also be entrusted, 206. This read, High Command, 207, omitted. Leadership requires an exceptionally high efficiency in work, flexibility in the control of troops, creative and skillful solution of problems resulting from rapidly and sharply changing situations, and also foresight of the developments of military actions. Training in bold action, in conformity with the requirements of a nuclear rocket war, is the main task of the commanding personnel in preparing the personnel of the armed forces, 208. This read, its Leninist Central Committee, 209, omitted. The party is doing everything in its power to give the Soviet armed forces the most modern weapons, atomic and thermonuclear weapons, of all ranges, and all types of military equipment and weapons, to make them a distinct and well-knit organism with a high degree of organization and discipline. The party is assisting the armed forces to fulfill in an exemplary manner the tasks given them by the party, government, and people, and to be ready at any moment to give a shattering rebuff to the imperialist aggressors, to smash any enemy who dares to encroach upon the Soviet motherland. The most important principle in the development of the Soviet armed forces is one-man command. While showing constant concern for strengthening one-man command in the Soviet armed forces, the party devotes particular attention to the training of command, political, and technical cadres of the Army and Navy, who are enlisted from among the best representatives of the Soviet people, and who are devoted to the cause of communism. Emphasizing the important role of commanders in the strengthening of the armed forces, the Central Committee of the CPSU, the Council of Ministers, and the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, in their address to the Soviet troops on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution said, Our greatest wealth is the excellent military cadres boundlessly devoted to the motherland, the Communist Party and the Soviet government, bold and manly, familiar with modern equipment and able to skillfully use it in the most complex circumstances of present-day combat. 210. Omitted. Communist Party is daily concerned with the strengthening of one-man command. The modern conditions and the nature of a future missile and nuclear war require firm and continuous control of the troops, boldness, initiative, and independence of commanders of all ranks, readiness to assume complete responsibility for fulfilling assigned tasks, and unquestioning fulfillment of orders by subordinates. This is possible only under conditions of one-man command. In strengthening one-man command and considering it as the most important principle in the structure of the Soviet armed forces, the party devoted and is devoting unremitting attention to increasing its organizing and guiding influence on the entire activity and life of the armed forces, not only through the commanders and military councils, but also through the political agencies and party organizations. 211. Omitted. The high devotion to ideology of Soviet troops, their conviction as to the correctness and victory of our cause. This is a mighty weapon which adds great and irresistible force to our army. Well-organized ideological educational work with people is the decisive prerequisite for an even further increase in the might of our armed forces. 212. Omitted. Emphasizing the importance of these tasks, N.S. Khrushchev at a reception of graduates of military academies in November 1957 said, A further increase in the fighting efficiency of the Army and Navy is the common task of all communists, commanders, and political workers. The fulfillment of this great state task is possible only if the commanders and political workers work harmoniously together to improve the education and training of the troops, to increase the military preparedness of the troops, only if there is a further strengthening of one-man rule and improvement of the party and political work in the Army and Navy. Editor's notes to the conclusions. 213. This has been omitted from the 1968 edition, Probable Types of Military Actions in Space, because in recent years the imperialist aggressors have devoted great attention to a study of the possibilities of carrying out military actions in space and through space. Soviet military strategy cannot ignore this fact and must also study the possibilities opening up in this sphere of military action.